Hey y'all, my name is Jen Swisher and I'm one of the lead organizers for WordCamp US 2021. In an alternate universe, we would all be sitting in an auditorium and an over-caffeinated Jen would be going back and forth with you, trying to get you to say good morning more enthusiastically while you grumble over the top of your cup of coffee. Instead, I'm streaming to you wherever you're currently sitting. I hope your chair is comfy and the coffee is to your liking. It's been 2 years since I greeted you from St. Louis. 2 years since most of us have seen each other in person. 2 years without hugging each other. In March, Kathy, Kimberly, and I were approached about leading the charge for WordCamp US. To be honest, none of us were excited. Like many of you, we deeply miss getting to see everyone in sessions, the hallway track, lunch, and at the after party. To us, the online event concept just didn't feel right. We felt like it betrayed the spirit of WordCamps. The discomfort we felt while we muddled our way through those first few weeks was palpable. But then something unexpected happened. Kathy, Kimberly, and I started having a weekly chat to check in on progress. I came to live for those meetings. Though just an hour long, it was a chance for us to connect, chat about life, and plan this event. In the end, we realized that despite the distance that separates us, we do still have each other. It may feel different because we can't be together physically, but WordCamps were never about being in the same room. It's about celebrating the common goal of democratizing publishing and where it's taken us this year. Those celebrations do feel different this year because we can't have them together. I mourn that loss, as I'm sure you all do as well, but I also celebrate the victories. We formed a team that has pulled together an online event in a matter of few weeks. We celebrated personal and professional wins in each other's lives. We also supported our fellow organizers in times of heartache and struggle. Despite the distance and time apart, planning this event has proven that nothing can stop the WordPress community from doing what it always does. I'm so glad to have you here with us to celebrate that today. Before we get into the practical details of this event, I'd like to take a moment to say thank you. In addition to Kathy, Kimberly, and myself, there are 20 other human beings that made this event happen. To those 19 organizers that joined the team and went on this adventure with us, thank you. Your willingness to pick up an idea and run with it at lightning speed didn't go unnoticed. Your dedication to making it happen is the reason I'm speaking on this live stream today. And that 20th person is our WordCamp mentor. Every WordCamp organizer knows that behind every WordCamp organizing team, there's an amazing mentor guiding us. To ours, thank you for being a listening ear and a source of encouragement. And where would we be without our amazing sponsor partners? Whether in person or online, putting on an event of this scale is no small expense. We'd love to give a huge thank you to our sponsors. At the Grand Canyon level, we have Bluehost, WordPress.com, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, and WooCommerce. At the Yosemite level, we have Yoast, Amazon Lightsail, SiteGround, Weglot, Green Geeks, WP Engine, Cloudways, Gravity Forms, Stellar WP, and Sticker Giant. At the Redwoods level, we have Shifter, Blackbird Digital, CHRS Interactive, EasyWP powered by Namecheap, 10Web, InMotion Hosting, Nexus, Posimith Innovations, Ionos by 1&1, Domain.me, Pantheon, and Paid Memberships Pro. Be sure to visit their sponsor pages for more information about their companies and links to discounts, newsletters, and more. You can also look forward to interviews with our Grand Canyon sponsors in between sessions. They're going to share with us about how and why they contribute to the WordPress open source project and information about the company's culture and why they love working there. Our Grand Canyon and Yosemite sponsors are also sharing information about job opportunities available with their companies. You can learn more about open positions and visit their virtual booths by going to the job fair page on the WordCamp US website. And now for the practical details. Let's start with lunch. I hope it tastes great. You'll find it conveniently located in your kitchen, the drive-thru, or on your doorstep. Wherever lunch is coming from, I hope you'll join us from 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on the stream in the Yukon track for music from members of our community. Next up is swag. For digital swag, we've curated a road trip playlist on Apple Music, Spotify, and Amazon Music, as well as some WordCamp US themed graphics. We also have some physical swag items. All registered attendees should have received an email with a coupon code to cover the cost of those swag items, though shipping costs are not included. You can place an order for your swag items via the WordPress swag store. You can find links and more information about the goodies available on the swag page on the WordCamp US website. Lastly, please remember to respect our code of conduct. We want this event to be open, inclusive, and welcoming to all people. Unacceptable behavior will not be tolerated, whether by other attendees, organizers, sponsors, or WordCamp US vendors. If you have any questions or you feel you need to speak to someone, please fill out the form on the Code of Conduct page. That's all of the information that I have for you. All that's left to say at this point is to have an amazing WordCamp.
Hello, and welcome to WordCamp US 2021. I'm Ryan Kinney, one of this year's organizers and tech and privacy attorney with Kinney Firm and Ecom Legal, proudly serving the WordPress community. I'm honored to co-MC this morning's session featuring two outstanding women in WordPress.
And I'm Drew Gordon. I've been involved in open source as a developer, contributor, organizer, speaker, and more for almost 20 years. I had the pleasure of discovering the WordPress community about 6 years ago, and I love it here. I'm really thrilled to be here along with Ryan. For work, I'm the director of open source and industry relations for Pantheon. And we want to start by thanking our sponsors. Please visit their pages and tell them how much you appreciate their support. Help make it easy for them to keep sponsoring and supporting us by doing business with them. Our Grand Canyon sponsors are Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. Our Yosemite sponsors are Amazon Lightsail, Cloudways, Gravity Forms, Green Geeks, SiteGround, Weglot, WP Engine, and Yoast. Ryan?
And I'm excited to introduce our first speaker today, Bet Hannon. Bet has worked with businesses and nonprofits for over 14 years, helping them build WordPress websites, integrate other communication channels, and learn how to use digital marketing tools more effectively. She is founder and CEO of BH Business Websites, an agency that designs, builds, and maintains accessible sites, including membership and e-commerce sites. Bet lives in Bend, Oregon, and is a co-organizer of the WordPress meetup there. So sometimes web accessibility can feel overwhelming with so many details to manage. That's when hearing from other developers and site owners a little further down the accessibility journey can be helpful. Bet will share some of the accessibility journey of her agency, which started with one client, along with some insights about rationales for making websites accessible and practical tips like accessibility insurance and tax credits. So over to Bet with accessibility as a journey, rationales, and practical tips for making sites accessible.
Hey everyone, I am so glad to be able to be here with you today to chat about accessibility and talk about some rationales and some practical tips on our journey of accessibility as an agency and my journey personally. And I'm going to introduce myself a little bit at the beginning here. I have been a WordPress user since 2008. I've helped develop over 150 websites. I currently serve as the CEO at Bet Hannon Business Websites, where we do a lot of work with accessibility and Gravity Forms integrations for business. Like a other agencies that work with accessibility often do stuff in higher education or in government. We don't tend to do those as much. We're working with medium and larger sized businesses on their accessibility needs. And you can find me at Hannon on Twitter if you'd like to reach out with any questions or comments after we get going. I do think accessibility is a journey. It's not a destination we arrive at. It continues to be a journey as we learn and grow along the way. And today I want to share some insights and some rationales and some tips that I've picked up along the way. And our accessibility journey starts with a story. It starts with a client that had a particular need. A little more than 4 years ago, one of our existing clients, a large California water district, let us know that they had become aware that there were going to be some new laws coming up that required them to have a certain level of website accessibility. They were going to need to be Section 508 compliant. And initially, we offered to try and bring in some experts, and we did bring in some folks, but they really wanted us to level up with them to learn about accessibility so that we could help support them in their continuing journey on accessibility. We didn't know a lot about accessibility then, but we all of us on the team and the client, we dove in, we learned a lot about accessibility. And when we did, our team got hooked and passionate about making the web as widely available as possible. Now, I'm not the most technical person on the team in terms of the technical pieces of accessibility, but I do think that sharing some of our journey, talking some about why we should make sites accessible, and offering some tips for your journey can be helpful. So I hope it's helpful for you. So I've learned along the way that I can go into a room of people and there will definitely be some people who know already something about website accessibility, but there's always at least few people in the room who know absolutely nothing about website accessibility. So I want to start out by talking a little bit more about what specifically we mean when we talk about website accessibility. Sometime I'll go to networking events and I introduce myself and I say, my agency has a specialization in website accessibility, and you can almost see a little cartoon thought bubble of confusion over the person's head. And usually the thought bubble has a website and a wheelchair in it, and a lot of confusion about why people in wheelchairs might need help surfing websites. But the big picture is that a significant percentage of people have either a permanent or a temporary disability that means they can't use the web in the same way as the majority of people. So a temporary disability might be that I've broken my hand and I can't use it for mousing. In the United States, the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, estimates that about 25% of all adults have a permanent or temporary disability at any given time that impacts their ability to, they need accommodations for. And so that's 1 in 4 or 5 people. That percentage is pretty stable across most developed nations right now. That's a lot of people. And I know when I was first starting to learn about accessibility, my assumption was we were really talking about a quite small number of people, but it's actually 1 in 4 or 5 people. That's quite a lot. And we know that disabilities increase as we increase in age. And we also know that the average age of the US population is going up. So we know that this number will continue to increase as our population ages. So the big picture is website accessibility is giving people with diverse abilities equal access and equal opportunity to access web content of all kinds. So we just want to make websites, web pages available, usable by everybody. So what does that mean in practicality? Here's a few examples. So if you're a person that has severe visual disabilities, maybe even you're totally blind, there are tools like screen readers that will be able to read out loud to you the content on a web page and help you navigate it if that page is formatted properly. One of the older but premium screen reader technologies is JAWS. It's sort of the BMW of screen readers. A license for that might cost you $1,000 a year. It's not cheap to have disabilities. There's a newer screen reader, though, called NVDA, non-visual display access, and it's open source. It's free. It's more the Toyota Corolla, low entry tool to use. But you can go to the NVDA site, you can download that software, and you can try it out. And if you do that, I encourage you to make a small donation to support that open source work. They are doing some amazing work in developing nations with people who are visually disabled. So take a chance, put a screen reader on, test it out, go for a test drive. You can also go to YouTube and you can search for videos of people who are demoing what it's like to use a screen reader. And if you download NVDA or you get access to test with a screen reader, just be aware that people who actually depend on screen readers probably use them differently than you might assume. So for instance, people who use screen readers often are surfing through pages only using the headings, which when you think about it is really what those of us who are sighted are doing as well. But when you're thinking about moving through the page, they're moving through looking at all the headings, for example. Here's another example. If you're not able to use a mouse with your hands, there are many adaptive devices. Stephen Hawking had a sensor on his cheek. There are eye tracking devices. There are sip and puff devices that allow people to navigate through a web page if it's formatted properly. Now, you might be worried that, if there are thousands of these devices, that you might have to, it would be sort of insurmountable to deal with all of them. But almost all of these devices end up being mostly keyboard driven. That's true for not only devices like the cheek or the eye tracking, but also for screen readers as well. If you've ever used like Control S to save something, that's a keyboard navigation. That's keyboard shortcuts, and those are just everywhere for these accessibility devices. So you can begin to test out your website a little bit by simply trying to navigate your site using the tab and enter keys. So go to a page of your site, just use the tab key to move through the page and the enter key to click on items as they're highlighted, and you'll get a sense for what it's like to begin to use your site. I've learned over the years that the two biggest pieces for making your website accessible are semantic markup and alt text on your images. So alt text on the images is what the screen reader will read out loud to people with who are using it. You don't need to put in their picture or image of or anything. That will be announced by the reader. You just need to describe what's happening in that image, and you want to make it, not just photo or not the title of the image, but something descriptive that's there. And for semantic markup, the biggest piece is H tags, making sure that your document has H tags. In WordPress, H1 is always the title. So all of the other H tags on the page should be H2 and then properly nested. You should never jump from a 2 to a 5 or have an H3 without an H2. But just making sure that you're doing those two things goes a huge way toward making your site accessible. Now, there are all kinds of other disabilities, and the accommodations that they require. Visual and mobility disabilities are just two of them. But you might want to begin to address color blindness, making sure your colors are good for color blindness, or that there's a good contrast between the color of a font and its background, or the needs of people who are deaf if you've got videos playing, or you want to make sure you don't have seizure-inducing flashing items, or things that cause nausea because there's so much movement on the page. Even things thinking like beginning to try to accommodate people who have anxiety and depression. You want to make sure that it's not too frustrating to get through a process on your site. So all kinds of ways that we can begin to accommodate people with disabilities. And there are tons of presentations on WordPress TV and YouTube and other places about how to start making your website accessible, how to begin to implement accessibility. So I'm not going to go any further talking about implementing accessibility, but you can certainly find a lot of resources out there. If you want to start to go to learn about the requirements for accessibility, One of the best places to go is the WCAG, the WCAG, the Website Content Accessibility Guidelines, and you can find information there about the specific technical pieces that you need to address for website accessibility. For example, the specific ratios of the color contrast that you need between font and background, and some ways that you can test for that. There are 3 levels to that, those accessibility guidelines: single A, double A, triple A. Double A is where almost everyone focuses, and that's where you would go if you want to start learning more about the requirements for web accessibility. So for a lot of people, the journey around web accessibility begins with wanting to avoid a lawsuit. This chart shows the number of website accessibility lawsuits over the last 3 years, and as you can see, they are rising fairly significantly. The Americans with Disabilities Act offers legal protections for people with disabilities, but it's not really completely clear yet how ADA relates to websites. Since ADA was signed in 1990, before the internet was really such a commonplace thing in our lives, recent US administrations in both parties have pulled back or pulled out of the work of coming up with specific guidelines to make sure we know what meets ADA criteria. So what we're left with is lawsuits. And there certainly are lawsuits where an individual plaintiff, often, for example, someone who's blind, sues a specific company about their website. But increasingly what we're seeing are some surf-by lawsuits where there's one attorney and one disabled plaintiff, and they're suing dozens of companies at the same time. And so that can feel icky to be a part of that, but you need to take them seriously. They're being sued, by the way, under Title III of the ADA, which deals with public accommodations. So the same way you have to make a restaurant accessible, you have to provide ramps, you have to make your website accessible because it's a public accommodation. So if someone is going to be sued, they probably will receive what's called a demand letter notifying them that about the accessibility issue before the lawsuit. And you definitely don't want to ignore that demand letter if you get one. They can seem kind of spammy and not really to be taken seriously. We had a client get a demand letter. When we looked up the attorney who sent it, he'd been disbarred 2 or 3 times. So yeah, you can, but our team and the client's attorneys were very clear. You need to not ignore a demand letter if you get one. Now, you may have heard about some cases that have made their way through the courts. There was one in the last couple of years with Domino's Pizza. There's another one that was filed against Beyonce's fan website with her swag. And so you want to make sure that you're taking care to the threat of those lawsuits is very real. And increasingly, the verdicts are coming down on the side of the disabled person bringing the suit, requiring that the site be made accessible. So even if the case is settled out of court, which increasingly they are settled, the costs for your attorneys can be significant, and then you still have to make your website accessible, often on a very short timeline, so that also ramps up the costs for making it accessible. Now, I really don't like to fuel fear-mongering. I think that there are a lot of better business building, business positive reasons to make your website accessible, and we're going to talk about some of those. But if fear of a website is what pushes you over the line to start making your website great, or your clients to make their website great, then that it can be what it can be, and we can make the world a more accessible place. Along the way, you may see advertisements increasingly everywhere since they've gotten venture funding for a number of them. There are overlay plugins that purport to fix all of your accessibility problems. So Accessibility is one of them that you will see a lot, and they received a lot of funding, so their advertising is everywhere. And what these plugins are doing is when you sign up with them, they put a script on your site so that on the fly, as a user comes to visit a page of your website, it tries to fix all of the accessibility problems as an overlay. Now, on the one hand, you should know that always that's going to slow down your website a little bit. That doesn't do you any favors in terms of website performance. But B, AI, these things are using AI to look for your accessibility issues, and AI only finds about 30% of the website accessibility issues on any given site. So there's no way they're going to find all of the accessibility issues, and they are also cause issues. They actually can make things worse for people with disabilities. So if I'm a disabled person, that has a need for website accommodations, I often have my own tools already sitting on my machine. I'm using my screen reader. If I'm if I need magnification, I have my own magnifier. If I'm need a thing to fix a color contrast, I have that already. So not always, but often there are tools and they can conflict so that neither tool works. So you're putting that accessibility plugin up there. It's a nice PR that you're trying to be inclusive, but it actually makes things far worse most of the time. There's some, I put up some links. You may have to come back and find them later for some blog posts around accessibility. Adrian Rosselli is someone in the WordPress community who's done a lot of writing about this. One of the things to remember is that these overlay plugins don't stand behind you. If you get sued in a lawsuit, they specifically release themselves from liability. So if you think that the plugin is going to solve all your problems, that's just not true. There is one use case for an overlay plugin like this, and it is if you have received a demand letter, if there is an active lawsuit, you may want to put an overlay plugin onto the site while you are fixing things as a temporary fix to give you some breathing room to get everything fixed. But that's really the only use case for an overlay plugin. Now, I'm going to start talking about some rationales for making sites accessible that I've discovered on our journey, but I want to acknowledge at the very outset that the most important rationale for making your website accessible is the moral case. Think about how much of our world today involves the internet. Website accessibility is what enables people with disabilities to live independently, with human dignity, without having to depend on family members or friends or even strangers for the most basic help in accessing content and services on the web. Accessibility is just the right thing to do. There's a moral case for accessibility. We should all make our websites accessible. And I don't want to suggest at all that we not continue to make that moral case for accessibility. But the reality is that when the competing interests of time and money come into play, and it usually does take more time and often more money to make and keep websites accessible, that not everyone is swayed by the moral case for accessibility. So I think we need to start talking about some of the other benefits and some of the rationales for making your website accessible. And I've discovered a few of these rationales along the way. So there are services out there where you will pay money to try and increase the traffic to your website by 5%. Maybe some of you even offer these services. Increasing the audience for a website by 5% would be amazing. But if somewhere around 20 to 25% of all adults might need some sort of accommodation related to a website, why would you not want to increase your potential audience by 25%? People with disabilities have money to spend just like everyone else. Make it easy and desirable for them to spend it or donate it to you or your clients. And we shouldn't get derailed with the argument that people with disabilities can't use your particular product. I used to say, if you sell hunting rifle scopes, George, who's legally blind, might not be your primary customer, but why would you want to prevent George from researching and buying scopes from members of his family? Now I know, I've since learned, that there are actually hunting scopes specifically for people who are blind or visually impaired, and they involve a spotter being able to help you with your shooting. So why would you not want to make your site accessible and expand the line of what you're able to offer to include products specifically for people with disabilities? So increasing your audience is one of the potential benefits for making your site accessible. One of the most basic web accessibility tasks is adding alt text to your images. And as I said out loud, that's what the screen reader reads out loud. But alt text is also what the Google bots index so that they can know what the image is and help decide how relevant it is to the content for your particular searches. Screen readers and assistive devices also need proper semantic markup with H tags, and Google uses all of that markup to also assess your content and help with your SEO. So when you add alt text and H tags properly, when you're adding semantic markup, you're making your website more accessible to people with disabilities, and you're giving Google more to work with, boosting your SEO. It's a win-win all around. You have no doubt seen a curb cut like this. They're put into sidewalks to enable access for people who use wheelchairs and mobility carts. Absolutely, they help people in wheelchairs, but I was really glad for them this last week when I was hauling my luggage around in downtown Portland. People who push strollers with kids in them are also happy for curb cuts. When you make your website accessible, you're going to look at things like how many clicks does it take to get to information, whether the colors have enough contrast for good visibility, and everyone will start to find your website easier to use, just like with curb cuts. Consider, for example, that some people will not have a disability, but really more of a contextual limitation. Maybe I'm trying to use your website while I'm holding a wiggly baby, or my phone, I'm on my phone and I'm in bright sunlight. An accessible website is going to be easier for those people to use as well. And when people find your site easier to use, they stay on it longer, they enjoy the experience more, chances of them converting into paying customers increases. I like to call this the curb cut effect, because letting website accessibility, making your website better for everyone is a good thing. By the way, all kinds of accommodations and technologies that were originally developed to assist people with disabilities have spilled over into the mainstream to make all of our lives easier. All of the AI assistants like Alexa and Google Home, and all of those started as ways that AI could help people with various disabilities. So make your site accessible and improve everyone's user experience. It's usually a lot cheaper to keep your current customers than it is to acquire new customers. And the likelihood of developing disabilities increases as we age. Our difficulties can start small. I'm admitting that I'm finding it harder and harder to see the small print and read text that's not got a good contrasting color now, my over 50 eyes. Smart businesses want to keep their customers even as they might begin to develop disabilities, and making websites accessible is an investment in retaining customers. Now, if your website really is just an online brochure, then maybe this is less of a factor for retaining customers. But if you do any kind of customer interactions on your site, things like paying for invoices or scheduling services, you'll want to make those functions as accessible as possible. And by the way, the same thing can be said for employees. If you use a web or computer-based system for employment applications or performing work, you'll also want to make an investment in those employees or potential employees by making those accessible. We like to feel good about the brands we associate with. Experts call the people who are conscious of this belief-driven buyers. We want to buy from the local shops in our community that invest in the community. And we want to turn away from brands if we discover they're using sweatshops. Dan Edelman is a researcher in this area. He estimates that nearly 2/3, 64% of consumers around the world will either buy or boycott a brand solely because of its position on a social or political issue. Making a business website accessible and not hesitating, or a nonprofit too, not hesitating to make that known, broadcast something about your company's values, about inclusion, and making a positive difference in the world. And that can be a significant investment in promoting your brand. And this is attractive not just to people with disabilities, but when I have a family member or a friend or a loved one who's affected by a disability, I pay attention to whether they're included or they're excluded. I want to be a part of making the world a more welcoming place for them. More importantly, I care about their human dignity and being able to live independently. So when I have a choice between supporting a company that supports the independence of my blind friend, for example, and one that doesn't, all things being equal, I choose the company that values my friend. A couple of years ago, I invited a blind contractor to work with us on a project. And I asked her to schedule a time with me using my Calendly link. She had to let me know that she was unable to use it because it was not accessible. I was horribly embarrassed. I contacted Calendly and I learned that they had already received this concern. They already had some development, some accessibility accommodations. And within a couple of months, they made that platform more accessible. It's not perfect, but it's way more usable than it used to be. Now, if they had responded with essentially requiring a blind person to get assistance from a family member to use their platform, or reverting, sending me back to emailing back and forth, I would have found another scheduling option. I'm a belief-driven buyer. So investing in your brand, accessibility can be an investment in your brand. When you invest in your brand by making your site accessible, you definitely want to make that known. Primarily, this happens through making and adding an accessibility policy on your website. Now, it doesn't have to be front and center. You'll see that the Milk Bar store, yummy chocolates, by the way, sells all kinds of candies and desserts. And if you go to their site at the bottom, you'll see at the bottom they have this small accessibility link that goes to their accessibility policy. You can find accessibility policies increasingly around on other websites. We have one on ours, but Luke's Lobsters, just Google around. You can find some other examples. These policies generally include 3 parts. Usually a statement more generally about that says something like, we want everybody to be able to enjoy and use this website. The second is some sort of commitment to WCAG, WCAG standards, or at least an acknowledgement that you've tried to make the website accessible for people with disabilities, more specifically. And 3, an acknowledgement that keeping a website accessible is ongoing work. Users may encounter problems, and you invite them to contact you with any accessibility issues that they find. And of course, then you have to take seriously the accessibility issues that people contact you about. So I've talked about several rationales for accessibility: increasing your audience, improving SEO, improving user experience, investing in customers, investing in brand. Those are all kind of more generic in terms of clients, but I want to also talk about some things that I've learned along the way in terms of from the developer side or the agency side. One is, when you understand accessibility, when you know what the requirements are and you know how to implement them, you are bringing additional value to the client's project and the client's website. Therefore, you can charge more for your work. Now, I'm not suggesting gouging clients. I'm saying when you understand what's there, you're bringing that value to the client. When you know more about how to implement certain things on websites, you begin to charge more, and this is one of those things. Second is that when you start to understand accessibility, and I know this was true for us, you'll begin to realize that it's really important to start with accessibility in mind. It's a lot better than if you just tack accessibility on at the end as sort of a QA thing. So for instance, think about if you create a mock-up and you get the client to buy in and they approve and you do the build out, and then in QA you're doing this testing and you realize you don't have enough color contrast. Now you've got to go back and you've got to get their approval, and that will take time and energy and money, and that's time lost. And it's largely the cost to you as the developer more than anything. So start with, it's much more cost effective in terms of the project to start with accessibility at the very beginning. This was perhaps the best piece of advice that I ever got. Don't ever offer accessibility as an option to be declined on proposals. Make it a non-optional part of everything you do. You don't want to be in the position of offering your clients the option to save money by excluding people with disabilities. This is partly an investment in your brand as a developer. You want to stake your values as a developer on inclusion. But more broadly, just like no self-respecting developer today would build a website without making it mobile responsive, we want to make accessibility a part of every project, not because we have the client's best interests in mind. You've probably been in the position I have where the clients, we say, we're going to make this a mobile responsive website, and they say, oh, I don't need that. My clients never look at the website on their phones. And we know that's not true, right? We know that even if they aren't doing that today, they're probably going to be doing that soon, and increasingly so. The same as with website accessibility. We know that this is going to be increasingly a part of website accessibility builds and requirements all around. And so we do this with the client's best interests in mind because we want to help them make the web more available, but also meet these compliance goals that they may have. So we want to don't offer it as an option, put it out there. We also want to consider, as developers and agencies, accessibility law. And accessibility law is rapidly changing. As I said, it's being driven by these court cases, and so they're coming in and out all of the time. So, and we want to acknowledge that a website can go out of accessibility compliance anytime content is added. All it takes is a user going in there, adding an image without alt text, and you're no longer in compliance. So you want to make sure that you're protecting yourself. Now, you should definitely consult your own attorney about liability language, but get some liability language about accessibility into your contracts. You may want to consider adding something extra release of liability when a client refuses or declines accessibility recommendations. So we recently had a client, we were doing a build out of a design that their marketing team had put together, in-house team had put together. And there was a salmon color button with white font that was not accessible. We came back, we said, you need to change it to at least this dark to be in compliance. They refused. So we had them sign an additional release that says, A, you have, we've told you this is not accessible and you've declined. B, you are releasing us from liability, but also C, that you will, if you get sued over your website being accessible, you will pay all of our expenses. And usually that's enough to get the client to be take things more seriously, but not always. This particular client didn't. We do have a little extra bonus content here. Ryan Kenny and the Kenny firm, who does a lot of work in the WordPress community, and I have worked on a template for a release of liability around accessibility. And you should definitely, again, contact your own attorney, but this should help get you started on including liability releases as a part of your contractual work with clients. In the accessibility journey, you can find all sorts of interesting things. I recently became aware that there is an IRS disabled tax credit. And, initially this was for, people who have, for example, a brick and mortar store to get a ramp put in. Businesses can qualify for up to a 50% of their project in a non-refundable tax credit when they make their website accessible or do anything to improve the accessibility of the website. Now, the business has to be either under 30 employees or under $1 million in gross revenue, but the entire cost of a website project can be included when accessibility is a focus of the project. And you might not be able to see a lot on that form, but that's it. That is the form. It's very short, very easy. There has to be a minimum $250 spent, maximum of $10,000, but your client can get up to $5,000 in tax credit. Now that means they pay for the project up front entirely. Then next year when they file their taxes, they file this with a really good invoice that details that there was accessibility done in the project. And then they get credit, or it diminishes the rest of the tax liability they owe. So it's non-refundable. They don't get any extra back, but it certainly can help a lot of businesses be able to afford making their websites accessible. I've also learned recently that there's now ADA insurance for websites. So you can, and there's at least one company out there that's offering businesses insurance against an ADA lawsuit. I suspect that more of these will surface soon. This particular one offers $2,000 a year is the premium. There's a one-time fee for some coaching and some remediation, kind of helping you figure out where the remediations need to go in. And actually the benefit on the policy goes up as you meet some milestones up to $50,000. So it's quite an interesting piece. You might want to take a look at that. We are starting to have some clients that are interested in looking more at this more. So accessibility is a journey, and I'm continuing to learn and to improve and to increase the accessibility in the sites I work in all the time. Thanks for letting me share some of my accessibility journey today, and I'll look forward to hearing your questions and comments.
Wow. Welcome back, everyone. And thank you, Bet, for such an incredible talk packed full of useful and actionable information between accessibility policy, outlines, which as an attorney, you did an incredible job. No need to hire someone. You really outlined what those policies include, what people should do, insurance, tax credits. A lot of our attendees are obviously concerned. They want to see your slides and get those URLs. So those will be added to the session, perhaps not today, but if you're attending and want to access Bet's slides and information, keep checking back for the session for that. And also, follow on Twitter with the hashtag WCUS. A lot is tracking there, and you may be able to get more information from Bet that way as well. So we have a lot of questions for you, given the information that you covered for us. So let's get into that. Drew, did you want to ask the first question?
Certainly, yeah. We've got one here. If a user has a tool for accessibility on their own device, will anything I do for accessibility on my website interfere with their tool?
Well, putting in an overlay plugin, we talked about that. That's the biggest conflict. Usually, people that have their own tools, it's really, you need to do the, if you're making your site accessible, you're really enabling them to better use those tools. But the thing that actually hurts the most is when you put in those overlay plugins and then they conflict. And I didn't mention it in the talk, but I have seen a number of disabled people put out there that they block the IP address for the overlay plugin in their router, so that if you've put that plugin on your site, that they don't have to deal with it. So that should tell you some about how much that is really interfering with what they.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Thank you. And I think the spirit of that question was like, is there anything else I should be worried about? Are you aware of anything else? Not like the world's a big place, but are you aware of any other thing that could be like an overlay plugin, which is not helpful?
No, it's just mainly not coming up to do those things that make your site accessible, right? It's really more omission than commission. Does that make sense?
So we also had a question that kind of goes to the complexity or composition of a website. For if a website is very artistic and or has a lot of video integrations, like a gaming website or something of that nature, does that change the configuration and integration of accessibility tools and services? Does it change the complexity for making the site more accessible?
Well, in a sense, right? If you're using any video, you really should provide either some closed captions on the video, or we see a lot of times when people have a video component to their blog, they're doing video pieces that they'll, or even an audio blog, they're providing a transcript, and we know that people that actually, like if you're on LinkedIn or Facebook, that the majority of people that are listening are watching those videos with the sound off. I do that, right? If I'm listening early in the morning before anybody else in my household is up, I'm just watching the closed captions go by. So there are some things that you would need to do, and that begins if you're doing a lot of video or a lot of audio and you're needing to do that. It certainly creates a different workflow for you, and there are some tools out there that can help you do that. That can help you, for instance, you can get the transcript done mostly by AI and then read through it and make corrections. It's not super hard to do. There are tools that you can begin to put on. Video kind of interviews like Zoom. You can add automatic kind of live captioning. Those are never as good as what we're getting here today at WordCamp, where you have actual people that are typing in the captioning, because that's so much more contextual as it's there. But in terms of things that are artistic, you're going to do the same things. It's just that you have a bigger volume of the things, right? If you have more images, there are more alt tags you have to take care of, or more video, you have to deal with more transcripts or captions. Is that?
Yeah, excellent advice. We have a lot of questions for you. You're very popular topic.
Okay, I'll try to.
And thank you everyone for submitting your questions. Keep them coming. We'll try and move through them quickly. And with that, what would your advice be for someone who's just starting the journey into accessibility?
There are a lot of great talks already, technical talks that have been given at WordCamps, and just start educating yourselves about what are the requirements and what do you need to do. And then I would say, start with your own website and work through it and kind of just try to make your own site as accessible as possible. And, there are ways that you can begin to test things out and then just kind of begin to do that. Now, if, it's one thing if you have a, 15-page website with a few posts, but, if you have a 10,000 post blog, that's going to be a much bigger deal. But there are some tools out there for beginning to look at that. Remember that those AI tools will only give you about 30% of the issues. And so you want to, and with accessibility, a lot of things are just contextual, right? It's not a hard, either or. It's you always want alt text on your images, except when it's just a decorative image, like a fleur-de-lis or a little, so, there are lots of those kinds of things that you'll just have to kind of get up to speed on.
So you mentioned alt text. We actually had a question. Is there a standard format for alt text?
No, you just want to make sure that you're describing what's in the image. You never need to put in that it's a photo or a picture of something, because the screen reader gives that much. It'll say image of, and then it'll read out the alt text. You want to make it descriptive. And so there are some tools that are out there that will help you find the images on your WordPress site that don't have alt text. And it will, there are a couple tools that will make some suggested alt text based on AI. So they're scanning those images and they're giving them, but you have to look at every single one. We had a client where, the suggested AI driven alt text was scary people in masks, and it was actually what looked like a dad and a kid on the beach. So it's kind of like you can't just sort of like there's no automated solution that's going to make it super easy. Unfortunately, it's some work to make these things accessible.
Awesome. So we have another sort of introductory question. I think someone just, again, getting started. Is there a priority order for tackling things on sites I work on? What or what makes the biggest difference for users?
Yeah, so there's a great study, and I think we did a post on this on our site, but there was a study that came out that said that if you made sure that you had alt text on all your images and your headings were properly done, your H tags were all properly set, that would get you 90% of the way there for a lot of websites. And so, overall, right? That's a generalization. But if you start there, and that's why I put those two examples in the talk, is really those are the basic pieces that you can begin to work on that really are not hard for people that are not technical, right? So some of these things are going to be more technical to implement. If you're trying to retrofit a custom WordPress theme with skip links, it's where you kind of skip to the content. That's a code thing that's going to have to get done in that theme. A lot of times, if you're not a code person, you're just going to have to find a new theme that's already accessible. But H tags and alt text are a great place to start because it's not. Content creators can do that.
One of my favorite things that you stressed in your talk is that accessibility isn't something you attain, it's something that you maintain. Do you have advice for site builders out there who want to help their clients stay compliant, maybe even long after they've done the initial build?
Yeah. So several things, actually. That's a great question. There are a couple of plugins. There is one, and I'm blanking on the name of it, but it's basically accessibility content checker. And there's a free level of it, and then there's a paid level of it, where it'll basically use AI to check your posts before you save them. So that's one place where you might think about doing that. Another is, larger enterprises, companies often will have people come in and regularly do audits, accessibility audits. So that water district I mentioned at the beginning, they have us come in twice a year and do audits on their new content. So they're audits. And then, another piece is beginning to help educating your content creators. Right? There's so much you can do, but every time somebody goes in to create content, there's a potential for that to go out of compliance if they're not paying attention. And so there are, that the audits kind of pull that back up. There are, AI is checking a lot of that content stuff. So there are some services where you can get those things checked more regular, that stuff checked more regularly, not just a plugin in your site, but an outside service. There are ways that larger organizations do use the carrot and stick approach to get their people to put in accessible content. So I'm aware of one municipality that has a WordPress website, and they, if you're government, they have big requirements for accessibility. So,
absolutely.
So they have training for all their new content creators. So you do the training, and they have that external scan that's happening every once a week, I think. And then if it flags content that you have created, it notifies you. You are required to make it accessible to fix the problem. If that happens a second time, you are required to fix the problem, and there's a note in your HR file. And there's a certain number of times that it can happen before you get let go, right? And so what I like about that is, if I know that I'm going to have to fix it anyway, I'm really motivated to do it right the first time and to avoid the stick of, potentially this could become a problem for my employment if I keep doing this.
Absolutely. We have only 4 minutes left for Q&A. And like I said, there are a lot of questions here. So please do check up on Twitter at Hannon if you have questions that we're not able to address in the Q&A session. I know she's a passionate advocate for accessibility and would be happy to talk with you guys more about this. Drew, were there any pressing questions that you had that you wanted to ask?
Well, so there's one more here from that I want to ask about the audience, and I have another one after that. But like there's one about how do you price the addition of accessibility features to a site? So you gave the advice, don't make this a separate line item. But if you're asked in a position where someone like I'm out of compliance, I want to get into compliance. This person is saying it just seems like it's so intrinsic to development, it'd be very difficult to price out as a separate thing.
Yeah, I don't know about the pricing, but the because that's going to vary so much, and there's like pricing as a topic could be huge. I will say that when somebody comes and they say they have a website out of compliance, it's kind of a rule of thumb that if they're at least 2 years or so into that current design, in other words, the design, designs of websites have a kind of a shelf life, right, before they have to be redone. Right? If you're more than a couple of years into that, it's probably going to be more cost effective to start over with a new accessible website, redesign, than it is to kind of retrofit something old. And maybe that helps a little bit.
Kennyfer just had that where I was trying to, or I had a developer that was trying to piece together things on an old theme, and it was just far more cost effective to retheme and focus on accessibility first.
Right. And remember, you've always got stuff that's with the theme, and then there's stuff with content. And so a lot of times, especially if it's a smaller client, just really doing a bit of education with them and focusing them on getting the content pieces done. The theme stuff may not be what they have technical ability to deal with. And so that, and if you're low budget or no budget, it's really just finding a new theme. And you can start by looking in the WordPress repository or other places for accessible, ready themes.
Absolutely.
All right. Well,
I think
about the last question we have time for is one that I would like to ask of both of you, because apparently both of you work together on this legal waiver and for accessibility and this template. And actually, that was really cool. So can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so it is it's a document that really kind of lays out for the client that while there's a lot of ambiguity here and things are really changing, and Ryan did this in so much more better legalese, right? But there's a lot of stuff here, and therefore we can't be liable for that. And anytime you make a change to the site, potentially it makes it out of, you acknowledge that you could take it out of compliance, so you're not going to hold us liable. And it's really just trying to do some education with the client around accessibility.
Written confirmation that you did your job and apprise them that this may be something that they're responsible for, and then making it very clear that they are the one that is legally responsible for it. While you may help and make recommendations as an agency, ultimately it's their responsibility as the website owner to be in compliance and do their homework. And
encourage them, if they have concerns, to go to their own attorney to deal with that. Although, quite frankly, lots of, wills and probate attorneys don't have experience with this kind of law. And so you want to make sure, if there's a big concern, to get them to someone who knows what they're doing. Like Ryan,
awesome.
Somebody.
And I believe I understood correctly that this is something that is on your website that people can download.
It is. There's a link. There's a link to just download it off of our site. Yeah.
And it's just
That's
somewhere to start, to get you started, and to customize to use in your business and your service offerings.
Awesome.
Great.
Well, I believe that I think we're getting flagged off here, but Bet, thank you again so much for your talk and your enthusiasm and your education for all of us.
And your time for Q&A at Bet Hannon on Twitter if you have additional questions we weren't able to get to.
I will look there for questions coming in. Thanks, everybody.
So none of this would be possible without our incredible sponsors. So again, we want to thank our Grand Canyon sponsors, Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com, as well as our Redwood sponsors, 10Web, Blackbird, CHRS Interactive, Domain.me, EasyWP, InMotion Hosting, Ionos, Nexus, a liquid web brand, Paid Membership Pro, Pantheon, Posizmith, Shifter, and Stellar WP. And one of the many things that sponsors make possible is swag. So looking for swag, digital swag for everyone. tangible swag for ticket holders, but in limited quantities. So you want to make sure you get over there fast. So by clicking the swag link in the middle of the WordCamp US homepage.
Awesome. All right. Well, next up, we're going to have a sponsor interview from Jetpack. And after that is a break that ends at 10:15 Pacific time. Please also do check out the job board and the sponsors page. Both of those on the top level menu of the website. And we really, really appreciate it if you leave your feedback about the session on the website as well. There's a feedback form there. If you can take a few minutes to do that, it helps us all get better together. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, Brandon. Thanks for joining us today.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks. Why don't you tell us your full name and your title so people know exactly who you are?
Sure. My name is Brandon Kraft. I'm a team lead for the Jetpack crew team at Automatic.
So why does Jetpack sponsor WordCamps?
Well, I think besides being open source, the most critical part of WordPress being WordPress is the community. And at Automatic, we're fully distributed, fully remote, much like the WordPress project is. But we know that our meetups, our regular gatherings of our teams together in person, is really part of that DNA to make this distributed work so much better. And in the community, in the WordPress project, that's WordCamps. That's the opportunity for people to see each other face to face, put a voice to the name and to a face. And so when we're back on Slack and contributing in different ways, we can hear each other's voices in our heads, plus just gain a much better awareness of how many people out there are using WordPress, not just the technical people, but the builders, the end users, those just trying to put some great content online. And WordCamp really is a way to bring all that together to help just really edify and expand the WordPress project experience beyond Slack and P2 and some code.
And as difficult as it's been not to have in-person WordCamps, it's also offered us an interesting glimpse into what WordPress and WordCamp is globally. Because as we're doing more online over the last year and a half, seeing faces that we wouldn't necessarily be able to see if we were in a room of 2,000 people, for example. So while it's been challenging, it's also been pretty edifying in other ways. So there is a silver lining, of course. And one of those is getting to meet people like you and introduce you to the community, not only representing Jetpack, but also to be able to see that there's humanity behind all of the products and things that we use. So thank you so much for sharing all of that with us.
Absolutely. My pleasure. And I will say about that silver lining, if I can take one little last thing in. One thing I'm really glad about is, I'm based in the US. I have 6 kids. I don't get to travel as much as I would want to, but being able to watch a lot of the sessions from WordCamp Europe, seeing some of these more local WordCamps, and sometimes, kind of a little cafeteria model of picking out the talks that sound interesting has really helped me quite a bit. And it's been a much more fun experience than just watching them after the fact on WordPress.tv. So I hope that we can take some of the benefits, if you can call them benefits, of the COVID time and keep it going in the future. So thanks to you and your team for helping do these things virtually to hopefully keep this energy going in the future too.
Oh, thank you. Facilitating that is one of the things that we're excited about, being able to do online camps. So thanks again for this glimpse into things. And, we're going to talk to you again.
All right. Sounds good. My pleasure.
Thanks.
WordCamp US.
Welcome back to our second session in the Yukon track. I'm your co-MC, Ryan.
And once again, I'm Drew, but you probably already knew that from the label under my name. It's awesome to see so many of you engaged out there. Keep it up. As a reminder, please use the hashtag WCUS for WordCamp US in your posts so we can all hear from each other and help amplify our voices. Ryan, let's thank our sponsors.
Absolutely. Happy to thank the generous sponsors who made this free event possible. Our Grand Canyon sponsors, again, are Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, WordPress.com, and our Yosemite sponsors are Amazon Lightsail, Cloudways, Gravity Forms, Green Geeks, SiteGround, Weglot, WP Engine, and Yoast.
All right, next up we have Jill Binder speaking on Not an Overnight Leader, a celebration of my 10 years of being empowered by WordPress. Jill leads the diverse speaker training group in the WordPress.org community team, and she helped organize the first Buddy Camp, and for 3 years co-organized WordCamp Vancouver. She was voted runner-up for the 2020 Brave IT Award, featured as a person of WordPress on WordPress.org in 2019, named one of the top 100 influencers of WordPress in 2014 by Torque magazine, and listed as one of the top 10 women of WordPress by Cloudways. Her new indoor COVID hobbies are piano, drawing, and domino art. This talk from Jill is in part a celebration of her 10-year anniversary with WordPress. And in part, if I can do it, you can do it as well. Moving, inspirational, and sometimes funny set of four short stories. Many people here know Jill as the leader of the diverse speaker training group, WP Diversity hashtag. But what people don't know is that this didn't happen overnight. She will share stories of how she went from poverty and hopelessness to WordPress developer, to local WordCamp organizer, to global community contributor, and finally, to the leader of the first community working group. Jill will share how WordPress has been an empowering space to gain skills, try new things, get mentorship, grow, and become a leader, all for free and all one little step at a time, and how you can do this too. But the talk you're about to see is not about Jill's big professional accomplishments. It's about the authentic, vulnerable, not a straight line from A to B personal life moments that got her there. It's about showing you that you don't need to have your life together before you start contributing to the WordPress community. You don't even need to have any idea what you're doing before you start. It's okay to stumble through, just like she did, and just like so many of the rest of us have as well. Also, despite Jill's work centering around public speaking, she herself is not a professional public speaker, and you don't need to be either. All you need to do is get up on stage and start telling your story. She hopes to be an example of this today. Jill dedicates this talk to all of the shy people standing in the corner, perhaps not yet knowing of their value and not yet taking a step into contributing to WordPress, just like she was.
Not an overnight leader, a celebration of my 10 years of being empowered by WordPress. My name is Jill Binder, and you can find me online on Twitter, on LinkedIn, and on the WordPress Slack at Jill Binder. This is my 10-year anniversary with WordPress, and WordPress made me a special balloon. Isn't that nice? Okay, just kidding. This picture was taken in 2013 in my second year with WordPress when WordPress was celebrating its 10-year anniversary. And as you can see, I was pretty excited. WordPress had already changed my life in some great ways. Who am I? Spoilers. We're going to be looking at what the end of my stories will be today. I am the lead of the Diverse Speaker Training Group. I run a business called Diverse in Tech, where I've taken the things that I'll be telling you about today that I learned to WordPress and up to other tech communities. I was the runner-up for the 2020 Brave IT Award. I was a person of WordPress on WordPress.org in 2019. I was named one of the top women of WordPress in 2015 by Cloudways, and I was one of the top 100 influencers of WordPress in 2014 by Torque magazine. So that's me, but I don't really want this talk today to be about me. I mean, it will be about me. I'm going to be telling you my stories today, but I really want this to be about you and your future story. This is about showing you about how WordPress can be an empowering space to gain skills, try new things, get mentorship, and grow to become a leader, all one little step at a time. Many people know me now as the lead of the Diverse Speaker Training Group, but what many people don't know is this was not an overnight thing. This was 10 years of little steps, and I had no idea that I was going to end up where I am now. Today, I'll tell you the stories of how I went from poverty and hopelessness to WordPress developer to local WordCamp organizer and contributor to global community contributor, and finally to leader of the first community working group. And before I tell the first story, I want to mention that one of the things that makes WordPress special and one of the things that I really love about this community is how much the community helps each other. And as such, there are so many people who have helped me in my 10-year journey that I will not be able to name them all today. And I want you to know that if you're not named, I still value you and love what you contributed. Okay, let's begin with story 1, poverty and hopelessness to WordPress developer. It was one of the darker, harder times for me. I was 33 and I had quit 7 years before being in the world of being a corporate software developer. I hated it. I tried several other things since then that I thought that I would love, and nothing worked out. And I always said that it didn't matter. I can try things because no matter what, I'll never be jobless. I can always be a telemarketer. And this was the days before the gig economy of things like Uber and Skip the Dishes and other ways to pick up jobs fairly easily these days. Back then, in my head, the default was telemarketer. And to be clear, and out of great respect for telemarketers, it is not an easy job. It may be something that's a bit easier to get into, but it is not easy to do, and it is certainly not easy to keep. And I was able to do it for 1.5 years. And then came the day that I couldn't be a telemarketer anymore. I was working at a tech company. I was doing telemarketing for their higher level customers, and I was doing well at it. And then one day they announced that they were closing the whole building, and suddenly 700 telemarketers were all looking for jobs, and I could not compete with 700 in the area. This is an actual picture of me at the time. Okay, this is an actual picture. Pretty much the same thing. I was a sad cat. Over the next year, I kept saying, I'm going to get a job. It's no big deal. I'll get another telemarketing job. And it kept not happening. And my savings were getting less and less. And my parents, at one of the lowest points of my life, it was when my parents said to me, Jill, shouldn't you be on welfare? And for those watching who don't know what welfare is, it's financial assistance for people who can't support themselves. I realize that this is me showing my privilege. Needing to go on welfare is really not that bad in comparison to what many people go through. And actually, being on welfare itself isn't that bad either. Now, in my 40s, I fully respect and appreciate it. But at the time, in my early 30s, with what I knew and with what my beliefs were at the time, having grown up in a privileged upper middle class neighborhood where my value was judged on what career I had, this really felt like I was admitting that I was a failure as a human being. And for me, that was a very, very low point. So my parents were asking, why aren't you applying for welfare? And I kept saying, I'm going to get a job tomorrow. Why go through all that work to get on welfare? I'm just going to get a job tomorrow anyway. You could say that I was stubborn, and I just spiraled into a dark depression. It was not a good look. Then one day in December, after a full year of this, and after doing some soul searching, I woke up one day and I realized, you know what? I am not getting a job as a telemarketer. And I've tried a bunch of other things since quitting being a software developer, and none of them were working out. And you know what? I miss money. I should go back to maybe being a programmer. I miss being able to pay my bills and not having to scrounge for basic living things. A couple of friends showed me dumpster diving for food. That was not a fun time. But I'd lost all my skills. It had been about 7 years since I'd quit my corporate tech job. And I was just like, I can't. I don't know anything about this stuff anymore. From 2003 to 2010, do you know how much tech changes in that amount of time? Like, the internet had gone mainstream. MySpace had come and gone. Now there is YouTube and Facebook. Floppy disks and CD-ROMs were replaced by the cloud, and people no longer had paper maps. They now pulled out smartphones to see where they were. In my situation, I was able to get funding to go to college. I put my all into it, and I wound up completely excelling in my program. I was one of the top 2 of my class, and the top 2 of us got an Apple Leadership Award. I was stuck for what to do for my internship at the end of the school program, and I wound up taking an internship making WordPress websites for high schools. And I did not know anything about WordPress. They tried teaching us in school, and I had no idea what they were teaching us. It made no sense to me. I didn't know how to do it, and I said yes to doing it anyway. Then friends heard that I was doing something with WordPress, and they said, oh, I need a WordPress website. And then they told friends. And when I asked all these people why WordPress, they basically said that they didn't know, but they heard that it was a thing to use. It was a trending word. And before I knew it, I was making sites for big contracts like In the House Festival and the Vancouver Chinese Garden. And that internship advisor liked working with me and kept me on for years doing more of these high school WordPress websites. I also got contracts in other web technologies, and the reason that I kept coming back to WordPress was because the community was so welcoming. I met people online and at WordCamps from all over the world, and everyone was so friendly and they were willing to help me learn. This is a picture of one of the communities that I was closest with. This was OC County, And this picture is OC County and people who are guests on a web show called WP Water Cooler, which is still going strong and is still a great show. So I was a WordPress, a freelancer, doing really well for myself. And I did that for 8 years and I had money again. Story 2 is how I then became a local WordCamp organizer and contributor. And for those who aren't sure yet what WordCamps are, they're basically a 1 or 2 day conference usually that's all about WordPress, and it's usually local to, they happen in most of the big cities around the world. So I get this call one day from this person in our community named Joey Kudish. And Joey was this guy at the time in his early 20s. And so I saw him as basically this young kid who would come to all the meetups. And anytime people were stuck and had questions, he was the guy who knew the answers. And he gave these answers in such a way that it never felt egotistical. It just felt like somebody helping people. And he had this big heart. And I learned so much from him. And the whole time being in a community, I was just like, that Joey, he's amazing. So for him to call me up and then ask me, I'm going to be the lead this year for WordCamp Vancouver. Would you like to be one of the main co-organizers? I was shocked and I was honored. He told me that he had noticed what a great job I had done helping out at an event the year before. I attended meetings and I did a good job helping there. And I emceed a bunch of the things at that event. And I also got to moderate a certain high-profile panel that had Matt Mullenweg on it. So Joey noticed that I did a great job with these things and asked if I would help. And he also said that the other person that he was asking was Flynn O'Connor. And Flynn was another person who I really admired. He's somebody who I met at another WordCamp in another city. And someone introduced me to him as a person who had given a talk at one of the meetups, at one of our local Vancouver meetups. And he said, oh, you're a speaker too. Come hang out with all the speakers. And so he made me feel really welcome. And then Joey asked if we could both be organizers. And I was thinking, I get to hang out with these two great people all the time? Yeah, that sounds great. I didn't know how to do it. And I said yes anyway. The three of us became really tight. And we organized it for 3 years. And in other years, other people joined our team as well. And that's how I became a local WordCamp organizer. And then I became a local contributor. What happened is when we were organizing, hardly any women applied to speak at our event. And this was in 2013. There was this evening where we were doing our speaker applications, and Joey, Flynn, and I were sitting in one of their apartments with our dinner that we had done takeout, and we had all 52 speaker applications spread out before us, printed out, and our job was to pick some of these. Joey started sorting between men and women, and I want to say, I know men and women is a binary construct. There are so many genders, but for the purpose of the talk today and from what I knew, what most of my knowledge was at the time, I was thinking in terms of men and women. I'm the one who questioned why he would do that sorting. Since then, I have changed my mind about the importance of having different kinds of people on stage for a whole lot of reasons. That is what I've now dedicated my life to, and that is a whole other speech. I will just quickly say that it's a better and more interesting conference all around if the speakers don't all look alike, have the same gender, or come from the same background. And also, not to mention, the underrepresented voices have just as much expertise and technical knowledge and often bring a fresh perspective. So at the time, Joy said, it's important to have women on stage. And also, people are not going to be happy if we don't have more women on stage, and that is going to be a problem. Did it become a problem? Yes, it became a problem. In the end, we only had 4 women speakers out of 28. People noticed, people talked to us privately, people even wrote blog posts about it publicly. Next, I went to WordCamp San Francisco. And at the time, that was the big WordCamp of WordCamps. It was what WordCamp US was going to become. And there was a brunch with other WordCamp organizers. And I went there for two things: yummy food and to solve this problem. We weren't getting women speakers to apply. Surely other groups would know how. Did they know? No, they did not. In fact, I found out the problem was even bigger than I thought. I went around the room and asked each person, how do you get women speakers? And they said, you had 7 apply? That's amazing. We had none apply. And they all said, we want more women speakers, but they're just not even applying. This couldn't be it. We couldn't just put our hands up and say, oh, well. My stubborn side came out again. This began a whole journey. I did reading, talking to people, listening, and a lot of thinking. And you could read, that is a whole speech in itself, and you can read more about that journey on my article, Accidental Activist, on Hero Press. Hero Press, by the way, is a fantastic site promoting diversity in WordPress. This journey ended with me going to our Vancouver meetup organizers with a proposal. And I was very lucky who our 2 meetup organizers were. One of them is someone you may have heard of before, Morten Rand Hendrickson. He was a WordPress teacher on lynda.com, then he became an instructor on LinkedIn, and you might also remember him as a guy who had asked the hard philosophical questions of Matt Mullenweg at the State of the Word for many years. And he's also a feminist. And the other person was Vanessa Cleven, a brilliant person too. I came to both of them and I said, hey, I've been on this journey and I've been given this idea to get as many women in our community as we can in a room and have them brainstorm what topic they could talk about. They said, that's an amazing idea and you should do it. And I'm like, what? No. I'm giving you the idea. I am really busy. And they said, no, this is yours. You're doing it. And not only that, it should be a whole workshop with theory and exercises. And I was like, what? I don't have time for this. I don't know how to do that. That's a lot of details. A lot of details need to go into a workshop like that. Can you both help with this? And Morten said, well, I can't. This needs to be created by and for women. And Vanessa said, it's amazing. I would love to help with this. So they helped me put together a team of women, and that was Vanessa Cleven, Kate Moore Hermes, and myself. And we ran it, and the women in our community loved it. Our number of applications from women speakers tripled the next year, and our number of speaker lineup, and our speaker lineup was 50% women. It was amazing. The next time we ran it, we added another hour of content with the help of one of the people who took the workshop in the first year and who became a frequent speaker after that, Mandy Wise. Next comes Global Community Contributor. So from there, a few other cities found out what we were doing, loved it, created their own version, and also had success with it. These were Morgan Kay from Seattle, Catherine Presner from Montreal, and Tammy Lister from Bristol. So then WordPress gathered Morgan, Catherine, and I together at WordCamp San Francisco the next year, and they sat us down. The main community organizers at the time were Andrea Middleton and Jen Milo. And Andrea and Jen were so excited about the work we'd done and the kind of results that we were getting. They asked us, can you all put together the best of your versions and create one script that meetups can run just by reading the script? Also, we don't want this to be just for women anymore. We would like it to be for all kinds of diversity. So people from all underrepresented groups. We would like gender, race, caste, sexuality, ability, age, etc. I will say I knew very little about diversity and inclusion, but like everything else, I didn't know how to do it, and I said yes anyway. I dove in, I learned as I went, and that is a particular topic that I'm sure that I'll never stop learning. This next part I share because I just want you to know that things aren't always easy and you can't always get help from others. Next came my solo journey of 1,000 details. For the next few years, it was mostly me putting together all of this material. And that was hard for me. At the time, I wasn't good with details. That has had to change since then because now all of my work is details. But at the time, I was staring at these details. There's about 40 pages in this workshop. No, 40. I can't remember. I was staring at these details and I felt paralyzed. I spent over a year wrapping my head around it, trying to put that material together. And there were at least 2 contributor days at big camps, big word camps, that I was excited to go to because I figured, okay, I'm going to be able to get help from other people who are more detail oriented than I. But nobody did help. They all worked on other projects. And so it was just me and my stubbornness and my persistence that got through putting it all together. And honestly, sometimes also crying into my pillow. Then came working with the training team, and that took a couple of years to figure out the training team processes. They were in the middle of their own changes, and then figuring out how to fit this community building workshop into their technical course templates. We did several iterations on that, trying to figure out the slides, and at the time there was a handbook, all kinds of things that were non-typical for what they were trying to do with technical courses. We finally did it. We got it up online on training, and then more people around the world contributed to it as well. And I had more to integrate in and to test also at our yearly Vancouver workshop. And I will mention that we're always making changes and adding nuances to the workshop, even to this day. So we did all that. It was up online, and then nobody was doing anything with it. So story 4 of 4, how I became the leader of the first community working group. Andrea Middleton sat me down at a WordCamp that we were both speaking at and said, I want to talk to you about this work that you're doing. Several places have run it. We've even run it in Portland, and all these places have had really good success. We know it works, but I keep getting the question from people, we want more diversity in our speaker lineups. How do we do that? Jill, you have a training-based solution, but nobody's using it. So let's brainstorm. How do we get it out there? And then partway through this brainstorming session, Andrew says, I've had this idea for a while. I've been thinking about the idea of creating working groups. And she said, a working group would be a group of people working together on a project that has a specific, tangible outcome that contributes to the goals of our community team. So what if there was a working group whose sole purpose was to use this workshop to get more diversity on the stages of WordPress meetups and WordCamps? And I went, me, I should run this. This has been my passion. This has been the thing that I've been persistently doing it. I should be leading this. And Andrew said, one of my favorite things of all time that reminded me of the impact of this work and made me feel inspired to keep doing it. She said, Jill, I want you to make an army of Jills. So leading a big team of volunteers, I didn't know how to do it, and I said yes anyway. And by the way, there are now other working groups. There's youth events, Learn WordPress, and contributors. This is a picture of when I launched the group at WordCamp US 2017, a mere few weeks after that conversation with Andrea. I had spent the whole conference going around introducing myself to meetup organizers and inviting them to this launch and training, and I'm really happy with the turnout of people who came. Really great people in that room. Since then, our working group has been a revolving door of about 10 to 20 volunteers at a time, and the most we've ever had has been about 40 people. And this is something else where I learned on the job. I've gotten help from the volunteers. I've gotten help from Andrea and other people in the WordPress community. I read books and I go to lectures on anything that can help me figure out what I'm doing. So just like everything else, I've learned how. And now, apparently people think that I'm a natural and that this is something that just happened overnight, and it did not. Since then, In 2018, our team reached 12 cities in 6 countries. In 2019, 10 cities in 7 countries. And in 2020, a year that was hard to do most things, we reached 71 cities in 17 countries. Our work has been translated so far into 4 languages. We created 8 videos on Learn WordPress, and we've produced handbook pages on achieving diverse speaker lineups and creating inclusive and welcoming events. And for the last 2 years, as the world has changed, we've been pivoting quickly with the times. And it was just a couple months ago that we expanded from 1 program to 3 for WordPress meetup organizers. We have the diverse speaker workshops, which is the main thing that we've been doing. We also launched a diverse speaker support program to help more people get speaking opportunities at your online events, and an allyship program for meetup and WordCamp organizers to create welcoming and diverse spaces. And you can read more about these at tiny.cc/WP Diversity3. And in 2019, I quit my work as a freelance web developer to follow my passion and talent. I have a thriving business now, taking this work to WordPress and to other companies who care about fostering diverse communities as well. So this is my 10 amazing years so far in WordPress. From poverty and hopelessness to WordPress developer, to local WordCamp organizer and contributor, to global community contributor, and finally to leader of the first community working group. And there is one more reason why I'm giving this talk today, which is I have a mission. I'm all about creating more diverse leaders and organizers in terms of gender, race, class, sexuality, ability, age, etc. And I hope that those of you out there watching this, I hope that my talk will inspire you to start taking small steps towards your own leadership journey. And there are so many opportunities for you to do your first small steps in WordPress. The community team is a great place to get involved. You can check out the opportunities at makewordpress.org, community team projects. And also, I will mention that I'd love it if you joined our diverse speaker training group. There's a lot of opportunities for growth while doing something impactful and inspirational. Past volunteers have gone on to lead other groups and get job promotions. And the same link where you can read about our opportunities is also a call for volunteers, and you can comment there if you're interested. Again, tinycc/WP Diversity3. Finally, here is a picture 5 years from now when WordPress makes me a balloon for my 15th year anniversary. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, Jill. That was a really genuine, grounded talk, and I appreciate you sharing your journey. One of the things that's been true for many of us is the importance of mentors and leaders who helped us all along the way. And one of the people you mentioned specifically was Andrea Middleton, and I know she's been that person for many of us. So I just want to say before we get to questions, Andrea, if you're watching, we love you. Thank you. All right, we have a lot of questions. So if you're watching and have a question you haven't yet asked, please do so now. Our first question for you is, what was the biggest turning point in your journey that you can share to inspire others in their paths to WordPress?
Nice. So for WordPress itself, as a WordPress developer, for me, there's a side story I didn't get to tell in the speech. When I went to, at my internship as a gift, he sent me to our WordCamp Vancouver, and this was in 2011. And I attended, it was a developer edition, and I had no idea anything that anybody was talking about. But at the after party, I got to meet somebody from OC County named John Brown. he started explaining concepts to me, and he also connected me with the OC County group. And that's when I started to learn that the community is really helpful and wonderful. And that was really a big moment for me.
Awesome.
So I heard you say several times, I didn't know how to do it, but I said yes anyway. And it seemed like you were always moving in the right direction, even if you didn't necessarily know what that was at the time. What advice would you give other people that may be considering an opportunity but don't know if it's the right thing for them, or if they even know how to do the thing they're considering?
I love this question. There are hours and hours of things I did that were not the right direction that did not make it into this talk. So I have a philosophy that I have taken from Matt Mullenweg himself, which is basically launch, iterate, launch, iterate. So I'm a recovering perfectionist, and I'm grateful that I am, because I'm no longer stopped in trying things and putting things out into the world. So I have tried a lot, and I have taken many opportunities, and I'm grateful that there is this path that I can talk about that was the right things. But I would say, thinking about it isn't going to get you anywhere. Trying things and doing the wrong things is what is going to get you to the right thing at some point.
That's fantastic. Fantastic advice. I love your point about conferences and life and everything being better with a broader mix of people. And I really liked how simple and straightforward that is. And I suspect that plain language and common sense can disarm skeptics. What advice would you give to all of us on how to better talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion with a potentially skeptical audience?
Okay, so what I'm hearing in this question is, when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and there's that person who says, but what about me? I don't have the opportunity, like my opportunities are being bumped out as a white man, or other things that people say, everybody should be treated equally, etc. There's specific answers to each thing, but I will say in general, what I do is I don't argue with the person while they're still riled up. I just listen. And then if they get to that calm point, then I can say, by this point, I've been saying, yeah, I understand why you think that. And then at some point, they open up and can hear other advice. And one of the things that I'll mention that's specific is when people say, well, shouldn't we base all the, shouldn't we do blind selection and give everyone equal opportunity? That is one way to go. But, currently we have a lot of superstars who are well represented in their communities. They already know how to write great pitches that get that pop out from the rest. If you're doing a blind selection, you might not consider some of the ones who haven't been writing so many pitches and don't know how to make them the best. Or there might be somebody with less than perfect English because they speak a different kind of English, or they have English as a second language. So if you do keep an eye on that, you can guarantee that you'll have the mix that you're actually looking for. The people who say, well, it's just based on talent and based on the pitches, it's not. There's still an invisible bias, which you might not agree. I'm seeing some.
I do agree.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, no.
I totally agree. No,
I'm getting disagreement from this crowd. I think we've all, benefited from the diversity, aspect of how WordPress is really committed to, and WordCamps, and the selection process. And really, I mean, as you discussed with your programs, is invested in creating more opportunity to almost, get the training out there to assist people that may not be extroverts or trained speakers, to give them the tools to feel more comfortable to
inspire them to apply. So no, there's no disagreement here. We're we support you. So yeah, I guess it was a great thing to hear. Don't engage for somebody that may be argumentative. That may not be the best tack to take. Do you have advice for people that are looking to educate themselves or to get more information that are in a position of privilege that want to educate themselves for resources?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are many experts out in the world who offer workshops, and it just so happens that my team has created resources specific to WordPress meetups and WordCamps. So there's a page on the community team handbook that has a list of every diversity resource that we have. And that includes some pages that my team produced, including how to hold an inclusive space, how to create a more diverse speaker roster, speaker lineup. There's a panel of a few of us. And we also have a quarterly allyship for event organizers workshop that will help you with all of the languaging and some of the mind shifts that we need in WordPress. And the next one of those is going to be in November, date to be announced.
All right, the next question we have is someone who's wondering if leading in the WordPress community during the pandemic has presented unique challenges or possibly a surprising benefit.
Ooh, great question. This is where I'm going to get vulnerable again and share a personal thing. It was at first, so two things happened. One was there was the big question of what do we do if there aren't online if there aren't in-person WordCamps anymore. And the WordPress deputies and I took several months discussing what do we do now, and we came up with a new plan and we pivoted. And previously, my team would train meetup organizers how to run this workshop for their local communities. And our big pivot was I was leading the workshop directly. We were taking the meetup organizers out while they were having, everything was really hard for them. And so we didn't want to say, hey, come learn how to run a workshop while you're figuring out if you should keep having a meetup and trying to go online and trying to figure all of that out. So I started monthly teaching the people from underrepresented groups in WordPress directly myself. So that was our first pivot in the first year. And then the other big thing that happened is I previously had superstar volunteers who no longer had the time and energy. And so when I had created the new plan, I thought, great, going to do this with this fabulous team of volunteers. And this is the vulnerable thing. For most of last year's pandemic, I did not have people on board. I eventually, towards the end of the year, was able to get more people on board. I had one person come in and help out for a few months, but mostly it was me. And so it was me doing the job of several people and this increased responsibility of doing workshops every month. And so I had a hard 2020 for different reasons than other people had a hard 2020. A lot of other people had nothing to do, and I had 5 times the amount. And when the events happened in the summer of 2020 in the US with George Floyd, it was a blessing and a curse. The curse, obviously, that the tragedy happened. The blessing that the world woke up that this is an issue. And so I had a lot more interest in what I'm doing, which is fantastic, but it was also, I was pretty stretched thin with everything that was required. So that was, for a while, I wasn't leading, I was doing all of it. And I'm really grateful that since November and since then, I've had great volunteers come join and be volunteers. And so it's not just me doing it by myself.
That's excellent feedback and outlining leadership and exemplifying it. So you've outlined so many different accomplishments throughout your time in the WordPress community. Attendees have asked, what do you feel is the biggest impact or contribution you've made to the WordPress community, given all of them that you've made?
That's a tough question. But I would say, that's one of those things, like, it happens step by step. So if I had to name one, I'm gonna say it's the first moment. No, I was gonna say it's the first moment that somebody gave me the idea to hold these workshops, and then me talking to people and following through. But I think maybe I feel like this last year has been the biggest impact. We've reached a lot more people online. Our group is starting to be known, and we're able to do a lot more. And I feel like scaling and doing more is possibly the biggest impact. And we have more people who are running the workshops now, not just me. So we're able to do it in different countries, we're starting to do different languages, different time zones. And so it kind of feels like maybe now that we're reaching, that's gonna be my answer. Now that we're reaching more, that's the biggest contribution.
It's a great answer. Thank you.
All right, I think that's all the time we have for questions. However, there are more questions. I'm seeing some more just come in just recently, and I know Jill would be happy to answer your questions. She's at Jill Binder on the Twitter. Hashtag WCUS as well is a good place to have the conversation continue. Jill, thank you so much again for sharing your story with us.
Thank you both for being such great hosts, and thank you WordCamp US for having me.
Well, it's that time again. None of this would be possible for our free online event, WordCamp US 2021, without the generosity of our incredible sponsors, our Grand Canyon sponsors, our Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. And our Redwood sponsors are 10Web, Blackbird, CHRS Interactive, Domain.me, EasyWP, InMotion Hosting, Ionos, Nexus, a Liquid Web brand, PED Membership Pro, Pantheon, Posismith, Shifter, and Stellar WP.
All right, thank you, Ryan. And next up, we're going to have an interview with GoDaddy Pro, and there will be a break ending at 11:30 Pacific time with the WP Community Musicians. Features a whole bunch of WordPressers wide and far, and something called the Han Solo project that I'm personally quite intrigued about. Then after that, the next session will be back at 12:30 for How Green a Website Can Be. As a reminder again, do check out the job fair and sponsors page. Both of those are on the top level of the website. And please continue to leave your feedback about the sessions and the camp as a whole as well on the website, and the WordCamp US website. It's us.wordcamp.org/2021/feedback. Thanks, everyone.
And don't forget to get your swag.
Hello, we hope you've been enjoying WordCamp US so far. I'm Megan, and joining me is Adam Warner from GoDaddy Pro. How are you, Adam?
I'm very well, Megan. Thank you very much. How are you today?
Doing pretty well. Excited for US.
Same here.
So does GoDaddy Pro participate in Five for the Future?
Yes, we absolutely do. And to my knowledge, we've been participating since near the inception of Matt's request for companies who are utilizing WordPress and within their products to give back to the project. And it makes complete sense why he would request that and why we would do that. To date, we have 37 contributors contributing across a variety of teams, anywhere from WP-CLI to the training teams to many others.
That's awesome. So you contribute with Five for the Future. Another way that you contribute to WordPress is through sponsoring WordCamps like WordCamp US. So why is it important to sponsor WordCamps?
Yeah, well, as I think all feel, WordCamps are near and dear to our hearts. And for me, it's part and parcel of who I am. When I discovered the WordPress project, back in 2005, and then in later years learned about WordCamps and then attended my first WordCamp. I think it was 2011. I was hooked. I received so much help and knowledge through the years from the forums that it was exciting and fulfilling to meet people in person and have those related conversations. And sponsoring a WordCamp there's many benefits to that, right? Personal benefits, but also benefits to the company or the brand that sponsors, in that it's a continuous feedback loop with actual users of WordPress, the software, and then of course with our products that we provide. So it allows us to take feedback internally, facilitate change in understanding, knowledge, and our own products, and then give back again to the project and the end users.
That's great. Thank you so much for being here today, Adam.
It's my pleasure.
This is a song about walking, so I'm going to play it to you while I walk. These crows follow me home, back through the fields our fathers roamed, but we never go home. Black feathers flown, now jumbled in their drove. Let your wild hair go. We will ramble and roam, scramble over stones, trample through the gloam. Though the birds have flown, we will not go home. Through the thickets we've been tripping, on these thorns our clothes are ripping, and our wellies have been slipping in the mud. And the mushrooms we've been picking, and the berries we've been licking, and the leaves we have been picking from the bud. Whether jack or queen or king, the bramblers always win. We tread on everything. We will ramble and roam with the brambles and the brome, tangled and overgrown. Though the bones have room, we will not go home. These old corroded oak leaves are rusted to the trees. I hear the rustle of their whispers in the breeze, and the dust of lost memories and long forgotten keys. They just discussed these iridescent thieves. Over walls we'll stumble, we'll tumble down and crumble, but we never go home. We will ramble and roam with the brambles and the brome, tangled and overgrown. Though our bones moan, we will not go home. Though the river bends, it wanders, winds and wends, but it never ends. Though we're on our own, we are not alone. Like a river we will flow along the longest road we've ever known. Okay, so I'm sitting in my garden, 10 p.m, the moon is out. Hopefully we can hear some birds joining in. This is a song called Darkness. Out of the darkness, in the blackness of night, flit through the forests, following lights, flutter and flap back the flames that will burn our singed wings back to the dust whence we came. In the dark waters, in the hurricane gales, the riptides are pulling, the wind drives our sails onto the rocks, and the waves that will break up our bows in a watery grave, and we'll rust, and we'll drown, and we're lost to decay. Above the darkness in the black holes of space, wandering stars fallen from grace. Gravity pulls us, we shoot 'em, we burn up on entry. One last flash of light, everything ended tonight. Drawn in from the darkness, the glittering dross, not all that wonder are lost.
What's up, y'all? My name is Ben Meredith, and I am the head of support for GiveWP, a liquid web brand and the best way to raise money online. I'm going to sing you two songs. One is one that I wrote for GiveWP, and the other is one that I wrote for my wife. So let's start out with Sweet Tea. Running away with all the possibilities of what could happen from taking you to get sweet tea. Test driving all these thoughts crashing through my mind, contemplating all the ways to make you mine. Taking pictures of the rest of my life with you. It's gonna take more than this dollar camera can shoot. I'm falling in love with you. You know I'm falling in love with you. Shifting gears, but you're still clutching to my heart. Learning to drive me crazy with your charm. I scream, screaming out what's written in my eyes. And there is just no way that I can hide. I'm falling in love with you. You know I'm falling in love with you. Wanna be your knight in shiny fighting armor. Wanna be the right man, your every night man. And I think it's really tight that I see Christ in your eyes. Because I'm falling in love with you. You know I'm falling in love with you. And I wanna make love to you. Because I'm falling in love with you. Thank you. That one was called Sweet Tea. Next up, I'm going to sing you a song we wrote in celebration of 100,000 active installs for GiveWP. This one's called the GiveWP Song. Do you need funds? Need to get some scratch? Do you need to overcome the frightening lack of cash inside your stash? You need GiveWP. It's as easy as it can be to raise money online. Do you need help when you are stuck with parse error, unexpected end of line 5432 of var www hosts? You need GiveWP. Our team's as friendly as they can be to help with problems online. Do you do good for those you serve, but yet believe the word nonprofit doesn't mean you have to starve? You need GiveWP, like a dedicated employee, to raise your money online. 100,000 organizations are raving about donations, faces and faces. We don't have to fake this, to take this and make this the best way around to raise money online. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Brad Miller. I'm in Tampa, Florida, and I'm the Vice President of New Client Strategy at 10up. I'm going to be playing a new song for you today called Let Love Live Another Day. So here we go. Thanks again for having me at WordCamp US.
Because of what I say, I'm sure it'll never replace those feelings we've had. My pessimism always gets the best of me, it brings you down. But your love always brings us up, overflowing this cup. 'Cause if we leave here now, things will never be the same. Day. 'Cause if we leave here now, things will never be the same. Let our love live another day. It doesn't feel right when you're gone, everything is off. When you're not next to me on the new bed sheets we've bought. I was looking for the wrong things, I always had been. But you fixed the blindness so I could see what was standing in front of me. 'Cause if we leave here now, things will never be the same. I know we both want to change and let love live another day. 'Cause if we leave here now, things will never be the same. And let love live another day. And nothing's gonna change what you mean to me. Nothing in this world even matters. Can carry on through the strongest of storms, and love is more than what was shattered. 'Cause if we leave here now, things will never be the same. I know we both want to change. Let our love live another day. 'Cause if we leave here now, things will never be the same. Let our love live another day. Let our love live another day.
Thank you. Thanks to everybody putting this on. Really appreciate it. Have an awesome WordCamp.
Welcome to WordCamp US. My name is Christy Chirinos, and my role in WordPress is I lead the partnerships program at Codable.io. I'm also a songwriter. This is a song that I want to share with you called New York.
The world is out there, and I am here, playing young wife to a boy, don't know better. I could go north, but I'm scared of the weather. His mother said that my songs wouldn't pay. She meant well, she always means well. We both work hard to do fun things together. We've been together so long, we're not married. I got a job to help pay for the wedding, but he makes more, he always makes more. I like his friends and they like me just fine. Lucky I like all the bands that they like. Arthur is bright and Justin is wild, and they're handsome, so very handsome. The world is out there, and I'm still here today. So I'll take this pill and I'll feel so much better. Everyone knows we'll be happy forever. And wearing the jeans that I fit into then is not realistic anyway. The world is out there. The world is out there. So I'm burning it down, burn it all to the ground. I'll sleep in a room in the bad part of town, kiss girls in the pool, on the roof, on the pavement, mystery powders in a Chinatown basement. I'll fly to Marrakesh with the credit you hate. Turns out that rich men throw soirees on Bastille Day, and that there's a bar on 3rd Street that stays open till 7. And Arthur will ask me to please never tell you. The night before my flight to New York,
Hello, I'm Eric Noden. Happy WordCamp 2021. whiskey, I put it in my tea. Preacher told me about this remedy. If I had money, I'd drink bottled beer, and my troubles wouldn't be so hard on me.
Snow got smoked in his own chamber, while up on his throne he got cut by a laser. But I don't mind, he was a bad guy indeed, and they didn't do enough with his backstory. Oh yeah, so I don't mind. Oh yeah, so I don't mind. Yeah, Snow got smoked by Kylo Ren. He should not have gone and messed with that young Solo Ben. But are we really supposed to gasp and shout when a villain dies that we know nothing about? Oh no, I don't think so. Oh no, I don't think so. Based on my recollection, he wasn't that evil, never killed no one, or talked about it much either. But in The Force Awakens, he was clearly their leader. I expected big things from him, but there's still one more film coming yet for them to prove me wrong. And if they do, I'll write a song about it. Snow got smoked. Yeah, Snow got smoked. Snow got smoked. Yeah, Snow got smoked. Oh, Snow got smoked. Well, I said I love him, and he said I know. And I'm like, baby, 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 please don't go. So we're sitting in Cloud City, and the view sure looks pretty, but I ain't ever seen such treachery in my day. Then storming in comes Vader, and I'm like, see you later. But then the Empire, they took my man away. Well, I said I love you, and he said I know. And I said, baby, 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 please don't go. Well, I said I love you, and he said I know. And I'm like, baby, 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 please don't go. So
Hey there, I'm Scott Kingsley Clark, and this is Introvert at the Party. Hope you enjoy. There's an introvert at the party, all by themselves. And people are talking and they're laughing at the jokes they know well. How was your day? Oh really, that's cool. Not really sure what to say next. They can't find a place to stand there. The circles are all closed, but if you open up a bag, man, maybe they can join. If you leave a little space there, they can probably earn you points. There's an introvert in the hangout, feeling left out. No one's including them or asking how they feel about that. They may give you their lorem ipsum impression if you give them a chance. They might chime in a few times, but mostly they will listen. So if you open up a bag, man, maybe they can join. If you leave a little space there, we can probably earn you points. If you find yourself in a circle and there's no space for more, just move on over, it's the kind thing. Let another improve your score. So if you open up a bag, man, maybe they can join. If you leave a little space there, they can probably earn you points. Thanks for joining me.
Hey, Hazel.
Hi, Michelle.
How are you doing?
I'm excited to be here. My first
I know, me
virtual
too.
WordCamp US.
We're on opposite sides of the country with the same color hair, though, I might add.
Yes. Team Purple.
That's right. So my name is Michelle Frechette. I am the head of customer success for GiveWP. And you are?
I'm Hazel Kimpo, and I am the director of marketing for Stellar WP.
Yeah, and GiveWP is part of Stellar WP, which is very cool. And we are also sponsoring today's event, which just makes it even that much more special for us. Very cool. Why don't you go ahead and thank our sponsors, and then I'm going to introduce our first speakers.
Yeah, we're super excited for all the sponsors of WordCamp today. We're happy to be one as well. The Grand Canyon sponsors today are Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. Thank you guys so much for sponsoring. And thanks to our Yosemite sponsors, Amazon, Lightsail, Cloudways, Gravity Forms, Green Geeks, SiteGround, WP Engine, and Yoast. Thank you guys so much.
Fantastic. And so we have 3 lightning talks coming up. We're going to introduce them all at the beginning, and then we're going to get them on screen afterwards for some Q&A. So if you are watching, make sure you are putting your questions in the chat, and our chat moderators are going to pull those out for us to be able to ask the our speakers live. So the first up is Sienna. Sienna is a developer from Vancouver, British Columbia, with a passion for creating accessible, beautiful, dynamic products and websites that spark change and empower users for clients, including the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I don't know if you know that. Massachusetts is a commonwealth, not a state. Warren for president, Warren Democrats, and Wu for Boston. She also holds a BSc in environmental science and MSc in geography from McGill University in Montreal. She's deeply concerned about sustainability, particularly how every website that's built contributes to the internet's total energy consumption, which accounts for more than 2% of global emissions, and what steps designers, developers, and customers of websites and cloud provider services could take to address that. So her talk title is How Green Can a Website Be? The internet uses a massive amount of energy from servers, network equipment, and cooling to our own display devices, and every website that's built contributes to that. Tackling climate change in a meaningful way can feel daunting and insurmountable for an individual. In this session, we provide actionable, specific recommendations for practitioners concerned with sustainability, designers involved in website, developers, key players, for what they can do with certain plugins and approaches on WordPress to design and build greener websites. We'll also show how a greener website benefits not only the planet, but also website performance, accessibility, and user experience. That's pretty cool. Our second speaker is Taco Verdonschot. When you say Taco, you say you say WordPress community. Because ever since Taco learned about the WordPress community in 2013, he's been involved. You can you can find him helping out as a local meetup organizer, WordCamp volunteer and organizer, and deputy in the global community team.
So you can find him you take one step on Twitter, you'll find him anywhere.
You'll find him anywhere. That's right. He's out there about as much as we are, for sure. Let's see. It shouldn't surprise you at all that his role at Yoast is community manager, because that's what he loves. He thrives on interacting with others. So if you haven't met him before, make sure you reach out to him during WordCamp US. His talk is titled Recharging Your Social Battery in the Age of Online Events. So we all really felt the COVID pandemic when WordCamp Asia, the new flagship event, was canceled just a few days before the event. Since then, early in 2020, most events have been online. Taco's the kind of person who needs to regularly recharge his social battery by meeting friends in the WordPress community. So in this lightning talk, he's going to share a few ways he's used to recharge his social battery, hopefully inspire you, because we all know what happens when your battery drains. And then our third speaker for the lightning talks is Shusei, I hope I said that right, Toda, communication designer based in Tokyo. Shusei grew up in Texas, USA, and from that experience, he is currently focusing on photography, videography, product marketing, and community building. He's organized many community and business events, including WordCamp Japan 2021, WordCamp why do I have to take the one with all the words I can't pronounce? Ogijima 2020.
I should have taken it. Well, it's not that I'm better at Japanese.
WordCamp Tokyo, I got that one. 2019 and 2018. The talk title is Communication is the Key to Community Building. And the Japanese WordPress community hosted WordCamp Japan in 2021 in June. He's going to share the successes and difficulties faced during the preparation of the event and the challenges they solved and how they communicated to overcome them. At the end of the talk, you're going to see how community organizers and community members can improve their interactions. So without further ado, we're going to play those videos. And then afterwards, we're going to come back and do some Q&A.
Hi all, and welcome to my presentation, How Green Can a Website Be? My name is Sienna. I have a background, or what I would call a previous life, in environmental science, but in my current life, I'm a developer at Blue State. Blue State is a mission-driven agency that works with organizations to build a progressive future. At Blue State, we believe progress starts with us, including how we approach sustainability in the web space where we operate. On this note, there is no time to waste as it relates to climate change, so let's jump in. An IPCC report, widely summarized as a code red for humanity, dropped this summer as wildfires raged in California, a heat dome in the Pacific Northwest literally melted power lines, and deadly floods upended life in Germany, China, and New Jersey. This has made it crystal clear that we all need to step up today to combat climate change. And I know it can feel overwhelming and be hard to know where to even start, but I have good news. There are small steps you can take with your WordPress site today to help. But before we get into all that, let's take a step back. In general, there's a lack of understanding in how our digital behavior impacts the climate. But as people that work in the digital space, it is our responsibility to better understand this relationship. As you will soon see, the impact of the digital world is real, large, and growing. In fact, if the internet were an actual country, it is estimated that it would be the 7th largest polluting country in the world, and its impact is only getting larger. Estimates show it could reach 3.5% of global CO2 emissions within the next 10 years. So why is this? Firstly, our internet usage is increasing. It is estimated that nearly 2/3 of the global population will have internet access by 2023. And in the US, it is even greater. In 2021, it was estimated that 93% of the American adult population uses the internet, up from just 52% in 2000. Secondly, our data consumption is increasing. Over just the past decade, the median mobile page rate has increased over 1,000%. This client-side bloat has been enabled by increased efficiencies in the network and hardware layers over the past 2 decades, but gains in these layers are slowing. So you have 3 things at play here: hardware efficiency gains slowing, internet usage growing, and data consumption increasing. So why does this matter? As hardware efficiency gains slow and computing demand and use increases, we need to find efficiencies in the software layer where we work. We'd like to talk about our technology stacks, but how often do we think about our energy stack? Our view of a website tends to be just the final result, but there are many layers of abstraction involved in delivering that website to end users. In general, a website consumes energy on the servers where it is hosted, as it is transmitted across networks, and by your end users' devices. Including the full system that makes the internet work, a typical page load of a website produces 3 grams of CO2. At 10,000 page views per month, this is equivalent to 360 kilograms of CO2 per year, equal to the amount of carbon sequestered by half an acre of US forest. So now that you understand the internet's impact, let's take a look at what you can do to make the websites you work on greener. To understand the steps you can take, we're going to focus on 3 specific areas of a website: its hosting and infrastructure, design, and development. So why does infrastructure matter? Simple, it's always on. Of course, this is a key feature. Could you imagine if you could only visit a website between 8 and 5? But it also makes our infrastructure and how we leverage it a key factor in how much energy our website uses. Today's cloud infrastructure provides simple ways to buy just the capacity you need now, scale to meet demand, and even dynamically scale back when traffic is low. By leveraging these technologies, data center energy usage has remained flat over the past decade despite continued growth in internet demand. And the good news doesn't stop there. Major cloud providers are also concerned about their carbon footprints. Microsoft and Google's clouds offset their power use by purchasing both renewable energy directly and carbon offsets. Today, these providers are already hitting 0 net carbon emissions. Globally, Google is actually leading the corporate world in renewable energy purchases. So make sure you are researching where your website is hosted to ensure you are using a green provider. Infrastructure also matters from the perspective of what core technologies you're using to operate it. Infrastructure that doesn't support running the newest versions of PHP can significantly reduce options for application performance improvements and will require more resources. For example, some benchmarks show that PHP 8 can handle about 100 more requests per second than PHP 5.6 and 36 more than PHP 7.4. So keep your core technologies up to date and invest in enabling big version jumps for your website. The road towards green websites doesn't start with technology stacks or developers, but actually at the design phase. Across the web, 76% of an average page's total weight is made up of just imagery, video, and custom fonts. Designers should incorporate these assets efficiently and effectively. Limit the variations and number of custom fonts used in your design. Keep video content short and make sure it is adding value. But if there's one area to focus on at the design phase, imagery is it. On average, 65% of a page's weight can be attributed to images alone. So use them effectively. Use SVGs or CSS wherever possible and limit their size. Save a user's time and reduce energy consumption by search engine optimization, writing clear, concise, and used content, and creating a good UX. Clear and concise content will reduce page size and needless browsing time. Retiring expired and unused content will save server space and your users pointless visits. Good UX will reduce the time for a user to accomplish a task. This includes both the constituent and the admin sides of your site. Next, OLED screens. As they become more popular, it is important to understand the power demand variation across colors. You may know that darker colors consume less energy, but did you know that blue consumes 25% more energy than red or green? So consider this when you are determining your color palette, and make sure to include a version of your design that supports dark mode. Dark mode is good for your users' eyes, devices' batteries, and the planet. Finally, page weight budgets. Set one, meaning a maximum page weight to not exceed. A page weight budget lets the team have guardrails on your designs and development. Further, it encourages measuring page weight to begin with, and you cannot improve what you do not measure. So now let's talk development. Remember, 76% of an average page's total weight is made up of just imagery, video, and custom fonts. So optimize, compress, and use modern file formats for these assets. For example, Web Open Font Format 2 is about a quarter of the size of TrueType font format. But once again, if there's one area to make sure you focus on regarding compression, it is images. By just using modern lossless file formats like WebP, you can take about 17% off an average page's total weight. Unlike images, which only incur relatively trivial decode time once downloaded, JavaScript must be parsed, compiled, and then finally executed. Byte for byte, this makes JavaScript more expensive than other types of resources. This includes the code that you are writing for your website and the code that you are bringing into your site through plugins, packages, and advertising tracking scripts. So use modular libraries, write reusable code, and leverage tools like tree shaking to eliminate unused code from your final production bundle. Further, tools like Safari's WebKit can also help you understand how much processing-related energy your JavaScript is consuming. Reduce redundant processes and data transmission by leveraging tools like static site generators, server-side caching, and CDNs. These tools can prevent the need to regenerate HTML that is not stale or fetch data from your CMS via a query that has already been run. Many CDNs also offer features like gun zipping and automated image compression that can improve your website's performance and reduce its carbon footprint. CDNs also offer security features like blocking bad bots. Malicious bots harm legitimate web publishers and applications, hurt hosting providers by misusing resources, and they doubly hurt the planet through the cost of electricity for servers and cooling for their bots and their victims. In 2019, an Imperva study found that bad bot traffic rose to represent 24% of all internet traffic. So make sure you are investing in tools that can block these malicious actors. The good news here is that green websites are better for all. They reduce hosting costs and costs incurred by your users, expand accessibility on slow connections, create more performant websites, better user experience, battery life savings, stronger SEO, and better code. So you're probably wondering where a good place to start is. Here is a list of resources and plugins that you can leverage to make your site more green. This includes a WordPress starter made by a company called Whole Grain Digital called Granola, and plugins with out-of-the-box features like image optimization and SEO. So thank you so much for taking the time to learn about how green your website can be today. We hope you found this useful and can apply these tips to your everyday work. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Hi, my name is Verdonschot and I'm an addict. Okay, that's maybe not what you expected to hear in these 10 minutes, but it's true. Ever since I was first introduced to a WordCamp, I'm addicted. So yeah, In 4 days, it will be 8 years. It hasn't always been the same though. The first few years, I could go to a community event all the time. Meetups, WordCamps, contributor days, up to 40 community events a year in my best years. But then, life changed. My oldest daughter was born, and all of a sudden, I had to choose. Being with her, my now wife, or going to an event. So I attended fewer events, but the rush would be even bigger than before. I ended up pushing the limits of sanity when I planned to go to a WordCamp on the opposite side of the world, just 6 weeks prior to my wife's due date of her second. It turned out to be less than 4 weeks before she was born. But then, COVID. After years of living the life, it all came to a grinding halt. I would not fly to WordCamp Asia. I would not organize our local meetup. And I would not attend any other meetups. Instead, within a few weeks, I'd be at home with my wife, kid because the schools were closed, and newborn. And those who know me know that I love my family. They are absolutely amazing. But being in self-quarantine with them for months, it was hard. I missed traveling, I missed seeing my friends, and not just those within the WordPress community, all of them. And even though I was never alone, my social battery drained. I realized I needed to act. Thank goodness we live in a day and age where the internet is a thing, where phones and laptops have decent cameras, where internet access is available to many. I started the habit of making a Zoom call to a random colleague or friend every day, just to have a few minutes of non-work related calls, to check in on them, to hear their stories. And thank goodness I have the best employer and the best colleagues. Because on the very first day of lockdown here, our CEO, Marieke, started the daily vlog. And the vlog isn't just about work. It's also about all the personal things that are happening in our lives. It's a way to connect. My colleague Danny is a pub quiz master. He creates pub quizzes faster than most people can write the words pub quiz. Okay, that's not entirely true. He just spends an insane amount of time creating them. But that too was a great way to have fun with colleagues and their partners. And of course, being in a video call isn't the same as hanging out in a karaoke bar. I get that. But with a little creativity, it can be the next best thing. And that's why in the next few minutes, I want to show you a few fun ways you can leverage video calls to recharge your social battery a bit. One of the easiest ways to create a fun pub quiz for your friends is Kahoot. With the free version, you can create fun quizzes that allow up to 10 players. Do keep in mind that with Kahoot, your speed of answering matters. So if one of your friends has a slow internet connection, it's unlikely they'll ever win. So make sure you're not the one with the slowest connection. Are you crazy about board games? Perfect. Well, if you have friends who also love them. Some games require just one additional camera in your setup or a second computer. So you can show the playing board while also talking to your friends. And are you crazy about Pictionary? Most video meeting software has a feature to annotate or draw. In Zoom, for example, you can use the share screen whiteboard feature. And to generate the word you have to draw, simply go to randomwordgenerator.com. Or you can go to a dedicated site like draweyes.com to play. And don't forget to turn on everyone's webcam, because seeing your friends' frustration when they don't get it, it's hilarious. The next one requires a bit more preparation. And okay, I must admit that I'm not the most creative person when it comes to tinkering. I prefer my tinkering the same way as building a Lego set, with ready-to-go pieces and a clear manual. So this is what works for me. Fortunately, I have friends and colleagues who love prepping a creative tinkering session. And that means they prepare everything we need, deliver it to everyone's door, and then when it's time to join the video call, all I have to do is follow their lead, using all of the prepared materials. And that's amazing. Got a master chef amongst your friends? Brilliant. You simply set a date to cook together. Then you have them select the recipes. Make sure to send everyone who wants to join the list of ingredients in time, so they can do their online shopping. Open your video call software and follow the lead of your MasterChef friend. Enjoy your dinner! Oh, pro tip. If you keep the video call open while eating your freshly cooked dinner, don't full screen your chewing face. It might look less good than you expected. Remember walking into a bar, seeing your friends talk to this unknown person, and then they introduce you and she turns out to be the love of your life? No? Me neither. But if you're only hanging out with your friends in video calls, chances something like this will happen are slim to none. Unless you ask your friends to all invite one friend you don't know yet, and then create small groups or breakout rooms with random people in them. That way you may meet the love of your life. I'd suggest creating breakout rooms of 4 to 6 people. Less than that might get awkward. So I've heard, obviously not from experience. Ready for something more active? Go do a scavenger hunt. It's easy. All everyone has to do is create a few slides with common household items on them. Then you make your friends run through their house to find all the items on your slide and show them to you. The fastest to show all the items is the next host and can share their slide. You can continue this as long as you have the energy. Another active one. You can do a fashion show. One in your group names a color, a style or theme or a well-known person. The challenge for others is to search their wardrobes or their partners to show back up on cam dressed in that way. Pro tip: make sure the placement of your camera is in such a way that you don't have any mirrors or shiny objects exposing you changing, as that might lead to awkward situations. Don't want to do a whole lot of organizing? Check out the Airbnb experiences. All you have to do is sign up with your group and the host will make sure you have an amazing experience. An experience I did myself is the Explore Card Magic by Yevgeny. And trust me, that was brilliant. And when going to the movies is out of the question and you can't invite your friends over because of a lockdown, you can still watch a movie together. How? Well, through Teleparty. This 100% free add-on to your browser, Chrome or Edge, allows you to create a watch party and sync your video streaming service with your friends. And last but not least, certainly not least, you can join an online WordCamp. Okay, I get it, you already knew that, otherwise you wouldn't be here today. However, there is a secret I'm going to let you in on. Did you know that the most social part of any online WordCamp usually is the sponsors area? That's where people are waiting for you to just hang out and have some fun. And some of these sponsors even organize amazing games in their booths. And yes, I'm totally referring to Joost here. So now you know a few ways you can recharge your social battery the next time you find yourself in a lockdown or self-quarantine. But above everything, I truly hope we'll be able to meet again at a hybrid or offline event. Because nothing recharges your social battery like a WordCamp after party.
Hello everyone, my name is Shusei. Thank you all for having me here today. Today I will talk about community building with experiences from this year's WordCamp Japan, which was held back in June. Let me start off by introducing myself. My name is Shusei Toda, and I am a communication designer based in Tokyo, Japan. I mainly focus on the creatives and strategy building. I make websites, take photos, create videos, build strategies to help clients' business grow to success. And I was the lead organizer for WordCamp Japan, and this was our first national WordCamp. WordCamps mainly focuses on locals, but due to the COVID-19, we decided to make this year's WordCamp a national one and online. So let's get to the main topic of today's talk, community building and communication. I know that most of you here today are a part of some kind of community, a local WordPress community or business community, or maybe a local community within your city or schools. And I have a question for everybody. Have you ever had a hard time building or operating a community? Well, let me share my stories behind the community building with the experience of WordCamp Japan. WordCamp Japan was held as the first national WordCamp in Japan. In Japan, there are several local communities and had hosted WordCamps around the country for 29 times. There are 2 big communities, and one is Tokyo and one is Osaka. These 2 areas would host the 2 big WordCamps every year with the local community members. But things were different with this year or last year with the COVID-19. Everybody shifted online, and as we had hosted all the WordCamps before offline, the community members or the community itself did not have much knowledge to host online events. Until today, all WordCamps held in Japan have been named after the region where they were held. In other words, it is the people rooted in the region who act as the organizing team. And on the day of WordCamp, participants gathered from all over the country, but we only interacted with people from other regions on that actual day. And of course, with the spread of social networking services, the barriers between regions have become lower. However, they may not have been many opportunities for the community members from different regions to actually work together. And the goals of working in Japan was create a place where everybody can get together and eliminate the regional barriers. As I mentioned earlier, the WordCamps that have been held in Japan so far have been named after the region and have been organized by the community members of that region. I personally believe that working on something together can deepen friendships, and the time and the awareness gained from the community activities can have some kind of impact in our daily works. And community members come from different regions and have different occupations and have different backgrounds. So how do we accomplish our goals? Well, we used and relied on communication tools. And we brought in mentoring system to the organizing process. First, let's start off with the tools. We used Slack, Ovis, and Zoom. We all know Slack is a great tool to have the text communications. We used it mainly to organize the event, having a dedicated channels for the teams we had, like sessions, designs, streaming, public relations, and so forth. But interesting fact, we had other channels just for fun. These shown here on the left side are just samples, but the channels were mainly focusing on the hobbies like music, books, games, sports, and so forth. Members would chat about their favorite musicians or books, or even some articles they found on the web. And making these fun channels was a success for us. Members would take time to chat with others, and chatting something rather than WordCamp stuff made it able to take a load off of everybody's shoulders. And one more with Slack, we had a lot of custom emojis installed to the workspace. These emojis were very useful, and members would post something and others would just first react using the emoji saying thank you or good job and so forth. And next is Ovis. You all may not be familiar with Ovis, but Ovis is a virtual communication space. Some of you may know Spatial Chat or Remo, and it's similar to those services. And we had this Ovis as an online co-working space for the members. and had it open at any time for them to join and start a conversation. And this was very helpful. If you need to take time to chat with others, you need to first send a message, set a time, and set a date, and so forth. But using this office made those hustles go away, as members would join the space when they have time and they would talk about work and stuff or just random stuff. And using this service made the members to communicate with others more and get to know each other more. We also used the service as our social space during the event, and attendees would join the space and would talk about WordPress and other stuff. And last is Zoom. We're all familiar with Zoom and the capabilities of it. And we used Zoom for the team meetings and recorded all the meetings and uploaded to the YouTube channel. This made the members to go back and look back at the meeting if they want to, or if they were unable to attend the meeting. And using Zoom to organize meetings was very important and useful. And we made a rule to not go over 60 minutes, but some of the teams had gone over 60 minutes. But as I heard, they were just trying to communicate with the team members. And I also heard that some of the teams had time to do team building activities, such as playing games after the meeting. All right, I talked about the tools, and now I want to share about the activities we did. We have several activities, and one is learning, and the other is chat time. For learning, we took time within the organizing member to learn about the licenses, or maybe even tools like Figma, and so forth. For chat time, we have several times dedicated as happy hour, where the members would grab food and drinks they like and just chat around. And the other times we organized office hours, which was mainly dedicated to work on the WordCamp preparation with each other. And we would have a chat time during this time, and it helped the members to know each other. And another thing is we had a mentoring system within WordCamp Japan. We had 4 members within the lead organizing team, and we placed the members from the lead team to each team so that the members of the team would know who to ask for help or advice when they needed it. So in conclusion, we took a lot of time communicating with each other, and we shared about over 47,000 messages within Slack. And we didn't measure the exact time we spent on Zoom or Ovis, but we did have a fairly good amount of time to communicate. And taking time to communicate with the members was a key value to our success. And I'm happy to know that some of the projects started after work in Japan and some hirings were done. But there were some difficulties. We had over 50 organizers, and taking care of everybody was something that we could have worked on more. All right, let's wrap it up. And I shared my story from organizing work in Japan, and the main point was communication. But why do we need to communicate? It's to build and grow the community. You cannot organize WordCamp by yourself, and it's always better to work with group rather than alone. So I want to say, do it for the community and not only for oneself. Building and growing the community is fun, and there is always something we can learn from it. And the second is don't be afraid. A lot of people are saying this, but writing code or designing is not the only way to contribute. You can contribute by helping the local community grow and help others have a better time with WordPress. And the last is important, but there's always a friend next to you. It is kind of related to my second point, but if there's something you want to accomplish, or even if you're struggling with, just shout it out. Nothing can be done without saying it out loud. Well, that wraps up my talk. Hope there were some hints to communication and community building. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you.
Wow. My first comment is that next time I do a presentation pre-recorded, I have to hire the Yoast team to do it for me because
seriously, I was like, this isn't even fair.
I know, it's like everything I do for now just looks so boring. Those are great.
And everything.
Really nice to have them around. I'm so happy to join the company earlier this year.
Absolutely. Oh, I do want to say that Shusei is not able to join us because of power outages happening in Japan right now. I guess they are having a typhoon. So if you're watching, that's why we don't have him here to answer any questions. But our first question that came in is for Sienna. Somebody's asking, actually, Rich Tabor's asking, is there a solid solution that you found to take older JPEG and PNG images and convert them to WebP images?
Okay. WebP, always interesting to figure out how to deal with. I think that it kind of depends where you're starting. So there's obviously WordPress has a ton of plugins that can do everything that you want it to do. So there's ones, I think, Imagify and EWWW Optimizer will convert PNGs and JPEGs that you've loaded up as assets into WebP, and you can either do that as a one-off or you can like bulk do it in the background for all your existing assets. There's also tools like Cloudflare and CDN layers that actually have like you can toggle a button. It can break things, and it will do a lot of image optimization on that like higher level layer versus in the CMS side. And then there's also like command line tools. Google has one that you can install via Brew where you can like run the script locally in Node to convert just in your terminal. And then if you want to do it with designers, obviously like Photoshop and the standard tools that designers use have plugins to do exports in WebP format. So I think there's tons of options out there. I think those are all awesome examples. And yeah, I guess the last one is like static site generators. I know Gatsby for a lot of CMSs will do that automatically and let you have like lazy loading and a bunch of other advantages with that tool. And the WordPress CMS plugin, I know that there's an issue in the queue for them to be able to do WebP conversions also. So that's so much information. But
I remember when like web first started up, I was, I don't know, in my 20s still, I guess. And, you know, the idea of email was going to save on paper. It was going to save on energy of trucks, driving mail, and all of these things. And it did, right? Until there's like a tipping point where like there's so many computers, there's so many devices drawing energy now. And so like as somebody, I mean, I'm in my 50s now, but as somebody who like at the beginning was like, this is brilliant. We're going to save the planet by doing all this, you know, online everything. Where do you see things going? And I mean, I listened to your talk, but what would you predict for the future as far as how just different brands and everything are going to start to manage so that we aren't polluting as much as we are?
Yeah, I mean, I think like luckily, like I said in the presentation, the tech space is actually doing pretty cool stuff in this space. Like some of the big providers are like the biggest supporters of the green energy market. They build a ton of green energy like directly on the grid and are trying to do a bunch of things. I think both to lower their costs because it costs a lot of energy to run data centers, and also like as a sustainability goal. I think also, I mean, everyone's seen in the news the Bitcoin and that world coming up as bringing kind of to the forefront to everyone of like how much energy and processing technology can actually use. And I think it's more just like previously everyone was like, it's digital, we're not cutting down trees, it's great. And it's just kind of bringing that thought in the mind of like, you're actually using energy and you're using devices that have a bunch of minerals in them. And how do you approach that from a more susustainable way? And I think it's like,
so hard as humans the farther removed you get from like where the energy is to where you are. Because like to me, you know, you click a button and you don't think about it. And I think it's really important to have that education because like everybody's just in the world of like, yeah, I turn on my phone, what of it?
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, this was not even a thing that I had like thought of until like the past few years. And my previous experience being in environmental science, I was like, duh. And I was excited that I could like do things in my day job that would actually bring that world back in.
And I imagine that, industry by industry, it might vary a little bit too, right? So I think about the fact that I could look at houses online and not be getting in my car and driving to 10 houses in a day too. So I imagine
There's
that
push and pull on all of it, right?
Yeah, right. So there's like different impacts depending on what your industry is. And in some cases you might be saving, and in other cases you might be, adding to the overall.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Well, I think we're going to have a whiplash of Q&A here, just like our lightning talks, because Taco, I have one for you about all of your great info about lockdown and how Yoast was, you guys did a great job, of acclimating to the new normal, to use that overused term. What was one of your favorite ways that you socialized with friends during lockdown?
Yeah, so my absolute favorite is, and I had to mention him because he never wants to be in the spotlight, is my colleague Danny, who just created so many pub quizzes and hosted all of them. So we basically had a few months where we had weekly pub quizzes with colleagues.
Can you open source those for the rest of us?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Most of them are in Dutch, but it shouldn't take you too long to learn Dutch.
To translate. Or just translate.
I was doing some pub quizzes over COVID. The hardest part for me, especially when doing it for work, when you have an international team, was trying to find questions that could work for everybody, which was so hard.
Absolutely, and especially if your age groups are very different, then music questions become easier or harder for part of the group and all of that. So, but yeah, we've had creative quizzes where no answer was wrong, for example. That was one of my favorites. So yeah, there's a lot of variation.
I was gonna share with you, if you have this book, I actually just bought this recently. It seems like it would be perfect for what you're looking for. I was like, keep it at my desk for my nerdy icebreakers.
Yeah,
I've been in some of those meetings. Oh, Sienna, we had a follow-up question from Rick Pereira. He wants to know, what is the Node CLI option?
Oh yeah, no, I was just looking that up. So there is one that Google has released that you can install via Brew that's called just WebP. So if you do Brew install WebP, you can write a script that will run through that in your terminal. And then they also have a package or a binary file called CWebP that you can install, not just via Brew, on your machine and run through.
Very good. So Taco, some of the things that some of my groups have done online, we're just going to bounce back and forth between you both, is we had some Friday night, this was more like the beginning of lockdown last year, Friday night happy hours where we just kind of all sat around and chatted with each other and shared funny memes and that kind of thing, and might have cracked open a bottle or two here or there. And of course, since you were either here or there, you had to drink the whole bottle yourself. So just saying, don't drive afterwards. But
yeah, that's a good thing about the lockdown. You don't.
You don't go anywhere. That's right. But there was, I've just seen so many different groups, and you mentioned a lot of these in your presentation too, finding creative ways. So the WordPress marketing channel, for example, the WordPress marketing team, we had coffee hours where we would just, everybody'd show up and somebody did some quizzes sometimes, and sometimes other times it was just chat, and be able to do those things. And I think that the Slack channels too, I don't think we talked a lot about that, but Slack has given me a lot of opportunity, Slack and Twitter, quite honestly, to connect with people. Because, I DM you quite often. Anyway.
Yeah. Twitter is absolutely my go-to platform as well. I don't think I can say it out loud here, but I think Instagram is stupid because it works with images, and I like text over images. So anyone who knows my Instagram account knows that it's just there to show that Instagram is stupid. But yeah, it's. I think there are so many ways to connect. One of the things that we did quite early in the lockdown is create a 24/7 Zoom. So we had a Zoom link that would be open all the time, and anyone on the team could just join it at any moment. And we've had quite a few conversations there as well. It was just
how's that gone? Do people use it pretty often?
It slowed down over time. So now it's usually when Jeroen, who's on our support team, he pings everyone and says, "Hey, it's time for coffee," and then a few people join. But especially in the beginning of the pandemic, it was definitely used a lot more.
You know that thing where people call a meeting together and afterwards they say this could have been an email? I've actually had a few like in-person meetings in Rochester where afterwards I was like, this could have been a Zoom call.
That's gonna become like the new thing, right? It's like, did you really need
like,
to?
why did I have to why did I have to change out of pajamas and slippers for this?
Yeah. Sienna, on your end, do you think that do you think people are taking more action on green web development now? Do you think like it's taking traction? Because I have heard people talk about it, as you said, for a couple of years. It seems like there's a little bit of a sea change happening. Do you feel the same?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that just the current state of the world and the Bitcoin stuff has kind of like pushed that just more into everyone's mind. I've seen like more and more stuff come up about it. It's like more integrated into little documentation here and there is just like a thought to think about. I mean, I also think the good thing about it is just like you should be doing all this stuff anyway. So hopefully it's just like another incentive to make your website better for your users.
I do. I think that's what's interesting about it, though. Like, you should be doing it, but like, why would you do like taking the effort to do it? But I do think it goes hand in hand with Taco's community. If we're going to bridge some of this here, is like, so you get people interested in things, right? That like environmentalism is like one of the hardest things to make people interested in. Like, it just is, right? And to me, I think community works with that, and it gets things kind of all in the same boat, because if you have people you respect in your community talking about this regularly, then it becomes kind of the voice that, as I've seen with like lots of socio-political movements, and it kind of becomes that a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think environmentalism and like climate change have just like moved more to the forefront of everyone's mind in the past few years, and there's like a lot of bold ideas, and everyone's trying to figure out, you know, what can they do in their day-to-day lives, or at least people that care a lot about it, to make an impact. So yeah, I think it's a space that I've given this presentation to my internal team, and everyone was like excited that this was a thing that they could tackle in their job. So I think it's just like enlightening people that it's a thing, and then people are really excited to roll with it and also use it as a tool when they're saying we should spend time on this because this matters for this reason. It's like another reason to say you shouldn't have automatic streaming videos on your hero of your page that is like additive.
Right, and it's all just stuff that's like cliche, I mean, typically annoying anyway. Except for dark mode, which I always just attributed to like bros loving dark mode, but now I have like an environmental reason to use dark mode, so
yeah.
I'll do it.
Before OLED screens, it was less of an energy saver, but since like black is actually like less energy on those screens, it's actually more than broy.
More than broy. We have one last question for Sienna. Judy wants to know why WebP instead of PNG. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, so WebP in general, you're going to get better compression. So the size of your images is going to be much smaller. Obviously, like some older Internet Explorer browsers do not support that. So you generally, if that's something you need to support, you need a fallback that's JPEG or PNG. But with WebP, the whole goal of it was to optimize and compress images for web better. So you're just saving on the size of your page by using that format without doing a lot of work.
Excellent. Well, I think we can all agree that Internet Explorer should just stop anyway.
I mean, Microsoft has been saying that for years.
It's just those users refuse to let go.
Yeah.
We want to thank you both so much for taking the time, not only to present your topics today, but also to do some Q&A with us. It's been great. We're going to do one more shout out to our sponsors. So we want to thank our Grand Canyon sponsors, Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. Our Redwood sponsors, 10Web, Blackbird, CHRS Interactive, Domain.me, EasyWP, and Motion Hosting. Ionos, Nexus, Paid Memberships Pro, Pantheon, Postmith, Shifter, and Stellar WP.
Awesome. Well, thanks again to all of our speakers for the lightning talks. Next up, there's a sponsor interview from Bluehost. And after that is a break that will end at 1:45 Pacific time, and we'll come back then. In the meantime, please check out the job board and the sponsors page. Both of these are on the top level menu of the website. And go ahead and leave your feedback about the session for WordCamp on WordCamp US website. We love your feedback, and it really helps us make all of these things better in the future. So if you have a few minutes, we would love that. So we'll see you back after Bluehost at 1:45.
Thanks.
Hi, Monica. Welcome. We're excited to have you here talking about WordPress.com as one of our sponsors for WordCamp US. And so you're Monica O'Hara.
Yes.
And you are the Chief Marketing Officer. I love that title, by the way. Chief Marketing Officer for WordPress.com. I'm in marketing, so I love all things about marketing. And it's so good to have you here. So tell us just a little bit before we get into our other questions, like what you do, how long you've been with WordPress.com, and what you love most about it.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. I'm super excited to do this. And I've been at WordPress.com for about 2 years. So just recently celebrated that milestone. And I'm so excited to be here at WordPress.com because actually back in 2007, I actually really think I owe my career to WordPress. It's how I learned digital marketing. It's how I learned how to build websites. And that just got me on a whole different track in life. Before that, I was actually in real estate development, which was like a really crazy pivot. So it feels like coming full circle being here, and I'm very thrilled to be here.
Almost like coming home.
There you go. Yes, for sure.
I mean, we often talk about the WordPress community as being a family. So like, it really is, right? It's like coming back to family.
Totally.
I know, I love this community so much. When we talk about like what you do and your team does, what are some of the ways that you like non-code ways that your company contributes to WordPress? Now we say your company, of course you are WordPress, but how does WordPress.com contribute to the greater project in non-code ways?
Totally. Yeah. There's, like you mentioned, there's many ways to use WordPress, and that's what's great about it. So at WordPress.com, we're really focused on helping more people get started with WordPress and give them the best experience possible to start their WordPress journey. And so the way that we do this is that all of our hosting plans offer a managed hosting experience. And so what that means is that you can get started with WordPress right out of the box, no installations necessary, and you don't need to worry about a lot of things that relate to maintenance, site updates, version updates, security, and backups. And so we take care of all of that for you, which we hope will help more people get on the platform. And if you're interested to actually use WordPress in a much more advanced way, and you want to really practice, those skills, we've got a lot of support for you. So you can do a daily webinar with us where we actually teach you step by step how to get started, lots and lots of tutorials. And of course, if you get stuck, we've got some world-class support to save the day. And if you want to, get really into it, we've got a developer blog that will show you some cutting edge things that you can do with the platform. So however you want to use it, we're there for you.
Well, is there anything else you'd like to share with us before I let you go?
If anyone has any questions about WordPress.com, happy to help. You can hit me up on LinkedIn or Twitter, or email me at monica@automatic.com.
Fantastic.
2 T's on that one.
2 T's, that's right.
Yeah, 2 T's on that one.
2 T's always. I love it. It's so great to meet you. I look forward to meeting you, hopefully in person someday when we get back to those kinds of WordCamps as well.
Definitely.
Thank you so much for sharing about WordPress.com today, and keep up the great work.
Thank you. Have a great day. See you later.
You too. Thanks. And we're back. Oh, one of us isn't sounding so good. I don't know which one of us it is.
Oh no.
You sound digitized. Do I sound okay? All right, well, let's get this started. Our next session is session 3. I am Michelle Frechette from Give WP, and that is Hazel from Stellar WP. With some sound issues, I think, going on over there. But anyway, let's get this rolling. We want to thank our sponsors, the Grand Canyon sponsors, Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. And our Yosemite sponsors, Amazon Lightsail, Cloudways, Gravity Forms, Green Geeks, SiteGround, Weglot, WP Engine, and Yoast. We heard from Taco from Yoast in our last session. Our next, I sound bad.
Stay quiet.
So our next panel is, we have a panel of speakers. The future of learn.wordpress.org, investing in learner achievements. So this one is, let's see, the current and next generation of WordPress creators need a clear learning journey, one that results in demonstrated competency. Learn.wordpress.org is a new resource available to anyone interested in learning about, building, or contributing to WordPress. In addition to offering on-demand education, it also will become an invaluable resource to employers who care about continuing professional development and meeting the evolving needs of clients. To make this happen, organizations are being invited to contribute as advisors or subject matter experts to help create Learn WordPress content or offer feedback on what skills they hope to see from future employees. Join the WordPress training team in this talk to hear all about the upcoming changes to Learn WordPress, where your support can make an impact, and how one day simply visiting a WordPress.org profile will become a key part of your hiring process. Our speakers are Courtney Engle Robertson. She is a WordPress.org training team co-rep and part of the development of Learn WordPress. Her role with GoDaddy Pro is as a web design and developer advocate. She's been teaching basic through advanced software, hardware, and social media uses in plain English for third graders through grandparents, including businesses and boot camp students since 2001. Courtney is a second-generation business and computer information technology teacher, having an advantage in her own technology education from an early age.
And hopefully my sounding good or still bad.
Nope, you're still all digital. I'll keep going. We'll figure you out during the next session.
Right.
Gary Kovar is a developer at craftpeak.com and a WordPress.org training team contributor. Constantly refactoring how he engages with WordPress, he's been a plugin creator, WordCamp organizer, WordCamp speaker, WordPress meetup volunteer, and is now a subject matter expert for Learn WordPress. When not solving technical problems for breweries, cideries, and seltzeries, he devotes time to mentoring junior developers and will rarely miss an opportunity to talk about upcoming rocket launches. Hauwa Abashiya, she has since joined the community. Since she joined the community, she's taken on the challenge of both the WordCamp London 2019 and WordFest 2021 organizer, as well as contributing to her local meetup. She is a WordPress.org training C-team rep and involved in the ongoing development of the Learn WordPress resource. She was also of the cohort of WordPress Release Squad for 5.6. Hauwa contributes to the training, marketing, and accessibility teams for WordPress.org. After discovering WordPress, she is in the process of transferring her skills from a career in project management to web development. And our fourth panelist is Peter Ingersoll. Peter builds and maintains WordPress sites and provides various digital communication services through his one-person company, Ingersoll Interactive. He's been creating for the web for 25 years, working for a newspaper, a digital agency startup, and an international logistics company, and now enjoys working with select clients and organizations that do good for our communities. Self-taught, Peter is a bit addicted to helping others solve their WordPress challenges in various online groups. He is co-organizer and presenter for the WordPress Hartford, Connecticut meetup group. Peter recently joined Learn WordPress after meeting Courtney during WordCamp Europe 2021. And so we'll go to our panelists now here. They're talking. We'll be back for Q&A afterwards.
Hey, we're the training team, and we wrangle the content on learn.wordpress.org. Today, we're going to talk about learner achievements on learn.wordpress, why companies should advise and contribute.
So, Hauwa, my name is Peter, and I am learning about this team, so I'd like to learn more about you. So, would you do me a favor and tell me a bit about yourself?
Yeah, my name is Hauwa Abashiya. I'm from Nigeria, and I live and work in the UK. I'm a freelance project manager, and I've been doing that for, gosh, over 15 years. In the WordPress community, I'm one of the training team reps for WordPress.org, along with Courtney. And I also contribute to the marketing team and accessibility team. I am a WordCamp London organizer, a WordFest organizer, and I was a cohort on the WordPress 5.6 release squad.
Wow, that is a lot. And being involved with Learn, I know that Learn by itself is a lot. Why do you do this?
Okay. Good question. Initially, it was because I wanted to learn more, and I think trying to find out more was contributing, and also I enjoy helping out.
Yeah, no, that makes sense for, I think, all of us here. So for people who don't know about Learn, what would what would they find on Learn, and what resources are there, and what's the content there?
Sure. Well, Learn itself is a learning resource for anyone that wants to learn how to use, build for, and contribute to WordPress. So it's an open source platform, and it offers a range of materials for learners that can use it at their own pace and at a time that works for them. So on Learn, you will find video workshops, discussion groups, lesson plans, and courses. So the video workshops are practical online guides that viewers can follow, and they're all to do with WordPress, and each video has quizzes and assessments included in it, as well as quite a few of them have been captioned and subtitled, so it's available in multiple languages. And you basically take what you've learned in those video workshops within a discussion group, or the discussion group, you can use that to discuss and watch the video, maybe hold a watch party and watch it alongside that. And with the lesson plans, these are guides for facilitators, so they can use them when they're presenting either to a class or at a meetup. And then we've got courses and series of courses that are going to be coming to WordPress soon.
Mm-hmm. And Learn has not been around for all that long, right? In terms of when it started and when it really kind of launched in the last year or so?
Yeah, so the idea actually kicked off back in 2013, and I know Courtney probably knows a history than I do because she's very good with that. But yeah, the idea kicked off in 2013, and it wasn't until 2020 that we had a soft launch of Learn in summer, and then around December 2020 we had the official launch of Learn. So yeah.
And there are a lot of plans going forward, right?
Yes.
What can you tell us about the plans going forward?
So one of the proposals that we've got forward, which we're discussing today, is to have badges for course completion, and for those badges to be included as part of your profile. Now, we know that a lot of employers are looking at WordPress.org profiles when they're hiring people. Mm-hmm. So we want to make sure that we gather as much information in terms of the type of skills that employees should have, and also make sure that we have a clear learning path for people that are coming in to learn something new or continuing their professional development, as well as meeting the needs that an organization might have for its clients.
Got it. And Learn is meant for a wide range of learners and users and all. So talk a little bit about that in terms of the range that we're going for.
Yeah, so it's quite a huge range, and there's a post that Courtney has written about who can learn help. So I would encourage you to go and read that. But it breaks down the different types of groups based on the care influence ladder, which I believe Josepha discussed a while ago. And one of those groups are users. So when we talk about users, we're talking about your visitors, your subscribers, your content editors, and like your website administrators. Your next group are the extenders. So these could be your freelancers, your hobbyists, and your support team, your engineers, your testers. And then you've got the contributors, who are meetup organizers, they're make team contributors, and also WordCamp organizers. And then finally, you've got your leaders. So that includes like your release squads, your make team roles, because each of the make teams have defined roles, and then your project leaders and executive directors.
Wow. So huge audience, huge amount of content needed. So how do you organize all that? What do you think is required? What are the needs for that? Especially as project manager, you're looking at this whole project.
Yeah, so flexibility. You need to be flexible. Willingness to contribute. And also just an understanding of all the different bits and how we need to try and bring it together. So how do we track the progress of what we're doing and making sure that we actually get things done? And then welcoming and supporting people is another area that, we need help for. I mean, we've got a number of roles. So if you're ever interested in, helping us to achieve this, you just hop onto the Make Training Team site and have a look on our handbook, and it lists all the roles that we've got available.
Yeah. No, and being new, again, relatively new to the group, I could see the need for as many contributors and for people to discover how they can contribute. In terms of those who can contribute, how about hiring organizations? How do you think they can work with the training team and learn going forward?
Yeah, so with hiring organizations, I mean, what we would love to do is just to partner with the hiring managers and, gather your ideas in terms of content and use that to launch materials on Learn that will help you when you're deciding this is the right candidate. You can contribute by being an advisor or subject matter expert and, participate in creating the content as well, or providing us with feedback. So some low lift things that 5 for the Future ways can contribute in terms of like auditing content, subtitling, captioning, share advice on what we should be instructing people on, and matching developers with instructional designers in order to shape the curriculum. And then finally, provide feedback on the site itself and on the different elements within the site.
It's awesome. Well, that's a lot. I'm curious if anyone else has any. Thank you for answering those questions. I know, as you're organizing all of this, to even organize how to talk about it is a challenge. And thanks.
Thank you both. I'm Courtney Robertson. I am also a co-rep of the training team with Hauwa. And I'm going to start asking Gary some questions. Hi, Gary.
Hey, how are you?
Great to see you. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, some of your background?
Sure. I'm Gary Kovar. A few years back, I was working a job that was not really super technical, and I was putting in a lot of hours. We were using WordPress, so I was in that user tier, but more and more needed to get into that extender role and make WordPress do things that that it wasn't doing for me. And so I got involved, started just attending my local meetup. We had a local WordCamp. And from there, I think I was doing what a lot of folks were doing, which was like, a lot of Googling. I was doing a lot of like trying to figure out how other people were solving similar problems. And along the way, I realized that there were a lot of people that were at these meetups and at these WordCamps that were working a lot less hours per week, and they really seemed to enjoy their jobs, and were working remotely, and that all sounded a lot better than what I was doing. So I knew that at that point I didn't have the skill set to be a developer at one of these companies, but I decided that I would just figure out how to do that by releasing like one plugin a month on the .org repo until I could land a gig. And in that time, it took about 6 months until I actually felt like competent enough to apply. And so I applied to a lot of places, and my first development job was at Web Dev Studios, who of course does a great job with Five for the Future. And I learned a ton there, and a ton of stuff that a resource like Learn could have provided, and saved a lot of stress and heartache along the way. And after a bit of time at Web Dev Studios, I went to Modern Tribe and really grew as a developer there. But it started from just using WordPress and WooCommerce and trying to do increase the revenue a little bit and kind of unlock this whole other world.
Thanks. You said that Learn could have helped you along that journey. Can you tell me how did you ramp your skills up before you could even start releasing plugins? You Googled. Yes. Were there any other good resources that you came across? And how easy was it to figure out what should I even be learning?
Yeah, that's a great question. The problem is there are a billion resources. And for every resource, there are at least 1 to 2 ideas on how to solve things. There's not one great spot to go to. And to that end, having somewhere that's clearly not driven by either the plugin they're selling or the service they're offering, leaning really into the open source idea of WordPress and having that available on Learn would have been a heck of a lot better, as opposed to the hard work of opening pull requests and getting code reviews and going, oh yeah, that kind of isn't very logical, is it? Maybe I should have spent more time Googling. Oh, I shouldn't say Google. Dang it.
Okay. We all use it. We're good with that. So tell me, what do you do these days? And what's your role?
Yeah. Currently, my title is Senior PHP Developer at Craft Peak. We work with craft breweries and cideries and seltzeries, create their websites, shops, beer find or product finders and whatnot. My role is to keep our sites running and hopefully ship features that help our clients. Along the way, we're doing work where we need to think about how we're writing code that can scale and grow and be long term, but in the context of growing our team as well and bringing in junior devs that are not as versed in some of the crazy things we're trying and can make it accessible and easy to work on, so we can magnify our scaling.
So tell me a little bit more about these junior devs. What skill gaps do you see that they have when they come in? What training background have they had?
Yeah, I would say I work with more junior devs outside of work than in work. Outside of that, though, I would say that the first gap is the searching side, right? I think it's first, there's for some reason there's like an inherent well, I should know that, and the reality is I spend most of my day searching and trying to remember, how did I do that before, or incidentally bumping into something similar to what I've done before and realizing, what the right path is forward. Beyond that, it's really identifying areas of strength and weakness. What have I learned from doing it? I once interviewed at an agency and they were really clear that they wanted to hire developers that were T-shaped. So, there's this full stack concept with shallow knowledge in some areas, but depth in others. A lot of times it's really easy to see where that depth is. But even in shallow, there's a lot of depth that could take place, and even just understanding a little bit more could be a huge improvement. I think one other area that always strikes me is there's this like need to understand how to do things quote unquote the right way, and in every project, there's always all sorts of parameters, whether you're agency or product. You have time limitations, you have budget limitations, you have knowledge limitations, and so the right way now might not be the right way later, and that's perfectly okay. So learning something that helps you get to where you need to be. It's super important. Having that spot to do it would be pretty rad.
What challenges do you see that an agency has in their ongoing training and that developers are facing in their career? And how might we address some of those concerns on Learn?
Wow, the agency question is a good one. I want to tell a little story. When I was working my first job, we had a client come on board, and they had an old WordPress site that we were taking over, and one of the features was built using Angular. An Angular, an older JS framework. I think it was version 1, and that was old at that time. And there was really no one that knew much Angular. And so I did my searching and figured out how to fix one thing. And fixing that one thing made me the Angular expert at the agency for a little while. And so the answer to that question is, the challenge is that there's such a broad spectrum of technologies and frameworks and ways to solve problems. So sometimes just finding examples, something beyond the documentation proves really difficult. Coupled with that, sometimes projects just don't match the skill set. And so you have to play out of position, which means you can be super uncomfortable, or you can get uncomfortable, or you can get comfortable in this idea that you need to learn how to learn quickly. And that can be exciting, that can be overwhelming, it can be both at the same time. I'll say personally, one ongoing challenge that I've run into started back at WordCamp US 2015 when Matt said, learn JavaScript deeply. For me, that's an ongoing thing, and it's a thing that I've seen at the agencies I've worked at that, I think we're all still getting there. And some of the natural progressions that come out of that, the things we're seeing now, popular like headless and whatnot.
Yeah. Do you find that you're able to learn on the job, I would say? Are employers sympathetic to needing to provide ongoing learning opportunity to their team?
Employers are definitely sympathetic to that. I think there's a reality that, some people, obviously people learn in different ways. And so there's everywhere I've worked, there's always been some attempt at structured opportunities to learn. But that seldom lines up with workload. So there needs to be some kind of acceptance that some of these tasks are going to take longer for this person than the other, because you're learning as you go.
Oh, makes sense. How important is it to see the progress of how people are learning? And how is that maybe going to help shape who you hire, who you advance through the careers, to be able to track that progression of their skills?
When I was looking to apply for WordPress jobs years ago, I was doing the research and thinking about what is the interview process going to be like. And I found some quiz site on a site that I had been doing training on, and it was 100 questions, and you had 5 minutes to answer. And I got 20% because I couldn't remember the order of arguments or something esoteric about WP query. And I was like, boy, I'm really not cut out or ready for this. The reality is a quiz like that isn't really indicative of what I know or knew or what I was capable of. And so having this process that tracks and shows both, consistency and areas of education, some may line up with in that T-shaped concept where devs are already deep, but some may also line up in these areas where they're shallow, where they're expanding that knowledge base. So I think that consistency shows, that somewhat requirement of self-drive that you need to learn as you go.
Thank you so much, Gary.
So Peter, I'm quite interested in learning quite a bit more about you because I don't know too much. So tell me about yourself and, why are you involved with Learn WP?
Great. Well, I'm Peter Ingersoll. I live in Connecticut in the U.S. And I'm self-employed. I've worked for a newspaper. I worked for a logistics company for many years, both where I kind of developed my skills and all. But I've been working as a one-man company where I build and make WordPress websites, maintain them, and also do various marketing communication stuff. Really anything digital I help customers with. And I'm also a co-organizer of the Hartford WordPress meetup group. I got involved with Learn because I, through podcasts and things like that, discovered the whole make area and was looking at different groups. I looked at, and I still dabble in them, like docs and accessibility and things like that. But met Courtney through WordCamp Europe online. Online has been great for a guy like me who's now been able to go to even more meetups across the world and WordCamps I never would have been able to go to. So from there, kind of felt this was definitely in line with what I do and what I really like to do and how I like to share and teach people and kind of get a kick out of when they learn something new. Yeah.
Oh, that's really interesting. So your meetup group, tell me a bit more about it. What kind of people attend and, how do they use WordPress?
Yeah. So the meetup group, our meetup group is really good. It's the Hartford WordPress meetup group. We met in person regularly at a library in Newington, Connecticut, where Ray lives. We stayed consistent, which was great because our attendance was, I think, quite good. We'd have a packed room. We'd have sometimes 40, 50 people present. And when we went online, our attendance, kept up. We had most of our regulars stayed involved, and we started expanding to that. But the attendees are a wide range of people. I think the majority of them are either people who are just trying to learn, and they have their own blog or they want to start a blog. But that's a good chunk. But we also have a number of people who are managing their company's WordPress websites and often inherited that website. In other words, they were handed it, and maybe they were a communication person, and it's like, hey, you're now running our website and that type of thing. So they're doing and learning. So that's a lot of our attendees are kind of in those categories. We do have more advanced people. They tend to be like, now that we're online, on the chat, answering questions on the side and things like that. And occasionally we'll have a more advanced topic. Most of our topics are meant to be kind of a lot of the building blocks of learning, because that's kind of something that we really feel is an important thing to learn, and to really learn, how things work so that you can move going forward. But we've also had some advanced topics too. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, you mentioned, about people coming to learn how to use it, especially the bloggers. So what value do you think having Learn as a resource would be to facilitate some of those discussions that you have at the meetup?
Yeah, that's a great big question, because kind of discovering and as Learn is becoming a resource. Ray and I, dedicated to what we're doing, spend a lot of time building our presentations. And from an organizer point of view, we pick things that we don't necessarily know about that we want to learn about. So as we then go out and kind of figure out how the details of the topic and that we can present, we have to do that research and really try things. Having a resource that we can pull lessons from is something would be really great to make as part of our resource set from the organizer point of view, but also then using that to reference our attendees to be able to say, when we get questions, we always open up for Q&A, and if there's a topic that comes up that maybe we're not covering, we'll try to answer it. But as this resource develops, and especially because we're looking for vetted, approved and WordPress.org content, because our attendees, they get they get really lost in, and Gary mentioned this, you know, when you go out and search for something and you're on YouTube, you can get lost. And this is a great opportunity to kind of have a home base for us, and, you know, be able to point people to, it's a great way to reinforce things, because this idea of achievements and badges is really intriguing, because, and it reminds me that one of the things I need to do in a meetup is really point to not only Learn, but .org as something that you can, you know, join and all. And then once you're there, because I'm sure many of our attendees don't even know that. And this idea that you can kind of keep track of things that you've learned is, I know we've got attendees who would really kind of enjoy that, because it's markable. You know, you can indicate what you've done. So yeah.
You mentioned, you know, about some of the people coming in might just have a blog and they're using probably looking to like improve on their blog or SEO or something. What other specific skills do you think they're also looking for? I mean, we know a lot of people like to go to meet camps to socialize and stuff, but is there anything else apart from that would be quite specific?
Yeah, it varies for everybody, clearly, but the idea of getting those tidbits and those things that kind of fill in gaps. So instead of something being wrote, this is specifically how to do something, having people kind of understand how things work has now opened up some of the conversations to be more like, okay, I get that part. Now I want to do this other thing. So it becomes, there's a better opportunity for building things going forward.
If you could have a wish list for WP as a meetup organizer for your attendees, what would you come up with?
So a wish list for Learn as a meetup organizer. One of the things that I would love to see, and I'm not sure if this is definitely part of Learn, but I would love to see a meetup for meetup organizers. Here's how to use these courses and maybe even over time. And here's how to encourage your attendees, you know, once badges and the achievements are in place.
Yeah,
that's something that you can use in your meetups and all. So it's sort of this progression, but I think, you know, engaging meetup organizers who are, you know, like I said, it takes a lot of work to kind of help us and have us have this kind of library of resources that we can use and in a way that is understood by more meetup organizers, I think makes a lot of sense.
Thank you very much, Peter.
All right. Thank you.
Hauwa and Peter, thank you so much. Hauwa, especially for pulling back some of the curtain on Peter. So Courtney, tell us about yourself and why do you contribute to the training team?
Yeah, so I have been contributing to the training team since 2014. I joined during a point where I was building websites for other clients. I had authors and realtors primarily as my clients at that time. But before that, I was a high school business education teacher. So I was teaching HTML and CSS in a high school setting. And I found WordPress around 2005 after having gone through needing to collect student assignments using a learning management system, or LMS as teachers call it. I was using Moodle, which was one of my first open source types of things. And then I was like, oh, I need a blog too. So I found Joomla. And a little bit of time later, I found this thing, WordPress, and thought, I like this a lot. And I got hooked. So I was using WordPress and attended WordCamp New York in 2014, found the contributor day, and I saw the marketing team and I saw the training team. And as a business educator, I taught marketing and I also taught web development. So I'm like, I don't know what to do. Where do I go? So I sat down at the training team table and began taking on my first lesson plan, and the rest almost is history. I have taught WordPress in a high school vocational technical school or a career tech school. In America, we consider these as an extension of high school. So the students would have half their day as academic or even half their school year as academic coursework, and then the other half in their vocational shops. And so I taught WordPress in the computer programming shop. I have also taught WordPress to adults. I created a course in 2010 I think. It's no longer online, but we were teaching WordPress in 2010 using an early version of a membership plugin. And then I also have instructed WordPress in a boot camp for developers. So teach all the things, join the training team, help the world learn WordPress.
So you clearly have some experience with teaching WordPress. What are some of the common challenges that you see on the learning journey, like to a career in WordPress?
Yeah, learning WordPress is interesting. There are two big confusing spots. One, people that are just getting started with web development or publishing anything online, and they don't know where to turn. There's an overwhelm of information, but it's not presented in a logical order, or it may be missing some key areas. And then the flip side of that is also that those coming in from a web developer experience may or may not have a lot of content management system background. And so we're seeing things like in the headless world, where there's a lot of fancy front end type of work happening. We still need to put that data somewhere. And the trends that I'm hearing is that it's hard to find entry devs for jobs where they're using WordPress as part of their stack, because the devs don't know yet enough information. These new trainees don't know enough information on how to use WordPress, how to pass data through WordPress, and then, of course, onto the database itself underneath it all. So it's two different approaches, but there's a similar issue happening, and that's impacting on the hiring side of things. We see WordPress has got a huge market share. We see it's constantly being updated. We see people being interested in it and lots of jobs. But there's this disconnect that seems to be happening, where systematizing what applicants should know and how to find that information out would be really helpful.
Yeah, for sure. So what's the importance then of like creating materials and learning experiences so learners can like acquire this knowledge and actually apply it in a real world setting?
Yeah. So WordPress is vast, and what we could do with it is really vast. And we have people around the globe. A lot of my coworkers, I worked for a number of years at the same company as Gary, actually. So a lot of my coworkers were based in lots of parts of the globe with varying languages. As Hauwa shared, it's a big undertaking to make training materials for the whole globe, for every learning style, for all the different job roles. It's a lot. Challenges to creating that, I think defining clearly what some general skills are based upon certain roles. So if you have entry support, which is where I began when I worked for the events calendar, if you've got entry-level support roles, what does that skill set generally look like? Not just for one company, but what's the summation across many companies that have that role? Or a slightly more advanced needs to know a little bit of code. We might call them tier 2 tech support. What do entry applicants need to know? What do people that start specializing need to know? If they're going front, back end, if they're going down the design path, what do they need to know? And keeping it all up to date can be an interesting challenge. So getting that feedback of here's the skill sets, and then here's how companies are providing that ongoing training to their staff, or how they can allocate time, resources for that would be really valuable info to have.
In the educational process, often we see there's steps on the way where we can measure and determine how people are growing. How do you see Learn or WordPress.org profiles playing into this?
For sure. So being able to indicate I have gone through this course and can demonstrate some of those skills, not just I can answer quiz questions, but actually demonstrate those skills. In the bootcamp where I instructed, students had a lot of portfolios in GitHub. That's common for a lot of developers. Being able to create a project that they have and they can display somewhere, perhaps if they're really ambitious, I customize it, make it their own thing that's unique, extend their skills a little bit. Having all of that, we see on our .org profiles already that we can link to our GitHub accounts. So that's there. That makes it obvious entryway or a segue for developers to then store their projects over there and be able to demonstrate that. Having a tab on our profile that says, here's the courses that I have taken, and here is I can prove that I took the course and that I passed the course successfully. I think that will indicate that they have awareness even. What we're seeing with the people that come through educational institutions of all sorts is that if they have a lot of web dev experience but no WordPress experience, they don't necessarily have the ability to say, I can go work as an entry dev at a plugin company, because they still don't have that skill set. So even just having awareness would be a big step towards helping the application pool.
Yeah, to that end, like what role do WordPress companies have in advising, contributing, supporting Learn to get that kind of learner?
If you look at somebody's .org profile, I want your voice as to what should be showing up on their profiles. Not if that person individually has completed that or not, but if you are using a .org profile as part of your assessment on the application process, your voice matters then to the team. So knowing what trends you're seeing in the industry, we're constantly changing WordPress itself. Also, the build stack, all of the layers within that are shifting in an ongoing manner. And where it fits within the scope of WordPress and .org as it relates to what you need for candidates, tell us. We would really like that. Ways that you could do that are simply advising, hey, we need some courses around this particular feature, or we need, a block development course that includes a lot of administrative settings. We need a way to look at REST API, a course on REST API, and how that hooks into a lot of plugins and be able to present the data to other locations. All of those are great examples. We want more examples of courses that you envision, and what the outline of that course could look like would be amazing. If you're feeling that you really care about a lot of this and you have devs that know this kind of stuff, think of it like pair coding. You can partner a developer up with somebody that is an instructional designer and thinks like a teacher. The developer may or may not wish to be on camera creating a course or writing all the documentation, but if they can at least help the person that can do all of that work understand how to do that task, then let's set up some time together and capture all of those ideas.
I think that leads me to the inverse question then. So I'm a learner. How can Learn help me connect with the skills I've learned? How can Learn help me, find that next career and move along?
Yeah. So right now we have lesson plans and workshops. We will be rolling out more courses. There are a few there, but we'll be rolling out more courses quite quickly soon. Automatic has brought in some instructional designers, and we're really grateful for the work that they're doing. We'll see a lot more courses coming out in the very near future. And so if you are a learner, you will see that there are more courses coming. As a team, we're still settling in on the name for a group of courses. In the education world, we call them career pathways. And so, or in college, you would have a major and it would tell you like, go through these things. Coming up with a similar term on Learn for a series of courses. That would help give a strong understanding, generally, what you need for a job. So if you're saying, like you, when you were beginning to learn more plugin development and before submitting all your plugins to .org, if it said, go through these courses that include the template hierarchy and all the hooks and all of that. Also, what to look for when you're submitting to .org and what they care about when you're submitting something and how to receive their feedback. Get through all of that material and you've got a pretty strong understanding of how to work as an entry dev in a plugin company. Go through a little bit more and you can continue your own learning journey, whether that is to advance your career or to help you acquire the job. Demonstrating that you've got those skills really matter.
Thanks so much. I'm so excited about Learn and all the work I see y'all doing and excited to be a small part of it.
Thank you all for being with us today. On behalf of the training team, we're really eager to partner with hiring institutions, companies that create for WordPress, those that are using WordPress, learners. If you've got feedback and say, that was really confusing, We want to spare others the heartache and the grief, the mystery of learning WordPress, and systematize it in a way that really works for a lot of people. So again, thank you for coming with us today. Thank you for having the training team with you. Come join us. And also, happy birthday to Helen.
Hey, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Helen.
Bye, all.
Hello. Nope. Hazel, you're still.
Green room, I'll be back. Check out what's going on.
Oh, I'm on it. We'll see if we can figure out what's going on with Hazel's audio. Thank you so much, all of you, not only for that great panel discussion, but also for being here. Hauwa, I know it's like really late at night for you, I think.
Yeah, but we're used to that, aren't we, Michelle?
We are. We plan a lot of WordFest stuff together, so we're used to all of that. But thank you all for being here so much. We have a lot of questions, so if I can go ahead and just start diving into those, and I'll let you all decide who should be the one to answer them. So the first one is, why should an employer or hiring manager be invested in Learn WordPress? Not all at once.
Why shouldn't you be invested?
I love the inverse. Like
yeah, you are the person that is looking for certain skills, and what better way to ensure that you find the candidate that you're looking for by actually stating what it is you want and planning then. So yeah.
Well, what percent of the internet is WordPress? I mean, like if you're a hiring manager, whether or not you're working in WordPress currently, like chances are pretty good you're going to run into a client. You know, if you're in the agency world that's using WordPress, and whether it's your choice or not, like it does a great job of meeting the needs of users, getting their content out there. So familiarity is super important.
Makes sense to me. I think this next one, I'm gonna start picking on you all to answer questions now. I'm gonna ask Courtney this next one. Sure. What is the main goal of learner achievements on the .org?
Right. So we mentioned that we'll be rolling out courses on Learn soon. And what we're envisioning is that on your .org profile, there will be a tab that mentions learner achievements. If you check out my Twitter recently, I shared the link directly to the article. So we're proposing that we're going to show on our profiles that we have proficiency or have completed a course in a particular topic within WordPress. And in theory, then a bundle of courses too would get some kind of similar achievement on our profiles. Mm-hmm. That sounds like something that employers would care a lot about. And before we just go and do this thing, I'm kind of over here screaming, hey, employers, this is the time that we want you to advise. I'm not asking you to come write code. I'm asking you to advise us on what you need for the people that you're hiring and how can we help provide that and the ongoing resources.
Mm-hmm. So badges and achievements are more than just gamification. They're actually a way of actually saying that somebody has achieved a level of proficiency.
Absolutely, yeah. And Michelle, you work at one of the companies I first noticed that looks at a .org profile. You work at Give. And I am super thankful for the feedback that we've already received from that.
Excellent. Very good. Peter, I'm going to ask you, how can people contribute to Learn WordPress?
Yeah, so how I did it, first of all, I just met primarily Courtney through the last WordCamp and asked her. That's the number one thing in the community, is to ask, and just find somebody. But at make.wordpress.org is where you've got all the kind of the starting points, and Learn is one of the starting points. From there, you just kind of work your way in, and then you find, we've got the Slack channel, we've got the meetings and all. It seems intimidating and overwhelming at first, and there's a lot of us who kind of lurk for a while. Courtney and Hauwa can definitely attest to that, I'm sure. But everybody's really friendly. We're adding some things like having some of these Zoom meetups, for example, so we can just be on Slack, actually, see and talk. So It's just knowing you start at make.wordpress.org, work into learn.wordpress, and then you can work your way through there. So, and Courtney and Hauwa, please correct me if I'm missing anything.
I know that in our industry we talk about the imposter syndrome a lot. Do you think that creeps in to people here? It's like, oh, I couldn't possibly contribute to Learn. I'm not good enough. I'm not I don't know enough. And what would you say to somebody who said that to you? How I'll ask you that question.
I would say just come and join. You got to start somewhere. And you don't have to know everything. I mean, I do not have a background in education, but I am working in the training team, so I'm contributing there. So you will have skills that we can use. Like I said, you can be advisor. You could check grammar in our lesson plans, or you could go through our videos, check screenshots, and download, create slide decks for us. There's just so many things you can do that you don't actually have to be an educator to do.
I tell people my undergrad is in religion and philosophy, and I work in technology now. So if I can make that kind of a leap, anybody can do anything in WordPress, right? There's a spot for everybody for sure. Gary, let me ask you this next question. This question, I think, came from, let's see who said, from Jeff C. He would like to know, Learn will really take off once the people in charge of hiring at agencies and companies dive in and start contributing. But how does that happen besides the 5 for the Future?
I would start by saying I think 5 for the Future is a fantastic starting point. There's a lot of fantastic organizations we're all familiar with that are really putting folks out there. And making it part of their job to be involved in tending to WordPress, and Learn is a great opportunity if your job allows you to do that. But 5 for the Future is a great spot to start, and it's a light lift for all of us to be involved that way. So I honestly would say, like, let's start there. Let's make that the first the first point we get to, and then from there we can absolutely grow. There's tons of opportunities to find spots to engage. And build out what Learn is looking to be.
Daniel Olson is asking specifically to Gary, do you educate new devs about things like Jamstack and static sites?
That's a cool question. So there's not really a place in my current role that fits. I think in the context of Learn, I think there's certainly an opportunity for that with the REST API and WordPress as a source of content. So that's a good opportunity to jump in. Like, if this is something you know a lot about, hop in, help design what that course looks like, help put in place and build out, what that content should include. Yeah.
Courtney, Jeff C is asking us, is the Learn project about replacing college level education or vocational training? And how does it fit in within that?
So the Learn project follows the similar guidelines that you would see on WordPress TV or open source philosophy in general. It serves as a resource for others. It would not necessarily replace a college education, although we have lesson plans that anybody can take and use in any context. It was originally designed or thought of as a way to provide meetup organizers with resources that they could present themselves or have somebody at the meetup present the topic. That's grown into additionally direct learners. And so we know that meetup groups are already showing workshops at their meetup and then holding a discussion group after the fact. Some are still using our lesson plans. People can take these materials and use them in many different contexts. And then having that achievement on your profile is something that the employer might look to. So we welcome educational institutions to make use of this stuff. It's there. Have at it.
Absolutely. Hauwa, I'll ask you this question. Most of the WordPress community is made up of guides and tutorials across the internet. We've all seen them. We've Googled them, right? They're everywhere. YouTube is full of them. Is this kind of content learn-worthy, or is that project looking for something more substantial?
You've got to love YouTube and Google and all of that, finding information. It's one of the things I will say, because I remember when I was looking at stuff, it was how up to date was it? And that is going to be a huge challenge for us on Learn, keeping things up to date. So I think in terms of, is it worthy? I would say yes and no, depending on the time of period that you're actually looking at it from. So time frame plays, like I said, plays a big factor in this. What I would love to see is content that's available for everybody, that anyone can use, and that is very accessible in the sense that, you know, even if your bandwidth isn't working, not everybody has access to YouTube or, well, great bandwidth, but having content that we can actually use anywhere in the world in any language, I think would be an added bonus. So
Excellent. Yeah. Well, thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate that very much. Hazel, do you want to try again?
We'll see. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay.
Yes. Okay.
Look at that. Technology works with just a good old-fashioned restart after the fourth time.
Well, let Hazel read out about our sponsors on the way out. Thank you all so much for being here, for taking your time and contributing to WordCamp US this year.
And while I would love to read the sponsors, Michelle, I did literally just restart and I don't have them ready to go. So I'm going to have to rely on you. All I'm here
That's
for
all good. So, no problem. We'd like to thank our Grand Canyon sponsors, Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. And our Redwood sponsors, 10Web, Blackbird, CHRS Interactive, Domain.me, EasyWP, InMotion Hosting, Ionos, Nexus, Paid Memberships Pro, Pantheon, Possumus, Shifter, and Stellar WP. The next things we have coming up, we have a sponsor interview. This time it is with Bluehost, I've heard. And then also we want you to check out our job board and the sponsors page. We'll be back after the break at 3 p.m. Pacific time. And our next speaker is AmyJune Hineline. So we'll see you then.
See you guys soon.
Hello, we hope you're enjoying WordCamp US so far. I'm Megan, and I have with me Devin Sears from Bluehost. How are you, Devin?
I'm doing great, Megan. Thanks for having me today.
Awesome. So we were hoping to hear a little bit about how Bluehost contributes to the WordPress project in non-code ways.
Yeah, so we do contribute to WordPress in coded ways as well, I guess. We have a team of dedicated developers that helps work on core and helps make sure that the Bluehost product works well with the WordPress product. But the non-code ways that we contribute to WordPress, I would say probably the biggest is Bluehost is a global sponsor for WordCamps. And so in a regular year, Bluehost will travel to 20 to 30 different WordCamps around the world. And we will try to support the community by being there in person, as well as speaking at those events and trying to make ourselves available to speak with our customers, specifically at WordCamps, and trying to give the subject matter experts that we have working at Bluehost the opportunity to teach people at WordCamps.
That's awesome. Are there other groups in the Make WordPress team that you contribute to?
That I personally contribute to, or that Bluehost contributes to?
Bluehost.
I am admittedly a little bit of a lurker in the community team. I probably need to be a little bit more active there, but the core team, I think they're in a lot of different groups. I couldn't name them all off the top of my head. I know they're in Meta. I'm not going to do them justice by guessing, so I won't try to list them all out, but they're in a lot of them. I know that I think Jonathan DeRosier recently was the release lead, I think, for one of the most recent updates. So that, and he's one of the people on our team.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, you bet.
Welcome back. We're working through the day. How are you, Hazel?
Doing good. Hopefully we can hear each other now.
It sounds so much better. You sounded a little like
Good.
Max Headroom before, and I was like, I don't know how many people will remember that, but yeah.
I don't hate that.
No, I don't hate that either. It's a good memory, actually, from my high school years, I think, when that was on. Anyway, I'm Michelle Frechette. I am the Director of Customer Success at GiveWP.
And I'm Hazel Kimpo with Stellar WP doing marketing.
Fantastic. Love it. So that's who we are. Remember, if you're tweeting about this, it's been a long day already. Can you tell? If you're tweeting about WordCamp US, use hashtag WCUS so that we can see it and retweet it and interact with you. And we also, of course, want to thank our sponsors, our Grand Canyon sponsors, Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. And our Yosemite sponsors, Amazon Lightsail, Cloudways, Gravity Forms, Green Geeks, SiteGround, Weglot, WP Engine, and Yoast.
Awesome. Well, we're here today to introduce AmyJune Hineline. She is open source community ambassador and QA engineer at Canopy Studios. She has a dual focus on both open source community development and inclusivity. She's uniquely positioned to help individuals become more comfortable and confident as they contribute to their communities. She organizes various open source camps and conventions globally, empowering individuals to force deep community connections that benefit everything as a whole. As a self-described non-coder, AmyJune helps communities discover how they can contribute and belong in more ways than coding. Outside of her mission in the technology space, she has a deep love for mycology, geocaching, and air-cooled Volkswagens.
Mycology. Do you know that she's also, I believe, a hospice nurse? So she has a lot of different things going on. Her talk today is called Contributing to Open Source. Open source thrives on community contributions in the form of event organization, marketing, communications, volunteering, and yes, even code. This helps the projects move forward and stay relevant. Not everyone who works on open source projects is a coder or developer. I am not. But I am deeply involved. Smaller tasks help people increase their confidence to gain experience, which is absolutely true. This leads to more contributions. Code is very important, and so are all the other parts. Contributing back to open source helps folks to feel connected with their community. A more polished project leads to a better overall experience. But how does one become a contributor? Together, we're going to discuss what we can do as the community to foster new contributors and keep the ones we already have. Turn it over to AmyJune.
Good morning. You are at WordCamp US's last session of the day, and I am presenting Contributing to Open Source. And I want to get some housekeeping out of the way real quick. The link to follow the slides is bit.ly/WCUS-contrib. That's WordCamp US contrib. And I encourage folks to follow along with the slide deck because there's lots of good links in there. There are images in this presentation, but most of them are decorative and don't add any more value to the presentation that I'm already verbalizing. If there is any images, I'll be sure to describe them if they add any information. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Ohlone lands, specifically the Mutsun region on which land I am presenting on today. And I want to quote Northwestern University. It is important to understand the long-standing history that has brought you to reside on the land and to seek to understand your place within that history. Land acknowledgements do not exist in past tense or historic content. Colonialism is an ongoing process, and we need to build our mindfulness of our present participation. My name is AmyJune. That's title camel case, all one word. I use the pronouns she and her. I am the open source community ambassador and QA engineer for Canopy Studios. I help organize and market Accessibility Talks, which is a virtual online meetup where we have speakers and guests discuss all things accessibility. And that comes down to my wanting the web to be as inclusive as possible. I mentor for several open source projects, including WordPress and Drupal. And I help the WordPress diversity team with speaker trainings and workshops. Like I said, Canopy brings me here today. We are an open source website strategy, design, development, and support agency. We like to work through all of the life cycles of a website. We design, build, and support websites for clients who want to make a positive impact. And we're hiring. We are looking for not only WordPress engineers and tech leads, but we have some positions open on our creative team. And we encourage people who are passionate about community and accessibility to apply. So feel free to DM me in Slack if you have any questions. So down to why we're here today. I just want to go over an agenda real quick. So first, we'll talk about why we contribute to open source, the benefits, and how to start contributing. And I break that into a couple of categories. I'm going to talk about all the community initiatives that are available, how to organize events, and then sharing knowledge. And then I'm going to conclude the presentation with talking about how to keep the contributors we already have, and then ways to foster new contributors. So why contribute to open source and WordPress? Simply put, if you depend on open source, then open source depends on you. Open source software provides solutions to really unique or specific problems, and a couple of those being cost and the access to the code base. Your contributions are valued. Not everyone uses WordPress or approaches the WordPress community in the same way or level of engagement. And that's perfect because everyone's really unique perspective is more important when building products and community. You get what you give and then a lot more. You get to practice and improve your skills, not only in code, but in leadership and management. WordPress provides incentives through attribution, and these incentives can help drive more contributions. And then contributing makes you feel more integrated part of the WordPress community. There's now another reason to come to camps and conferences, coming to that Contrib Day. You meet people with similar interests, you build relationships and friendships, really, that and a network that can last a lifetime. So what are the benefits of contributing to WordPress? I know I do it because it makes me feel good, but it's more than just the warms and fuzzy feelings that you get. WordPress powers 40% of the web. What an amazing and spectacular feeling to know that you touch so many websites. There is nothing more rewarding than knowing and seeing the evidence that you've made an impact on so many lives by helping build a product as inclusive as a CMS like WordPress. We power blogs, higher ed, nonprofits. We build a product that's easy to use. And we really help humankind forward some pretty rad missions. When we contribute, we move the WordPress project closer to perfection, from code to design to fixing typos. We help improve the look and feel of the project. When our user interface is clean and everything functions as expected, people and agencies who may be evaluating our project can see that. And then they choose to use WordPress over our competitors. Giving back can also build your open source street cred. It can help you build your resume. Developers and others who give back to the community build a reputation. You know that you're probably okay reviewing work and can accept feedback. While working in WordPress's issue queue, the track, creating issues and patches and reviewing parallels working on tickets and creating branches in our agency workflows as well. Contributing enables folks to write more stable code, which follows coding standards. Working on an initiative displays that you're flexible and you have commitment. Contributing really shows that a contributor is willing and able to work on a team. The more you contribute, the more you learn, the more you look at the code or move around in the user interface, the stronger your skill set becomes. And an important part of contributing that often gets overlooked is mentoring. And mentoring just feels really, really good. So why should agencies give back? How can you talk your boss into sponsoring your contributions? Companies who consume WordPress as an open source project should certainly give back. They should appreciate the value of helping each other. When they contribute to open source, it helps with duplicating efforts and redundancy. If your developers find a bug and you can help with the solution, this is not only good for your team, but it's also good for the longevity of the project as well. In the tech industry, using and contributing open source software is seen as good corporate citizenship. And it's really part of a firm's social responsibility as well. And again, much like individual contributors, the more an agency gives back, the more they get back. Open source can provide trainings and growth opportunities at a lower cost than traditional professional development programs because the resources are already in the community. You can identify and recruit talent. Remember, building open source parallels client work, working on a team, collaboration. It's fun and rewarding to work closely with the smartest people in the WordPress community. So it really helps with employee retention. Having a community program where folks can give back on the company dime really helps with that retention. And then the last reason is companies can actually influence the direction of the WordPress platform. Imagine with each build, you put in a certain feature. This is with every build of yours. If you get that feature built into core, you eliminate the need to set that up with every new project. You're really contributing to the future of the open web. 5 for the Future is a program that encourages individuals as well as agencies and organizations to contribute 5% of their resources to moving the WordPress project forward. And I'm going to say this a couple of times during the presentation because it's really important that you don't have to be technical or no code to give back to WordPress. So where do you start? There are many community initiatives. If you can see this slide, you can see there's quite a few community initiatives. I'm not going to read this list, but the next section of the talk, I'll give a brief overview about each one. And there's several reasons I do this. Because again, some folks think giving back to WordPress means core. And that's just one aspect, and it's important, but so are all of the other components, especially community. Sometimes a person's first exposure to WordPress is through our community, through our local communities. So having a strong community team is just as valuable as having a strong development and design team. And another reason I go through all the initiatives is that everyone has different passions and skill sets. It's important to align a contributor to what they are comfortable with. So core, the core team makes WordPress, whether you're a seasoned PHP developer or you're just learning code. The core team would love to have your help. You can write code, fix bugs, deliberate decisions, help with development. Reporting bugs, reviewing patches, testing, really getting your hands into that track queue. And all of these team initiatives meet in Slack, and the core team meets in Core, C-O-R-E. The design group is focused on designing and developing the user interface. There are regular discussions about user testing, user experience, mockups, design. And they'd really like to be the go-to resource for all the teams across the project, and you can find them in design. The accessibility group lends their knowledge and expertise and passion, not only for core, but in the resources that we have as well. They make sure that WordPress core and all of the resources are digitally accessible. And I'm going to quote the WordPress accessibility coding standards. They say, all new or updated code released in WordPress must conform with the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines 2.1 at level AA. So that's WCAG 2.1 at that minimum compliance level. And there are plenty of tickets in Core with bugs and tasks. There are issues for the block editor. There's plenty to do if you're passionate about inclusivity on the web. And that's the accessibility channel in Slack. WordPress is used all over the world and in many different languages. If you're a polyglot, help out by translating WordPress into your own language or other languages that you know. You can also assist with creating the tools that make translations easier. And that's the Polyglots channel, Polyglots in Slack. Answering a question in the support forums or IRC or Slack is one of the easiest ways to start contributing. You always know something that someone else doesn't. A user's first experience with WordPress community can be on the forum, so the more the merrier to help find their answers and feel welcomed. And that's forums in Slack. Good documentation lets people help themselves when they get stuck. The documentation team is responsible for improving that knowledge base, and they can always use more writers. And there's tons of places you can contribute. Proofreading, instructions and articles, making sure they make sense, migrating articles. Developers can help document plugins and the theme handbooks. And you can also help with the docs for JavaScript as well. And they meet in the docs channel, DOCS. I often hear folks ask, how can I contribute to documentation if I'm not sure what I'm doing? But guess what? That makes you the perfect person to help with docs, because there might be missing steps or assumptions made about skill levels or even knowledge gaps that experienced users can often skip. If you can think of a clearer way to explain something, that's a really great way to contribute. So when you improve the documentation and make them more clear and add details, you help the next person. And making improvements to the knowledge base also has the benefit of improving the onboarding process, making it less difficult and complicated for people to contribute. The theme review team reviews and approves themes submitted to the WordPress repository. Reviewing themes can sharpen your own development skills. This team also helps build and maintains the default themes. They maintain the official guides for requirements and unit tests as well. Right now, the primary focus of the team is to currently help theme authors transition to block-based themes. And they're in Slack in the theme review channel, all one word. The plugin review team has the role of reviewing new plugins when they're submitted to WordPress.org. The goal of this team is to support maintainers and educate them on best practices around security and maintenance. But right now, the review team is not accepting new members. They're waiting till after a revamp of the plugin system. The meta team makes WordPress.org. They provide support and build tools for all of the contributor groups. They're responsible for managing and maintaining the WordPress.org websites, and their work is mostly done on the meta track. If you go to their handbook, there's a link when you go to their page of their handbook. There's a very long list of open source projects that you can help with, and they meet in Meta on Slack. That's META. The training team essentially helps folks learn how to use and contribute to WordPress. This can be through forums, blog posts, blog articles, downloadable lesson plans, and other related materials that people can use when they instruct workshops live or online. And anyone can contribute here. They need people to write, copy edit, test, audit, review the lesson plans and make sure that everything makes sense to everyone. Right now, the team is currently working on adding captions and transcripts for accessibility, localization, and of course, search engine optimization. And that's the training channel. The test team works across the entire ecosystem of WordPress, making sure that every device and browser is supported. They test, document, and report the WordPress user experience. They focus on user testing, not only on the dashboard, but they make sure that they can replicate bugs and document them. They're really looking to build a culture of review and triaging across the project. And right now, the team is currently working on full site editing and their core test in Slack. The TV team reviews and approves every single video that's submitted to WordPress TV. They also support WordCamps with captioning and subtitling of any published videos. They help with the post-production for the most part when it comes to camps. But for contributors, reviewing videos is a fantastic way to learn about WordPress in the community. You get to watch the videos and learn while giving back. And experience is not required to get involved. And their channel is WPTV. The marketing team is responsible for marketing. They market WordPress globally. Their main goal is to make sure that the platform is seen as the top CMS that it is, and that we continue to power as much of the web as possible. So for all of the other teams, this marketing team should be the resource for strategy and content. Who can help? Do you work in social media? Do you work in analytics? Are you a data scientist, a writer? This team has many different facets, and they meet in the marketing channel in Slack. WPCLI, that's command line interface. It's the official command line tool for interacting and managing your WordPress sites. And contributing to this isn't limited to coding or creating the interface. You can contribute in a way that best fits your skills and passions. You can write tutorials. You can give a demo at your local meetup. You can help others in the support forums, and you can help with documentation, of course, too. They're looking for folks to report bugs, security issues, improving docs, and they are CLI in Slack. Hosting. The hosting team works to improve WordPress end user experience across hosting environments. And they really work through collaborating across the industry and making sure that people are educated on hosting. The team meets in hosting-community in Slack. And there's a couple of ways right now to help with the hosting team. They would love to see some eyes on documentations for a overhaul and audit. The next big steps of the projects are to support automated tests of the infrastructure, on hosts, and support any end-to-end tests. And most of this is done on GitHub. The automated tests that run across every plugin and theme are called Tide, Tide. Tide will run tests and inform users about any errors or warnings in their directory. They could inform people about PHP compatibility. Right now, currently, the team is working on Node service refactoring and integrating PHP compatibility into WordPress.org. And they meet in the Tide channel. The mobile team builds iOS and Android apps. Are you fluent in Swift or Java or Objective-C? The team also needs user experience experts, testers, designers. They want to make sure that the experience is smooth across every device. Most of the work happens in GitHub, and I found that there's lots of really good instructions to get you set up really quick. And they may meet in the mobile channel in Slack. And last, I want to talk about the community team. This team oversees all sorts of things, mentorship programs, events, and any other ways to grow our community. If you're interested in organizing a meetup or a WordCamp, the community blog is an excellent place to start. There are groups working to support events, to create outreach and training programs, and again, generally support the community as a whole, which is a good segue into talking about organizing events. And this is a great way to contribute. There's a few different events that WordPress, helps with. There's meetups, there's camps, and then there's like WordCamp US or WordCamp Europe or Asia. Meetups are locally organized, they get together for face-to-face in more normal times. Face-to-face events on a regular basis, you can find a lot of these groups have switched to Zoom. Meetups are an excellent way for community members to learn from each other, to network and make friends, and find other collaborators. It's okay to start small. WordCamps are locally organized conferences that focus on everything WordPress, and they generally happen once a year or a little bit less frequently. And these are extensions of the meetups. And then, the WordCamp US, Europe, or Asia level, these are continent or global level gatherings, and they typically run for a couple of days. They might include keynote addresses, contribution events, trainings. And all WordCamps are different. Organizers bring their own local flair and flavor to make them unique to their community. WordCamps can be small or they can be big, like over 500 people. If you're a community that hosts a large event, perhaps when you first start organizing, start at the meetup level. If you're looking to host a WordCamp in your local area, meetups can help foster interest and help provide insights to what content people are looking for. And there's quite a few teams. You can work on design and website. This is the look and the feel of your website, designing marketing materials and swag. Attendee experience assist attendees, making sure that all of their experiences are positive. So this could be help with accommodations with accessibility, food allergies, visas, communications and public relations. You can see that abbreviated as PR. This team works on copy for the website and creates social media content. Contributor teams help set up Contributor Day and organize community groups who participate in that day. Logistics, venues, and catering, just what it sounds like, finding vendors and locations for the main events and networking events. The programming team helps coordinate not only speakers, but they help with the needs for workshops and trainings as well. The sponsor team reviews applications of sponsors. They communicate with sponsors once they're on board and just make sure that everyone's happy. And then volunteers. Our volunteers do it all, and you need a team to coordinate that. I cannot stress the importance of volunteers at events. They really make the magic happen. Have you been an organizer of a camp or a meetup and are ready to do a bit more contributing? Any WordPress organizer with experience and passion for helping others can be a community deputy. Deputies have this wonderful job of making sure new meetup and WordCamp organizers feel welcome. They answer questions. They do all kinds of things. They do application processing. They do orientations and mentoring. They help with budget reviews. Having all this experience helps deputies understand and have a better understanding of how communities work. And they help ideate on what improvements can help the wider community program. Teaching Tuesdays, I'm not going to read this, but there's a list of a few articles that are really handy if you're thinking about getting into organizing meetups and WordCamps. On the community blog, Teaching Tuesdays, they have some really excellent articles. You just go to the page and there's a tag called Teaching Tuesday. Again, lots of cool resources. And maybe joining a team isn't for you. And that's okay. There are plenty of people, plenty of things that you can do without any long-term commitment. You're always welcome to join in on Contrib Days and find a task for the day, or pop into a meeting or the track queue and find a smaller task. And one good task is teaching folks by sharing your knowledge. You can share your knowledge through presentations, through training, mentoring, and in the forums. And there's several benefits to sharing your knowledge. You can be seen as an authority in your field. You can stand out and create a personal brand. It can unlock opportunities you would have never known and levels of success you wouldn't reach otherwise. And it really starts with sharing your experience. The more you speak, the more confident you become. The more you practice, the better you'll become at anything. Getting past the fears and insecurities that come along with public speaking is life-changing. Connecting with audiences can be a strong reminder that you have insights and knowledge to share with the world. And during more normal times, you can travel and meet people, be a part of the community. But I have to admit, virtual camps have eliminated the geographic barrier for me. And I've spoke at more WordCamps than I could have if I had to travel. And I've met people I wouldn't have met otherwise. You learn at conferences. You learn when you speak. Speaking teaches you because you research your talk and you're able to gain all kinds of insights. And then, having all different types of people on the stage, you can be a role model for historically excluded or marginalized groups. And there's speaker workshops available to help folks out. This is an initiative that Jill Binder works on. Not only are there speaker workshops to attend, but you can mentor and volunteer at them as well. And I want to talk about a few of the different modules that are available. Finding a topic and pitching the pitch for your WordPress talk, creating your WordPress talk once you have that pitch, becoming a better speaker and improving your online presence, and creating great slides. I like this one a lot because it's a great opportunity to improve the accessibility and look and feel of your presentation decks. And there's all different types of presentations. There's the lecture style. This is your basic how-to style format where someone's telling you something, and there's typically a Q&A at the end. There's the discussion. You're a facilitator on a topic and the audience discusses it together. There's panels where you have a few people talking about one topic. Case studies. This is analyzing a real-life situation where a solution is explored. There's a story-based talk. This could be something you learned, mistakes you made, like a case study on yourself. Lightning talks, these are quick talks, 5 to 15-minute presentations. And this is a great opportunity for people who want to present but don't have a lot to say. And then, of course, there's workshops and trainings, and this is more hands-on material where people, you teach people skills with a hands-on approach. Where do you find events? Central.wordcamp.org, and then continue on to /schedule. The last section I want to go into is contributors. How do we keep our existing contributors? Because burnout is real and people leave. So what can we do? Giving back to open source involves a level of privilege, and typically that privilege is time. There's sometimes not a lot of work-life balance. Folks who have full-time jobs don't always have time to give back. Perhaps they have a second job or are caregivers for small children or loved ones. Sometimes there's a lack of recognition. People love to be recognized for their efforts, and that doesn't always happen when we work in open source. Lack of employer incentives, again, privilege. Many employers do not have the capacity to pay folks to help with code or go to meetups and help with documentation. So I have some suggestions for fighting burnout, and this is not an all-inclusive list, but we find folks new roles. We move into leadership. We maintain projects in core. You get more specific about what you contribute to. You run initiatives. ideate and create. The world is constantly moving, and WordPress likes to keep up, and we kind of have to stay competitive. New ideas and perspectives can be great, but we also need folks to hold the reins and push forward when necessary. Mentoring, this is my favorite part of giving back to any open source project or just giving back to humanity in general. You help the next line of contributors and ensure the success of our project. You help empower and teach others best practices around contribution. And then again, sharing knowledge, it's rewarding. Witnessing people have that aha moment is so special. And part of being a leader and a contributor on a larger scale is knowing how to step down gracefully. We mentor the mentors to create more folks to help onboard and teach. We empower folks. Everyone has something to teach. We encourage dialogue and have periodic check-ins with our leaders and our contributors. I've seen this work in other open source projects where we implement a buddy system, someone who is a co-lead or a backup. So leads are able to go on vacation or work on a pressing work deadline or just step back to breathe. And that person knows the deadlines and what has to move forward. And one added benefit of being slightly redundant is that there's a shared responsibility, and it also adds accountability. Not to mention, adding more perspectives, having diverse voices is always good. How do we foster new contributors? First, we need them to become involved. And how do we contribute new? Or how do we recruit new contributors? We mentor. And like I said, mentoring feels really good. You get to celebrate big and small accomplishments throughout the day at a contrib event. Through time, you get to watch your mentees grow, and you get a deep feeling of satisfaction that you are a part of the process to get them to where they are today and where they will be tomorrow. And mentoring is important for the longevity of the project as a whole. We want to absolutely ensure that we continue to have folks who want to contribute. And when first-time contributors or novice contributors are more empowered and set up with tools to be successful and have continued resources, the more likely they are to come back for more. We have to really hook them. If you're a lead of a project, be sure to thank and acknowledge all contributors, not just code contributors. Our project can become more polished with that. Those little random bugs are reported and fixed. We're improving user experience as we go. If only every potential contributor knew that their help is greatly appreciated. So again, thanking people, mentoring them, making sure they feel welcome. But most importantly, when you're a new contributor, be sure to follow your interests. Utilize your skill set. Everyone's skill set is important, that unique perspective. And then also when we contribute, be sure to follow your passions. If you're passionate about accessibility, if you're passionate about inclusion of the web, if you're passionate about making sure that first-time attendee feels welcomed at an event, contribute where you can, contribute where you want to, contribute where your skills will best be utilized. And I think most importantly, we really need to have fun. So with that, I want to thank everybody for coming to the presentation. I want to thank the Gift of Open Source program. Some of the material in this deck is recycled from the Gift of Open Source contribution workshops last year, courtesy of Pantheon. And then here's a slide where you can find my information. You can reach me across most of social media at Volkswagen Chick. That's VolkswagenChick. And that name comes from a previous lifetime where I used to be a Volkswagen mechanic working on air-cooled Volkswagens. And then, of course, there's a QR code here where you can connect with me on LinkedIn. So any questions, be sure to post them in chat and we'll answer those when we get back. And then again, at the end of this deck, there are lots of resources with links to everything that I've shared.
Hi, AmyJune.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. It's sunny in California, and I'm really grateful that we could all get together because we didn't know if this was going to happen this year. So it's really nice to come together, even if it's just like seeing people on the stage for a couple minutes.
Absolutely. I did get the honor of working with you on WordCamp US, the last one actually in person down in St. Louis. So it's nice to see you again, even if it is virtually.
Thank you.
Awesome.
You too.
Yeah. So we have some questions for you. I'll ask the first one. So somebody has asked us, can a non-coder contribute to track?
Yes, because not all of our code base is code. There are things in code like user interface sections, where we have pieces of the user interface that are on there and they're written in plain text. We have documentation, we have code blocks, we have typos, we have things like that. So a non-coder can contribute in non-code ways back to the code base. The only tricky part is like understanding how to do that, how to write a patch, how to use track and that kind of thing. But what's nice is it's pretty straightforward. I'm not going to say it's easy because everyone's idea of what everyone's skills are a little bit different. But at WordCamp US and other contribution events, there's usually a mentor at the code table that can show people how to like write a patch, and I'm a non-code contributor, and I started out in Drupal, and it did take me a couple of cycles to learn how to write that patch. But once I knew how to do it, it was just muscle memory, and I worked on documentation. I worked on code blocks. I did all of those little things. And then as we're navigating our WordPress UI and we see something that doesn't make sense, that's an easy fix too, just going in there and changing that. And you don't have to have a local environment to do that because it is, in documentation and things like that. You're not changing it, anything. So I know that some people who are more familiar with code have that fear of, how do I get a local environment set up and all of that? And you don't have to do that. You can download the code base, make the change and contribute in the form of patches. So it can be straightforward.
I have this visions of somebody saying, here's like 500 pages of code. We're missing a semicolon somewhere. Can you find it? That's not what we're talking about, right?
No. It's generally like if you are interested in, and let me back up a little bit. Those UI and those typos and those documentation things are a great way for someone who is interested in learning more about code, because when you open up the code, the more you see and the more you learn. So each one of those little fixes really kind of puts another tool in your tool belt.
That's a great way of looking at it. I love that.
Yeah.
What's the how do you go about finding local meetups these days? And what's the status? You've heard, are people going back to local meetups, or are they still doing them online?
I don't have those complete answers, but I know that generally, like for camps, you can go to WordCamp Central, of course. But if you go to meetups.com, most of our meetups are on there and you can do a quick search, and a lot of the meetups these days are having mega meetups too, where a few meetup groups are meeting in one spot instead of having 3 different events. And those are fun. And you learn about other events from those too. You meet Michelle, and you see Kathy in Atlanta, and this person says, oh, I'm going to do this in Montreal. And so sometimes going to that first meetup is that onboarding ramp.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. My first meetup was like the gateway drug into the community. Also on your dashboard, your WordPress dashboard, there is a place that shows upcoming events too. So if you kind of start to pay attention there, you get an idea of what's going on for sure. What is the process for volunteering at a WordCamp, but not necessarily as an organizer?
Well, in more normal times where we met, I admit, like
back before COVID.
when we went to a physical location, it was really easy to volunteer because you would find an organizer that had a lanyard that indicated that they were an organizer, and you can say, "What can I do?" And they would snag you up and do that. But it's not that much harder doing it virtual, because when you sign up for the newsletter, or you start getting like some of those digests in your inbox, and you start navigating to those websites, there's lots of calls for volunteers, and usually you can find that in the menu. And then just reaching out to the organizer or answering one of those emails back will get you a quick pass into volunteering. And there's all kinds of things that you can do even online, you know. And this is a little off the question, but I found that we have this like virtual fatigue going on. I haven't been organizing any events because I have limited time, but I've been volunteering at a lot of the events. And I found that volunteering at these virtual events really helps me with that fatigue, because I meet people. Like I meet you and I talk to you on stage. I meet the organizers, and we have that like volunteer orientation and things like that. So I encourage people, like if you miss the community and you miss that like face-to-face, volunteering is a great way to sort of combat that virtual fatigue.
Yeah.
When you go to volunteer, AmyJune, is there like a long wait list that people ever expect, or do they get to go in right away and do the thing?
I have never waited. It seems like they'll find something for you to do. And there's a lot of different things to do, you know, from like virtually, you know, there's your host where you two are helping me with Q&A, but there's a lot of behind the scenes too, like people monitoring chat and people, you know, making sure code of conduct, you know, so there's not just these forward facing things. There's a lot of behind the scenes things to do for our more introverted friends.
Absolutely. Let's see. I was looking at the next question. So what do you think we need to do about preventing contributor burnout? Jen Swish asked that. She's one of our lead organizers, so she may have an invested interest in your answer here.
So my role in open source is solely giving back. That's what I do. I have the privilege of getting paid to give back. You know, I have a community position at the company I work with, but I still experience a little bit of burnout because I feel like I take on these projects and I can't go away. I can't take a day off because there's something that needs to be done behind the scenes. So I feel, and people are welcome to chime in, the number one thing we can really do to reduce burnout is redundancy. Redundancy in the sense of having that buddy system, having someone where you can just step back and breathe, you know, because you want to continue working on things year to year, but you do want to go to Yosemite on vacation, you know, and you don't want to be tied to that computer. And having that buddy system is just spectacular. And then also having an exit plan when you do take leadership roles really gives you some peace of mind, knowing that you can step back, that you can have conversations with people, and you can continually check in. And as a leader, checking in is super important with our contributors, because contributors might not want to share that they're experiencing burnout because they don't want to be replaced. You know, so having those open dialogues is super important, but I cannot stress the redundancy enough. I work on MidCamp, which is Midwest Drupal Camp, and they implement the buddy system where each role has 2 leads. And I've taken that to other camps that I've worked on, and it's just spectacular.
It makes a lot of sense. It makes so much sense.
And you have someone to ideate with, because sometimes you feel like you're in this thing on your own when it's just you leading trainings or just you running contrib day, you know? So.
Yeah, I was going to add that too. Yeah, add the buddy like while you're there, right? Not just as a backup. What was the first contribution you made that made you feel happy about contributing back to open source? What was your origin story?
So, okay, my origin story is giving back to Drupal. in the form of non-code contributions in the code base, which was fine. It was fine. I got paid to do that. It was a different position years ago. It was fine. But I'm sorry that my origin story is in Drupal, but it's okay. But what it was I found that me as a non-code developer, because we're still developing software, just not on the code level, I was like, well, how do I know how to do this? You know, and I had an experience where someone showed me how to make the patch and how to do all of the work. And I realized that there was a gap in that at the local and regional level. We had that at DrupalCon, where we had first-time contributor workshops, but we didn't have it at that local and regional level. So I started giving talks and mentoring. I knew one thing. I knew how to write a patch, and I shared it with everyone I knew. Do you know what I mean? Like, that was my one thing. I'm like, I want to.
I imagine you like the snake oil salesman that comes to town, and you're like, "Here's my patch."
But that was it with mentoring. And I've created like spectacular programs like for mentors, and like I help on the Drupal team, on the core mentoring team. And like I said, I know how to code, but that's not what I do. But I love empowering people to make that next thing, because we can have bad mentor experiences and we can have good mentoring experience. And really, for the longevity of our WordPress project, we want those first interactions to be completely positive. We want people to come back. We want people to feel good, you know, and when we mentor the mentors, that's where I thrive, is mentoring the mentors.
Mm-hmm. Does somebody need to be a WordPress expert to contribute?
No.
Oh, of course
not. I'm not a WordPress expert.
So WordPress expert's the funniest thing. You can ask anybody. Like, I'll say I'm not, and then I sit next to someone else. I'm like, oh, I guess I'm like the Albert Einstein of WordPress.
Yep, exactly.
I always laugh when somebody puts it in their bio on Twitter. I'm like, well, what does that even mean?
Exactly, it means so many things.
And the thing about like expertise is, we all use the software differently, you know? And so sometimes those, like I've said this in the presentation, those first-time contributors or those first-time people, those novices, not just to contributions, but novices to our projects, are the perfect contributors, because they see the things that we've missed and that we just take for granted and stuff like that. And so sometimes not being an expert is kind of that niche for contributions. Yeah,
absolutely.
One quick last question here, AmyJune. There was a follow-up on the work buddy sort of system, the redundancy system. Is how have you seen people coordinate or divide tasks?
That's challenging. First of all, you need to have enough people, which if anyone in the crowd here organizes events, sometimes it's really challenging to have enough people to fill one slot of the role. But it has to do with passions, you know? And then like, I always take from the volunteers from the previous year. Hey, you volunteered. How do you feel like helping me like coordinate trainings?
Yeah,
you know?
So it's sort of more of a casual thing and not an official thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And our volunteers are great resources because we've worked with them. So we know how they work and how we jive, and you know what I mean? And so like kind of doing this like cyclical thing with people, I think is really the way to go.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, AmyJune, for being here today, for all your great contributions. And I really appreciated hearing kind of the rundown of all of the different committees or groups or teams that people can join, so that it kind of takes some of that mystery out of it. So I really appreciate that you were able to do that kind of it felt like a shallow dive and a deep dive at the same time, if you know what I mean. And it was really good. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Cool. Well, we want to thank our sponsors once again. Thanks to the Grand Canyon sponsors, Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. And thanks to our Redwood sponsors, 10Web, Blackbird, CHRS Interactive, Domain.me, EasyWP, InMotion Hosting, Ionos, Nexus, Paid Memberships Pro, Pantheon, Posimeth Innovations, Shifter, and Stellar WP.
We know all about that.
Yeah, a little bit of, right? That one, just a Slack message away.
That's right.
What do we have coming up next? We've got a sponsor interview coming up next from WooCommerce. And after that, the break will be ending at 4:15 Pacific time, where will rejoin us. In the meantime, please check out the job board and the sponsors page. Both of those are on the top level menu of the website. And don't forget to leave your feedback about the session in the WordCamp on the WordCamp US website. If you take just a few minutes, it really helps everybody do well.
Absolutely. And then next, after the break, we'll be talking to Josepha. We'll see you then. You're here with me today, Alan Smith, and you are a developer advocate for WooCommerce. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Excellent. Tell us just a little bit about what you do over there.
So I do a little bit of everything. WooCommerce is a kind of a technical product. It's built on top of WordPress. So what we find is there's a lot of overlap between merchants and developers. And so I'm there just to kind of help bring some of that feedback from the merchant community, the developer community, into Automatic to make sure that that feedback gets incorporated into the product. And I'm also there to sort of help curate our resources. So anything from code reference to developer guides. We also have different events that we participate in the community. So I do developer office hours via Slack, and that's where developers can get together and help each other out, help each other solve problems and things. So we do a whole bunch of different things there through developer advocacy, but it's really interesting work and it's really rewarding.
Yeah, that's really nice. Well, tell me a little bit about the non-code ways that your company contributes to WordPress. Now, I've been talking to all the Automatic people, like those you all got assigned to me. So it always feels funny to ask you how you contribute to WordPress. But the truth is, you do contribute to the open source project, not just to the products that you're selling. So talk a little bit about that.
It's true. Yeah. When I think one way to look at it is to kind of reach beyond the code base for sure. And to look at the ecosystem at large, and then also the community around it in general. And so I think about events like WordCamps, so we do things through sponsorships. Automatic is very fortunate to be positioned in a way where we can make financial contributions to things and sponsorships that maybe smaller developers couldn't. We're just positioned that way. And so we do, I think we've been a global sponsor of WordCamp since our inception. There's also a flagship sponsorship that we do, which is a separate sponsorship that has its own kind of funding behind it and stuff. We also sponsor local WordCamps too, which is really nice, I think, because it brings those communities together. It's like those circles you were talking about where we sort of all overlap. And it helps us bring those groups of people together. I'm trying to think of what else. So it's not just money though, I guess. That's one. Right. We obviously, we're a big company and we can contribute financially, but it's not just throwing money at stuff. We actually have people going into these events and we are participating in them as well. So we have event organizers and we have people who can be speakers at these events. Inside Automatic, we have people who can be subject matter experts at certain topics and they can help answer questions, and those people will go into these events and participate in them, or even just volunteer, or even just attend them. Sometimes it's just nice to have a developer from Automatic in the room who can be there just in case, Is there
anything else you'd like to share with us before we sign off today?
No, I mean, I think it's great that there are so many ways to contribute to the WordPress ecosystem. And we're so grateful for WordCamps because they provide opportunities for us that we as a company, you can't orchestrate something like this on your own, at least not organically. And it's very authentic, and we just appreciate being able to participate in the WordPress community because we're another community member, just like a plugin developer or a theme developer. We're just glad to be here.
Absolutely. And you make really good things. So thank you for everything. Thanks for providing WooCommerce for us, but also thanks for sponsorship. We hope we'll see you at WordCamp US and have the opportunity to say hello to you in some of the networking channels, and certainly at a future event when we are back to meeting in person.
Yes, definitely.
I look forward to shaking your hand.
Yeah, likewise.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much. And we'll be in touch soon. Then we'll see everybody at WordCamp US.
Thanks. See you.
WordPress.
Welcome
Welcome
back.
back.
Hey, I had another cup of coffee. It's 7:15 here on the East Coast. I may not sleep till tomorrow, but that's okay because we're here for the last
Late
session
night
of the
coffee
day.
is an adventure. I was just thinking that. I was like, oh, Friday night. But I was like, well, I wouldn't be doing anything else anyway. This is no place I'd rather be, Michelle.
Exactly.
Well,
and
I'm
doing
Hazel.
this with you is even
I run,
better. Sorry.
I'm Hazel Kimpo. I run marketing at Stellar WP, and
I am
this is
Michelle,
Michelle,
and I'm the Director of Customer Success at GiveWP.
Awesome. As a reminder, don't forget to use the hashtag WCUS in all of your posts so we can hear from you and amplify all our voices. And we're super excited for this almost last session here. This would be a good one. Or it is our last, right? We just have closing remarks after this. We want to thank our sponsors once again, our Grand Canyon sponsors, Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. And our Yosemite sponsors, Amazon Lightsail, Cloudways, Gravity Forms, Green Geeks, SiteGround, Weglot, WP Engine, and Yoast.
Yes, and I am very pleased to introduce Josepha Haden Chomphosy. She is the executive director of the WordPress project, helping to coordinate and guide contributor efforts across the ecosystem. Since 2015, Josepha has worked behind the scenes as the lead of the open source division at Automatic. Her work includes financial planning, sponsorship relations, volunteer training programs, and several diversity initiatives on a global scale. She's well-versed in conflict mediation tactics and has a knack for explaining complex topics clearly and respectfully. You can read her occasional writing on josepha.blog and find out where she's speaking next by following at Josepha Haden on Twitter.
Awesome. Well, today we're going to hear a talk from Josepha called Grow Your Story. And the synopsis is, at 42% of the web, WordPress is no stranger to expansive growth. And 2021 illustrated that we as a global community grow right alongside of it. In this talk, WordPress's executive director, Josepha, is going to reflect on the trends seeded in 2020 and invite you to look forward at the future growth opportunities we all have together. Without further ado, take it away.
Hi there, my name is Josepha, and I'm here to give our final talk of the day. But before I get started, I wanted to give a big thanks to the organizers and volunteers for hosting this event. You can drop a little celebration to them in the chat if you are watching live. But I also want to thank you all for coming. I know that many of you are here because you want to learn more about WordPress, whether that's WordPress as a CMS or WordPress the community or WordPress the project. No matter what brought you here today, you're probably looking to grow your story, to take things to the next level. And I hope that what I'll talk about today will get you ready for a growth mindset. Like I said, my name is Josepha Haden Chomphosy, and I'm the executive director of the WordPress project, which means that my job is to take this big, beautiful vision of democratizing publishing and help us all find our way there. The scope is big, so I spend a lot of time looking for patterns at high levels, but I also spend a lot of time checking for insights at low levels, and I'm really excited to share some of that thinking with you today. I did want to note that as we head toward the end of a year that feels like 2020 part 2 for a lot of us, I'm actually not going to talk that much about it today, and it's not because it's not important. But because I think you know exactly how important it is, and also because I think you deserve a bit of a break. So instead, we're going to talk about the expansive growth that I've seen in the WordPress project and community over the past year, and take some time at the end to remind us why WordPress does open source this way in the first place. So first things first. One of the big areas of growth that I have seen is in the way that WordPress connects people. WordPress as a community is both deeply and broadly connected. Broadly because we all kind of are part of this big, happy, generally happy community of WordPress. Like we're WordPress people, we're working on the CMS, we work in open source. There's like this really high level set of things that we kind of identify with. But we also are deeply connected because of the way that we identify with ourselves. We are people who build websites for others. We are business owners. We are plugin developers or theme designers or whatever it is. There's always some way for you to feel connected. But the ways that we have created or felt that deep connection in the past has often been based on our location, or at the very least limited to our to our locations. And we're seeing a shift to more location agnostic opportunities to gather. We saw the creation in the past 12 months or so of many online experiences that were designed to be part business and learning, but also part people and connection. Things like hallway hangouts, Twitch streams of all formats, and regular coffee times and happy hours, all with conversation and camaraderie at the center of them. But we also saw a lot of new online methods of user outreach and participation, testing parties, public triage sessions, just piles of podcasts, which let us all grow closer to the needs of our users. Now, I would be the first to say that all of us long-term WordPressers have had to relearn some stuff, but these opportunities to take our collective knowledge about the software and the community, to take that collective knowledge and make WordPress easier for new users has really been a gift. The second area of growth that I've seen is in the way that WordPress unlocks lasting change. One of my favorite experiences in WordPress is hearing the stories of people who come back to learn new WordPress things so they can support the way their business has grown since they last learned a new WordPress thing. I just absolutely treasure those experiences, and I used to see that on essentially an annual basis at things like this, things like WordCamp US. And I get to witness those stories a lot more often now. I look out into the world at this great resignation that we're experiencing, and I see that as a global community, we've all kind of hit pause. People are pursuing their passions, or for the most bold among us, exploring what their passions may be when they aren't necessarily devoted to a 9-to-5. And while I would never have seen that coming, the way that WordPress works just lets us meet these entrepreneurial spirits where they are. No matter whether you or they are on a path that was chosen or a path that was necessary, this CMS and this community not only lets you grow your story, but it also has space for you to grow as much or as little as you want, while providing the means to tap into some economic empowerment. And speaking of growing as much or as little as you want, the final area of real growth that I've seen in the WordPress project is in the way that WordPress teaches skills. Of all of the work happening in the WordPress project, the thing I'm most delighted by is that by participating in this ecosystem, you gain skills that you can apply in any other organization. If you contribute, everybody be prepared. You're going to hear a laundry list of skills. So if you contribute to WordPress, the CMS, you get to practice a lot of skills related to code and to user experience, the basics of visual design, and a couple of arcane arts like the security hardening work that we do and the deep discipline of usability. There are also other teams that provide supporting information to this software where you can get to practice problem solving and evaluation and synthesis of information. Countless other skills. If you contribute to the WordPress community as a whole, you get to practice project management skills and multimedia communication. You get to learn the basics of various types of licenses and what it means to be a global digital citizen. And depending on the team you're contributing to, you can also learn a suite of basic business skills. And finally, I guess, it feels like there's never really anything terribly final in WordPress, but finally, if you contribute to WordPress on a project/leadership level, you also get to practice the basics of conflict resolution and strategic planning and change management, the things that people hate to work on the most. And in case you were not already completely overwhelmed by how big a list this is, no matter what teams you contribute to, you also get to learn or practice cross-cultural and social communication, collaboration in various formats, all sorts of research skills, self-direction, time management, the list goes on. And if any of you have heard me give my digital literacy talk over the past 5 or 6 years, you will know that these are all broadly referred to as 21st century skills, and they form the basis of digital literacy. So what I'm saying is, if you are participating in the WordPress ecosystem, you have the opportunity to hone your digital literacy skills. And as expectations around work and the way that we work continue to shift, these are exactly the kinds of skills that set people up for success in a post-central office kind of work environment. And I'm here to tell you that if you can do all of these things in a fully distributed, majority volunteer environment, then the hard work of building trust and collaborating effectively when you can't be together in person becomes infinitely easier. When I look at these 3 areas where WordPressers across the world rose to meet the challenge of the day, I am astounded by how expansive our growth has been as people and as a community. But when I zoom a little further out, I realize that this is what makes WordPress WordPress. We have always been growing our story. In case you are not yet aware, you are part of a long line of disruptors. Blogs made publishing available to anyone, which maybe doesn't sound like a big deal to you because you've been around blogging literally forever. But WordPress has been the low-code open source CMS of choice for years. So let me backtrack you through our journey here. Gutenberg as a concept has been around since 2013. That's a long time. Open source, also as a concept, has been around since the 1980s. And the low-code, no-code movement has been around since the 70s. So you, in this moment, are decades deep into projects that absolutely changed our entire understanding of the web and what it meant to be on the web and work on the internet. We live right now in a world where outrage and fast-punching snipes are the norm, and still, this software, this community, this project succeeds by planting the trees of the future, even though we personally will never sit in their shade. And so Gutenberg and lockdowns and distributed work, all of these things represent a huge change for so many of us. But so has everything else that's led us up to this point. And really, my question is, what are we going to do with that responsibility now? And if your answer to that question is, gosh, Josepha, I just want to learn those skills you're talking about here, that is fine too. You can catch all of us on make.wordpress.org. And I hope this talk helps you feel ready for the growth that you've planned for your year ahead. And if I'm not mistaken, we now have some time for Q&A.
Hi, Josepha.
Hello, how's it going?
That's good. How are you?
I'm good. I have to note that I had intended to wear the same shirt as I was wearing in that recorded video, but when I recorded it, it was like 58 degrees and now it's like 91, and I thought I might pass out from heat exhaustion. And so instead I'm wearing my WP admin shirt.
Well, you know, that's another good reason not to have an actual fire and the fireside chat is it's just too hot up there for you.
It's too hot. It's too hot.
In New York, I could use one. I actually turned on my furnace last night for the first time this year, but you know, it is what it is. So
yeah.
I had the benefit of listening to your talk earlier today so that I could help prepare a little bit for our talk today. And I just, first of all, I was playing it out loud and one of my coworkers said, she sounds so together and smart. Like he had so many positive things to say about how well put together your talk was, and also just the way that you present. So professional is what he said.
Well, thank you.
Are you trying to tell me I don't sound professional?
I'm blushing. This will be the first time that so many of you have actually seen me blush. That makes me, thank you, whoever said that. That's very nice.
Very good person. So one of the things that we tried to do at this WordCamp US this time is really make it appeal to newer users. And your talk really kind of talked to that as well, because and we talked a lot today in different talks about being able to contribute and what that means. So my first question for you is really going back to the basics to say, you know, we say that WordPress is democratizing publishing, but I'm not sure that everybody even really knows what that means.
Yeah. So for starters, democratized publishing is WordPress's mission, in case folks did not know that yet. But yeah, I think that at the heart of democratizing publishing, the whole mission of WordPress is to make sure that people are more able to get their voice online. And it doesn't really matter what it is that you're trying to do. Sometimes it's like literally just getting your thoughts out and having a community space for people to connect and share with the feelings that you have, and like find those people who I don't know, not necessarily agree with you, but like have shared experiences. But for a lot of people in the WordPress community, it's also, you know, building a business online, building your brand, and having, for some of us, the first time ever, like passive income that's based on this completely free piece of software that you can study in any way you want, and build on in any way you want, and host any place you want. And like, I know that when I talk about democratizing publishing, sometimes I feel like this wild zealot who believes in freedom, but it is also probably a little true. So yeah, it's making sure that people don't have any lasting barriers to getting themselves online if they want to.
Yeah, and I think that's super important. I often, I build websites too. I've done quite a few over the years, and my daughter wanted our family recipes. And I thought, I don't want to build a regular website for that I have to continue to pay for hosting and everything. So I built a WordPress.com. And it's like, I can't remember what it's like, recipesforlydia.wordpress.com. And she's thrilled. And I'm like, I don't have to update it. So yeah, anybody can create on the web, everything from a blog on WordPress.com to more. So I think that's pretty exciting.
I mean, I think passing down recipes is an excellent example of that kind of use case. It also happens that passing recipes around is an excellent use case for like how open source works. And so that is one of my favorite examples to use, is food and recipes in general. But I do love that. I think that's really great.
I'll share the link with you later in case you want to know how my grandmother makes Swedish meatballs.
Of course I do.
Exactly. I'm going to read my questions because I want to make sure I get everything, and some of them are a bit longer. But you talk about growth and connecting people. I'm constantly telling people you don't have to know how to code to contribute. And I'm a perfect example because I'm not a coder. I mean, I've learned a little over the years, but I'm not a developer by any stretch of the imagination. As a matter of fact, here in Rochester, at the Rochester meetup, we have a guy who's known as the WordPress groupie. And I think that's so much fun because he doesn't have a WordPress site. He doesn't like code. He doesn't do any of that. But he likes the idea of it. He likes all of that. He even came to our hackathon. We had a hackathon. We built 3 websites for local nonprofits. And he paid $10 to be there that day to cover his pizza. And he worked all day long sourcing open source images for these websites. And so I think he's a perfect example of you don't have to code.
Yeah.
For sure, right? But do you think that to consider yourself contributing to WordPress, it has to be through one of the teams that we have specifically? Like in my opinion, or my example, I should say, Greg didn't, he didn't sign up on any of our make teams or anything like that. But certainly I would consider him at least a local contributor. So what are your thoughts on that?
To answer your question to start with, before I start getting hand wavy, because that will absolutely happen next.
Yes, I'm already there.
I think the answer is absolutely. You can contribute to the success of WordPress from wherever you are, even if you're not actively like participating on a team. I am sure that there are many people who are making sure that WordPress is successful that I have never seen in a meeting, that I've never seen at a WordCamp. Like, I am certain of that every single day. And so, yes, I think that you can do that no matter what. But to kind of get back to your starting line of things, I think it's also true that you don't have to be able to code in order to do anything. Like, I think that we've proven that in WordPress a little bit. I saw a lot of the sessions today, and we had like folks from the training team here. We had a lot of design folks in here as well. And of course, we had a number of talks about like theme JSON, which is obviously quite code heavy. But it's true now, as much as it has ever been, that we have this broad set of skills that we have available as like a way to give back to open source. If you have benefited from WordPress, the open source software, or WordPress, the open source community, like, yeah, we can find a way for you to give back in some meaningful way. And I think that's a great part about the WordPress project myself.
Absolutely. And if you think about the fact that every speaker at WordCamp every volunteer at WordCamp, they're not officially on a team, right? They haven't signed up to be on a team, but certainly they are building the future of WordPress. Like you said, planting the seeds that will become the trees that somebody's shade, the shade that somebody else will sit under later on, for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. Team WordPress is a good team to be on anyway, so we'll allow it.
Exactly. I'm like, if you bring me coffee at the next meetup, I'm going to consider you a contributor, because then I can get home safe.
Yeah, exactly.
So there are two things that I wanted to bring up too that are a little bit of controversy we've seen in specifically on Twitter, but also in some Slack channels. There's been some criticism recently that WordPress is getting harder to use, harder to code, to connect to outside sources, etc. How easy do you think it is for new starters or new users to start using WordPress? And what is your advice to them if they start to feel overwhelmed?
Yeah. I think my first word of caution for everyone having this conversation is to always remember our context. Like, if you associate ease with like being able to breathe, then yeah, WordPress isn't easy. But also, like, in the class of software that WordPress exists in, CMSs are all impossibly hard. And WordPress has actively tried to lower or remove barriers to entry to great groups of people across the planet. And so, like, I always hesitate to say that WordPress is like super simple. Anyone could do it, because then I worry that we make people feel stupid when they have trouble. Like, there is some learning to do. But I also do really think that WordPress is the easiest way to do what any CMS can do. And so there's that big part of things. And as far as like what to do if you're starting to feel frustrated by it, or you're feeling a little bit like lost and don't know what to do next, on the one hand, I would check out anyone's success stories in the WordPress project. HeroPress has a lot of those, and having an opportunity to like see the struggles that other people had can kind of like remind you that you're not alone in that. But I think more importantly, almost, because like I feel like you have to have a why to know why you want to accomplish the how. One of the things that I think is most important in that frame of things is to like to think about what your long game is, right? Because like you're going to have to put in the work to build your voice and your presence and your website and your whole community, the people that you're trying to connect with, no matter where you start that work. And wouldn't you rather do all of that hard work and then also not have to move on to something else where they can't follow you? Like, I don't want to drag any platforms or anything, but like when I see content providers creating their entire following on Instagram, I'm like, but what do you do next? What about when Instagram changes its terms of service and you have to leave? Like, I talked about this at the Creative Commons Global Summit a couple weeks ago as well, like knowing how to take advantage of those walled garden sort of platforms so that you do have the opportunity to like take advantage of the built-in community that exists, but not staying there so long that you lose half of them when you have to move to something new is a really tough question. It's really hard to kind of ride that line effectively. But that is my big question to folks when they're like, I feel frustrated. Why shouldn't I just get on Instagram or whatever people are building businesses on? Surely not Instagram, literally, but I know that they are. So like, yeah, you could, but then like what happens when you get really successful? What happens when you have to make that big switch? Are you ready to do all of that work to bring everyone with you? Or would it be better to just start where you probably can grow into a bit more? So.
I had a conversation with a woman on TikTok recently who is really kind of a social justice warrior, and she and I have very aligned beliefs. And I commented that she should start a blog, and that if she was interested, I would help her, right, get this started. And her response was, I don't know what I'd blog about. And I'm like, how about the hundreds of TikToks you're putting out every day?
Yeah.
Make video for your own blog instead of like TikTok takes you down or bans you and all of your content is gone. With something like WordPress, you certainly have more control over your own voice and over who gets to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a question that's tough, and I feel it too. Like, I obviously have been around WordPress forever, and I have a ton to talk about all the time, period. And kind of everybody knows that. But even so, I'm like, what am I going to blog about? What does anyone want to hear me talk about? And the answer is plenty of people want to hear what you have to say.
Absolutely.
There's only one you out there, and if there were not, then like, why bother? That was very fatalistic. No one quote that part. That was sad.
Strike that.
Swipe that one from the record.
But when you talk to about like ways when you get frustrated, so I've talked about this before. My very first experience with WordPress was my best friend and I started a nonprofit. Her husband built our first website, and he said, there it is. And we started sending him the content. He's like, oh, no, you have to log in and you have to put the content in. I built it, but this is your puppy now, right? Yeah. And we were terrified. I was afraid I was going to break it. But as soon as I started working at it, I was like, this is amazing. And I wanted to start building websites for people. And so I said to him, I don't understand how you go from buying a domain to having a website. Yeah. And so I needed to understand, like, I understand I want to rent a house, but I don't know where the house is. You know, I know it's all the furniture that's going to go in it, but I don't know where it's supposed to live. And so he taught me how to do those things. So my suggestion is to people is there's mentors out there too, right? Yes. Who can teach you how to buy the domain, get your hosting, and put the domain on the hosting. And so there's mentors, there's WordCamp, happiness bars. There's all kinds of people out there ready to help. I answer questions on Reddit and on Twitter all the time as much as I can to help people. And I see other people doing the same. So don't be afraid to ask questions is basically my best advice.
Yeah. And I mean, as far as like content that is readily available in the world of WordPress, I make it sound like Harry Potter. It's not. It's great, but it's not Harry Potter great.
Where's my WordPress wand?
Right? Where's our wizards? No. But like in the whole world of like things that are available for people who are trying to figure out what WordPress is and how to use WordPress, how to get your site online, like we have a lot of resources inside the community as well. Like obviously WordCamps and meetups, which is what folks have been talking about today, but we also had a talk, I think a couple hours ago in one of these tracks about the work being done on learn.wordpress.org. We have the training team. If you are personally just like a teacher and you're wanting to help other people learn how to use WordPress and you don't quite know where to get started, there are materials there. And then of course, like all over the wordpress.org/news blog, like we've got monthly tutorials. They're like, I like to call them tasty tutorials, and I actually can't because that is like a trademarked term by a company. But you know those like those recipe tutorials where you've got this overhead shot and you're like, this is what's happening. That's how you do it. Here's some words that explain what happened. Like we do those on a monthly basis. And so like,
and you don't have to hear the life story first, like when you get to a recipe blog, right?
Right. We don't offer life stories of any of us in those particular tutorials. But I also know that like that information is useful to many people. So again, not calling out anyone who's writing in a particular fashion, but yeah, there's stuff everywhere to learn how to use WordPress. And that's, I think, good news.
I think so too. All right, my last question is perhaps the most controversial, and we've seen a lot of it in the last few weeks. So my last question is about our ecosystem in general.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely room to earn a living through WordPress individually, through site building, theme building, plugins, hosting, etc., right? But lately we've seen a lot of acquisitions in the ecosystem. So do you see this as a healthy indication of growth, or are you concerned at all about how things are progressing, what I've been calling the private sectors of WordPress and some of the bigger companies buying some of the plugins and the smaller companies?
Firstly, I love that you're asking this question because I have been thinking about it for weeks and have not figured out any reasonable place for me to like share thoughts on it. Again, that whole like, what would I ever blog about? Like, obviously this. So maybe you all are about to see like a preview of a blog post.
There you go.
I've been actually talking to my brother about this. He's got a PhD in economics. And so I've been having just like light family catch-up conversations about talk to me about economics of an ecosystem kind of questions. And I have been taking a lot of notes. And so I actually just brought them with me to this. Because I had a lot of thoughts and they're just kind of going around in things, and I don't want to get anything super duper wrong in my thoughts about it. But again, I'm going to answer your question before I get very hand wavy. And my big question, not my big question, my big answer to the question is that I think it's a good thing. I think that acquisitions are a sign of economic maturity, and especially for an ecosystem like ours. I think that it can be an early indication of future growth, and like it always depends on the nuanced things going on with economics. Economics is a very complicated subject, but yeah, I think for WordPress it's a really, really good sign. So that's my big picture answer to your question, in case I lose everybody. Now, let me do some hand waving. So I think part of what's happening in those discussions where it's becoming controversial is we are focusing a lot on the negative aspects of acquisitions, and it doesn't make sense to pretend they don't exist. But we spend a lot of time worrying about like the loss of identity and the loss of diversity in the ecosystem if we have a bunch of products that are being kind of purchased by others. And then, there's always the like whispered implied implication of financial stress or being crushed by some competitor. Like we really fixate on those negative things, which obviously paints a pretty dire picture. But I think something that's important to remember about mergers or acquisitions is that there are a lot of things that are not necessarily monetary, that probably are on people's minds long before they ever look at any of those potential negatives in there. And so things like taking advantage of the economy of scale when you go to a larger company, having an opportunity to tap into infrastructure that lets you really accelerate the growth of your own product, or in some cases, going back to basics and getting really close to what your users want again, so that and kind of not having to personally worry about growing the business again. Like those are all admirable reasons to do that. And I think something that is really overlooked, at least for the WordPress discussions around this, is that, sometimes you just need guidance. Like sometimes the larger companies knew better how to solve a problem that you can't figure out, or that you're not going to be able to get the resources to figure out in a reasonable amount of time. And so like, we can never discount the fact that sometimes people are seeking to be acquired or to merge with a partner because they can get further together than either of them could get alone. Right. And I don't think that those acquisitions or those mergers should ever be seen as like a way that we decrease the diversity of thought in the WordPress project. I know that we see that when Automatic does acquisitions. I know we see that with Awesome Motive. A lot of the acquisitions in the WordPress space, like those products get to come in and continue to be their products, right? And just have the incredible benefit of having some infrastructure and a little bit more breathing room to be able to get back to what the users want from features, in the way of features rather, from their product. And so, yeah, I think it always depends for your ecosystem. Like, is it good or is it bad? But for WordPress, I think it's good.
I have a similar philosophy behind that. Now, you probably know that GiveWP was acquired by Liquid Web. And so I recently have gone through what that means as an employee to go from the smaller company to be part of a bigger company. But you still hear me introduce myself as the director of customer success for GiveWP, because we do still operate as a smaller company within a bigger company.
Yes.
But what we have is access to more minds to bounce ideas off of, to be under the umbrella of Stellar WP, to have those kinds of conversations and learn and grow with one another. So for me, it's been nothing but good, and I can't speak for everybody's, experiences at other companies or wherever they are. But
as always, your mileage may vary, folks.
Exactly. Now, my MBA is in marketing, not in economics, but I also think, WordPress has been around for 17 years now? 18 years. Okay. Gosh, I feel like we just had that 15-year celebration. 18 years. But if you think about it, like that's still a very new industry. I understand technology moves quickly, but it's still a very new industry. And the fact that it takes a while for an ecosystem to even build up around it, and then those companies be able to grow to the point where they are acquirable or mergeable. I'm making up words now. It just seems like the timing is pretty right for those kinds of things to happen. And that's just my 2 cents on top of yours.
Agreed.
I love it when we're in agreement on things.
Yeah.
I know I haven't actually looked, but we probably have a ton of questions coming. Oh, we do. We have a ton of questions coming in. So I'm going to invite Hazel in. Hazel Kimpo from Seller WP, and she is going to come in and manage the Q&A with us. And we're going to see, we've got about half an hour for Q&A. We'll see how we do.
Yeah, we got a lot of questions here. Hey, Josepha.
Hello.
Yeah, let's get started. Our first question here is, I'm going to start with an easier one. I'm going to go to, let's start basic. I'm going to go out of order here. What excites you most about the future of WordPress most?
Oh, man. You're saying this is an easy question, but like it's not. Hold on, I got to think real hard.
The one that'll get us started maybe the most.
What excites me the most? Okay. I mean, what excites me the most about the future of WordPress almost every single day is the people who support WordPress, which I realize is not actually the question that's being asked. No one's like, how much do you love the community and people? Like, no one's actually asking me that question. A lot is the answer. But like, as far as our features go, as far as what's coming to WordPress, the project, some of the things that I'm most excited about in the current roadmap for the CMS is getting multilingual support natively into core. Very excited for that. I realize it's quite a ways away. It's phase 4 in Gutenberg, but that is a thing that I am incredibly excited to help us get to and do well for the CMS. That's one of the things. And I think as far
on the community front, though, what I mean, I guess there's a question there, right? Like, what excites you about this next generation of, I don't know, who knows, coming up in the community for WordPress? I feel like there was so many that started in this very early era of WordPress that like. Yes. Probably a whole new cohort of people.
Yeah. So, well, yes, let me tell you specifically what excites me about this particular cohort of people. Number one is, so I've been having this conversation lately with a number of people who just care a lot about WordPress and want to help me see the best parts of things and the best paths for things a lot. And one, like, we have right now a whole cohort of WordPress community members and contributors who have never been to anything in person to meet each other. And on the one hand, that has been a really tense situation for me because the in-person stuff is really what differentiates us as a project from other open source projects like us.
Right.
But at the same time, like, WordPress didn't always have these events. It survived and thrived for years before we got those. And I've had a few people in conversations in the past week or so really challenge the assertion that the only way for us to really stick together and really be resilient is by getting in front of each other and breaking bread together and having conversations over coffee and with faces. Like, they're really challenging that question because they're like, I got here and I love it and I want to come and do the in-person part, but like also I am thriving here. So where do you think that hurdle is, and how can I help you see that maybe it's not as big a hurdle as you think? And so that's actually the thing that I'm most excited about. Our newest cohort is going to bring us hopefully forward into a hybrid version of how to stay really future savvy as a community. And I think that's great for us.
Yeah, I think when I was just thinking too along like the next generation, which are like the high school kids and even younger right now, right?
Yeah.
They've had 2 years of working from home schooling. Like, they are primed and ready for these, what is the word I want? Work from home kind of things. So,
yeah.
You talked a little bit about inclusion and diversity and some of what we were talking about before. So Jill Binder is asking, can you say a few words about WordPress's commitment to diversity and inclusion, why it matters, and what you're doing for it?
Yeah, I'm going to say, I thought you said Joe Biden. And I was like, if I have Joe Biden in this call because of Helen, I will find her and hug her until she can't breathe. Okay, Jill Binder, you are as good as Joe Biden, but I had to unhear it. Okay, sorry. As a result, I also didn't hear the question. I'm supposed to be talking about the importance of diversity and inclusion and what we're doing about it.
You got it. I love it.
I apologize to everyone for having to see me panic like that on live YouTube. Okay,
It's all good. It's all good. This is what happens with live. We are real people.
Yes, and like most of them will have seen this like in a room with me on a stage, and so anyway, okay. So diversity and inclusion, why it's important for WordPress. So for one, I think it's important for WordPress because WordPress can be used by anybody, and so it should also be able to be built by anybody, right? Like we should have more voices that we don't always hear from in open source and from contributors, because they are the people that you know we want to hear from the most, right? Like we can all build the thing that we wish we wanted, but what I need as somebody who has the intense privilege of being able to contribute all of my work hours to WordPress and who has many, many years of spare time at this point to have learned how to use it, like we aren't the people that can tell us what is needed for the future of WordPress most of the time. And so like those diverse voices, people that we don't often see in the project because it takes time, it takes effort, like they are the people who will keep us relevant. And so, yeah, we need them all the time. Every day, come join us. WordPress is fun. And I was going to say, and mostly educational. It's very educational. And I
intensely educational.
Right? All the time. So what am I doing
aggressively educational, I would say. You're going to learn.
You heard it here first. WordPress is aggressively educational. Oh, I love us. That's wonderful. Yeah. And so like around the question of what am I doing and what do I ask WordPress to do about that? Like it's a lot of small things at first. And I wrote a whole blog post about it. If someone can find the link to it, it's called, I want to say, a WordPress dinner party or something. I wrote a whole blog post about like the years and years and years of work that have gone into making the environment more welcoming and more inclusive so that it made sense to invite people in and have more diversity in the space. And you know, I always am bad at writing the thing down. And so I don't think that I personally have written any diversity statements. I have made a lot of vocal statements about what I want to do, what I could do, what I wish we could do about diversity in WordPress. And that is it, like making the small changes to make sure that it's a good place for diverse voices to land, and then making sure we invite the diverse voices in. And right now, we have small scale contribution efforts around testing, which is actually a giant project, but like to participate in that takes a very small amount of time. And we have been getting such a wonderful response to that. And from people who don't necessarily look like our normal WordPress contributors or have the same lived experiences. And that potentially, other than the work that Jill Binder is actually doing, is our most visibly effective ways to bring diverse people and diverse perspectives into the project right now.
Very good.
Well, next question we have here is, well, it starts with a statement.
Okay.
Which says,
I'm going to get a pencil out so I can take a note.
Right. Code contributions to Gutenberg have largely been written by people employed by large organizations in our space. What role do you think that individual contributors play in WordPress today?
Oh, what is the role of individual contributors? What a lovely question. This is a hard question for me to answer, not because I don't know the answer, but because I don't want to throw shade at any of our fellow open source thingies out there. So, all right, now I have my thoughts together. For one, individual contributors, I mean, in our high years, in our years where everything was going well, which 2020 was not a high year, it was very hard to contribute. We still had a lot of contributors, but you know, there it was. It is always important to me that when I check contribution, volume of contribution over the course of the year, I do that like 3 or 4 times a year, we're aiming at like 2/3 contributions from individual contributors and only about 1/3 contributions from like people who are corporately sponsored to do that. With the exception of like deep admin work, which I want to be 100% sponsored people, things that are like, here, take this gross thing in Meta and fix it because Josepha broke it 3 years ago and nobody ever figured out how to fix it. Like those sorts of things, obviously, I don't want to give to self-sponsored volunteers because they should be able to do things that are both very impactful for the project, but also very impactful for what gives them passion, like what they are wanting to do, as opposed to just like coming in and doing admin tasks with us. And so like, I try to keep us at 2/3 volunteer contributions essentially, and 1/3 sponsored contributions when I can. And it's been very hard without in-person events. So did that answer the question?
I think it sounds like it did. I think it did. And it sounds like there's still a heavy emphasis on the individual contributor.
Yeah. It's right now hovering more at about 50-50 just because of the nature of the world, I think. Which is okay, but does make me have a lot of just kind of sleepless nights. So yeah.
Yep.
Lemonade Code Girl, who I happen to know is, you know who that is, right? That's David Bissett's daughter. Yes. She's wanting to know, and this has a lot to do with diversity too, but diversity as far as age goes. Is there a way we can make it easier for kids and youth today to get into WordPress? She says, as in, what can we do?
Yeah. So yes, she and I talked about this, I want to say like in Atlanta 2 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that. And I had an okay answer at the time, and I think I kind of have an okay answer now. And I hope that it is different in a like we took care of part of it way. So how we can make WordPress easier and more accessible to our youngest contributors and our youngest entrepreneurs, I think part of it is getting a more broad format for our training available. All formats for our training for a long time were in person at events, which is generally not replete with children, and also, you know, long form documentation that requires a fair amount of knowledge and comprehension of what's going on in the project anyway. And so it was very geared toward people who are already ready to be here and doing things, and not always geared toward students. We do have some difficulty. Historically, there has been some difficulty getting like WordPress focused curricula into public schools for a number of reasons. I spent 2 or 3 years trying to kind of dig through that before I came to Automatic, before I came to the WordPress project, without success. And I have not actually had time to dig back into it. But I think that obviously, I think that WordPress as an entire project can help not only learn an important skill with CMSs and building websites and online presence, but also all of the incredibly vitally important 21st century skills that everyone needs right now. And I have advocated for supervised classroom contributions for a long time because of that. So I still believe in supervised classroom contributions, but yeah, it's probably a little hard to do right now with everything being in Zoom or whatever. So
yeah, hopefully things will start getting better.
Fingers crossed.
Next one we have here is from Mel Choice.
Hello.
How do we reconcile our mission to democratize publishing with the proliferation of misinformation across the globe with utilizing tools such as WordPress?
Yeah, that's a great question, and one that I honestly don't necessarily have an answer to. Part of that answer is is making sure that we help people remain informed as well. So in that digital literacy series of things, like making sure that people are able to look at information and evaluate it for its truth and its skill of being written and all of that, like those analytical thinking skills and critical thinking skills that we have kind of lost track of in the current generation, I think is a really important thing. And obviously that's a long-term solution. How we reconcile democratizing publishing with bad actors on the internet, like in my heart, I believe that people are inherently good, and I believe that we are on a long arc that bends toward justice and morality. And so, like, in my heart, I believe that the more people that are doing the good work of sharing important and accurate and valuable information, the less likely that we are to have people who are trying so hard to destroy all of that foundation. But yeah, it is a question that I have that, you know, my answer wouldn't even be the answer for society. And so it's something I grapple with a lot, and it's a good question. And I wish I had a less hand-wavy answer for you, Mel.
Guillaume Hamill is asking, what do you think could be done on a more mainstream level to get more people on board?
With WordPress?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gosh. You know, WordPress as a whole, this is from a WordPress project, WordPress community standpoint. This might be my fault. We really believe in, like, be there first or be there best, and then you build the best thing and people will use it because it's the best. Like, I really believe that. And I think that we see that a lot in the way that we talk about ourselves outside of the WordPress project. There is so much there's so much feeling of like we should be the CMS of choice because we are great, not because we said it the greatest, is really pervasive. And I do wonder whether that was primarily my influence. It cannot possibly be. I've only been here for half the length of the existence of this project. But, like, yeah, I think that part of that absolutely is going to have to be that we really own our story as a project, as an open source project in the world. Because, you know, open source and the open web is something bigger than WordPress. We are a huge part of that. But we are not the start and end of everything to do with the open web or open source. And so, like, embracing the narrative of WordPress as part of this overarching thing that's really good for the web, this overarching set of movements that's really good for the web, I think is going to be our best shot in the short term.
Mm-hmm. You got the next question, Hazel?
I do have the next question. We are going to ask a very important question.
Okay.
We have an important question ready about baseball.
There's so much cackling. It makes me really worried.
It's
Did you
about
say baseball?
Yeah.
Is this Jonathan?
It's about baseball.
It is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. What role do you think baseball will play in the future of WordPress? And when will MLB teams start running WordPress to power their sites?
Well, obviously they should be running them now. And also, I don't think that baseball will ever have, like, a lasting movement inside the WordPress project. What a silly question. I love it. Jonathan DeRozier's, everyone.
I would say he was throwing you a softball, but it was about baseball. So
that was a 50-50 guess for me, by the way. It also could have been Jordan.
Okay. Yeah, well, you got it right, though. You got it right. Mel Choice wants to know what games are you playing these days?
Right now, I am trying to finish up The Last of Us 2, but it is scary. I can play it for like 45 minutes at a time, and then I discover that my shoulders are attached to my ears and my dog has left the building. I get real stressed out. So that's one of the games I'm playing right now. And the other less stressful game, I'm playing two, like, relaxing games. One is Spiritfarer, which is you're the person who takes souls across the river Styx, and so I don't recommend that to everyone. It's not scary, it's very comforting. But the one that I do recommend to everyone is one called Carto, C-A-R-T-O, and you're like this little explorer on a map, and you have to solve puzzles using your map that got like torn apart and sent all over the world, and there's a little time travel element. It's just the cutest thing I've ever seen. So that's what I'm playing. Those are the things I'm playing right now.
I just do Sudoku. That's about it. That's
a good one too. It's a good one.
Crossword puzzles.
We're all about Animal Crossing off and on, only until all my animals feel neglected. Like every time my daughter's every now and then, she's like, we should check our animals. And it's like 6 months later and they're like starving.
Is Animal Crossing like the new
Nothing but
Tamagotchi,
ribs.
but like 1,000 of them at a time? Is that what it is?
Basically, but there's not that much punishment other than like the punishment that you got from Tamagotchi. But like the weed, just basically you have a lot of weeds that grow and you got to go pick them and it's annoying, you know. And then people yell at you when you go and they're like, I can't believe you were gone.
With their giant heads, like, you're so mean. Yeah, got it.
Exactly. Okay, let's see. We got one or two more here. We have from my observation, there is a Gutenberg gap in the industry between typical WordPress sites like news sites, blogs, etc., and more corporate. Are there efforts to mitigate this?
Oh, I don't know that I understand the question.
I'm not exactly sure I do too. I guess the implication is that Gutenberg type sites are not your traditional, like, I'm going to go just make a blog site. I'm going to maybe it's like you make e-commerce sites and those type of things.
Oh. So there's this feeling of like Gutenberg is for easy sites, not complicated sites. Is that kind of what we can boil it down to? Because I disagree. Did anyone watch Helen's presentation? Good gracious. If you haven't watched
I'm not sure what the I think we all kind of fundamentally, I'm not sure what the implication is here.
If anyone wants to clarify.
If they're on chat, yeah.
Well, why don't I ask the next question? And if he wants to come back with a little more clarification, we can do that. So the next question, I'm bringing you one of my own. How's that?
Great.
So I was blessed to be part of the all women's team that we had about this time last year, right? That was pretty cool.
5.6.
I know. I'll never forget 5.6. It's like when I get one of those stickers, like people like do the mileage, like 26.2 or whatever it is for the marathon, and they'll be like, "That's 5.6," and I'm gonna be like, "That was my release."
It was my release. You're welcome, world. Yeah.
Yes. I know. When I saw you tweet that, I was like, "Oh my god, I have to be part of this."
Yeah.
And I didn't do nearly as much as other people, but I was so excited to have my name attached to it. Do you have plans for other kinds of inclusive teams like that going forward? Like there was a lot of controversy about it. You know, a lot of extreme right-wing people that said that this is not necessary, and including like my own father said, "Well, that's discrimination." I'm like, "Oh, let me show you discrimination for the last however many years. Technology's been around, Dad." But then, you know, people started begging the question of, well, will you have an all Black community release? Will you have it all? No. And I'm just wondering, what are the ways that you're looking for inclusion in our release squads going forward?
Yeah. So would I do a release like that again? It was massive. Would I do a release like that again? Yes. Would I take a lot of learnings from the mistakes that I made doing that? Absolutely. Like, don't do it when you're coming back from a 3-month leave. Like, that's a big one.
That was surprising to all of us, quite honestly. But
yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. So yeah, I would do it again. As far as like, would I do lots of big vertical, like showcasing kinds of release squads again? I'm not sure. Like that women non-binary release squad that we had was a really, I wouldn't say it was calculated, but I did spend like 2 years preparing for it. And so getting all of that together was key to all of the work that we have to do right now, getting more diverse voices in, having it be a more inclusive and open space. But as far as like, and now we will do all BIPOC, or now we're going to do all APAC or whatever, like I worry that it negates, like I worry that it turns into a gimmick almost, and like, look at our showcase of Black women, which is obviously not what I want to do. It was and is intended to bring in more people who could learn passively from that whole process and who could start to participate more actively in the process moving forward. And we did have a lot of women who stayed, but not like an overwhelming majority. I think probably about 10% of the women who participated went on to do additional contributor work in the project, which is about what I was expecting, but you always hope for more. So I was hoping for like 15% of the women stayed, and I got about 10, which is actually what I was most expecting. So I got a lot of flack for making that into kind of a token gimmicky, like you're making a point about how there are so many men in technology, and I'm not. It was built to train and bring people into the work. And so like for God, I don't know how to say this. I might offend people just because like I am getting worked up, and I'm going to apologize up front for that. Like the people that I hear from the least in this project are also the people that I want to cherish the most in the project. And I would hate for any of them to get into a release cycle with me and then have a series of death threats or whatever. Like the women that participated in this work with me, I don't think any of them experienced harassment because of it. But like you said, there were a lot of people who were like, oh, this is the anti-feminist thing. And I got a lot of that also. And like, it's not anti-anyone. It's just being anti-racist and actually being anti-sexist by bringing in those people that we need to see more. And so like, I labored over it for that release too. Andrea Middleton, whom many of us know, like I went to her in tears. I was like, what if all these women who are trusting me so much to do this work with them and to help them know what we're doing, what if they're all continually harassed for the next 6 months and I put them all in harm's way? And she was like, would you rather not do it? And I was like, of course not. I need them and I want them here. So yeah, it was really hard.
I'll tell you, I was like, come at me. I dare you. I have words for you. If you come, so it wasn't that we were all hiding behind your skirts. We were all shoulder to shoulder. And that was what was so magnificent about it. And I will say, as a woman in this, I think that it gave us voice and it gave us ground that we could say, look, we can do this. I mean, there were people that just sat there. I told them in things, I said, if you think we're going to fail, then sit there and watch us fail or cheer us on one way or the other. Right. It's going to, and of course we didn't fail because failure was impossible. Susan B. Anthony said that and I said it again. So that's right.
Also, because it's WordPress, like if anything can be solved by anyone, it's WordPressers. Like we've got very smart people around here.
A lot of them, right? A lot of them. So
yes, yeah,
for sure. So thank you for indulging my questions, but yeah, and the opportunity to say how much I love that.
Yeah.
So
well, do we have time for any more, or are we wrapping up here?
We've got about 5 more minutes, and then I think we have a quick break and then closing statements.
All right, let's take a couple more questions here.
My dog is barking, and I apologize.
That's okay. I love your dog. I met your dog in St. Louis.
So cute.
I feel like I don't know what I'm going to do when we go to in-person sessions and like there's not dogs barking and babies crying in the background. It's going to be odd.
It's going to be like listening to WordPress in a museum.
Is it even a Zoom call if somebody's cat doesn't walk by?
Right.
Let's see. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to, is there anything else you want to tell us, Josepha? Let's let you have the last word before we move on to other things.
Oh man, I have so many words I want to tell people. I think the thing that has been on my mind the most in the last, I'm going to call it 6 months. The thing that's been on my mind the most in the last 6 months is making sure that we bring the WordPress community with us on a lot of the work that we're doing right now. And by we, I'm going to get real clear because I know that WordPress does not like the use of the word we. From a project management standpoint, like managing the WordPress project, I operate in a black box a lot of the time, and it makes it really hard for people to like see the thought that goes into the things that we're doing with WordPress, right? Like a roadmap appears suddenly, or you have a post that's like, this is happening, everyone get ready. And I try to be as transparent about everything that I'm working on as possible, but there are also things that I assume that people kind of don't care about, like the change management of WordPress, or the big risky items that I'm seeing in our ecosystem that mean that I have to make specific plans and choices with various teams that we have in the community to prepare for it. And on the one hand, I have always assumed that people just don't care. But increasingly, I see that even if people aren't reading what goes into those decisions that we are all making as a group, having them somewhere for anyone who wants to learn more about this is just as beneficial as making sure that we document the CMS and making sure that we document our training and making sure that we update all of the things. And so it feels like I landed on an apology to the history of WordPress, but that really isn't it. It's more of like a, hey, WordPress, we've got so many big, interesting things that are happening in the next year. And phase 3 and phase 4 of Gutenberg are just wildly exciting for me. And so many of like our external products, thingies that are not in the WordPress CMS, but are the WordPress are in the WordPress project that I hope that we'll all start paying a little more attention to, and I guess hearing more from me about. So like the new Openverse group that just joined us, of course. Yeah, we have the pattern directory that had kind of a soft launch in 5.8 and various other, like not in the CMS, but in the project sorts of opportunities to contribute, and also tools and areas that are going to make using WordPress so much better for everyone in the future. And like keep an eye out for those things, because it's hard to keep an eye on anything that's not in the core CMS, right? And we can all do a bit better at looking out for our other teams that make sure that the core WordPress remains a success over time. And I will do a better job of drawing lines for everyone. So that was a rambling last thing to say. Surely someone has a question that I could like prompt myself with.
I think the big question someone has at the end anonymously, which is how can we get a shirt like yours?
Oh man, this is an OG shirt. This is WP Admin. They used to be in the WordPress swag store, and I don't know if they are still.
So make your own. That's what I just heard. Go make your own.
Yeah. On the back, it has the WordPress logo and says WordPress.org on the back of it. Yeah, it's a very cute shirt. If they're not in there, I don't see any reason why we couldn't like attempt a second run of the shirts. But I actually am not in charge of our swag, so.
Well, I mean,
put a bug in somebody's ear.
We'll get an answer.
I mean, you can't put product placement out there and then just be like, not available, guys.
Right. WordPress, but you can't have it. No, that's not true.
Well,
I love it.
Yeah.
I will sum things up by saying thank you so much for sharing with us today. Really appreciate your leadership. You have cheerleaders out here. You don't have to worry about always being the cheerleader. There are so many people who support you back. So thank you so much for sharing. And we really do appreciate that.
Thank you, everyone, for having me.
Oh, of course. I am. Let's see. We've got some more sponsors to thank. I think you're going to do that.
We wanted to thank our sponsors one more time here. We have Grand Canyon sponsors. Thank you to Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. And thanks to our Redwood sponsors, 10Web, Blackbird, CHRS Interactive, Domain.me, EasyWP, InMotion Hosting, Ionos, Nexus, Paid Memberships Pro, Pantheon, Positive, Shifter, and Stellar WP.
Fantastic. Next, we have a quick 5-minute break and then some closing remarks. by Jen Swisher. Don't forget that job boards is out there, sponsors pages are out there, and we are looking for your feedback. So please go ahead and hit up the website and give us the feedback for today's event. And we will send out a final survey in the next week or two so that you can give us all your feedback about the entire thing. So the break maybe, I'm being told the break may be less than 5 minutes, so don't go away. Listen to our little music here, and then Jen will be back. Hazel, it's been fun emceeing with you today. Thanks for being here with me.
You as well. Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah. All right. We'll see everybody later.
everybody. How did this day go by so fast? It was so great to see so many of you in the chat during sessions and following along on social media. I hope you enjoyed the sessions, interviews, and other content that we shared today. There's a few last-minute reminders that we wanted to share. Be on the lookout for the WordCamp US attendee survey. Please tell us what you think about the event. We use that information to help improve this event in future years. All sessions are recorded and they will be available on WordPress TV in the coming weeks. Follow us on social media for more information about when those will become available. If you haven't ordered your swag for the event, check out our swag page to learn more. Before we end the event, I'd like to take a moment again to say thank you to some folks. First and foremost, our amazing organizing team. 8 weeks is not a lot of time to put together an event of this size, and you really knocked it out of the park this year. I'm so proud of every single one of you. Next up, our speakers. Thank you so much for taking the time to write your talks, record them, and join us for Q&A today. We appreciate your contribution to the success of this event. Another awesome group of people is our MCs and chat directors. Thank you for taking the time out of your day today to help us run our event more smoothly. I'd also like to give another huge thank you to our sponsors. Without their generous donations, this event isn't possible. Be sure to check out their sponsor pages and the job board page if you haven't done so already. And last but certainly not least, we appreciate all of you who attended today. Without a community to present to, this would all be for naught. Thank you for being a part of another amazing WordCamp US.
to learn and invest in improving your WordPress skills. Learn JavaScript deeply. Learn JavaScript deeply. When you start thinking in blocks, you can look at pretty much any website on the web and see, almost like when Neo sees the code behind the matrix. Start thinking in blocks and see code behind the matrix. Start thinking in blocks and see the WordPress core community on WordPress.org. All the amazing developers, agencies, plugins, themes, the entire WordPress ecosystem that really makes WordPress work. Developers, learn JavaScript deeply. Developers, learn JavaScript deeply. Developers, learn JavaScript deeply. It's never been a better time to learn and invest in improving your WordPress skills. Developers, learn JavaScript deeply. It's never been a better time to learn and invest in improving your WordPress skills. Developers, learn JavaScript deeply. So with that, we come to the end of our first ever virtual distributed WordCamp in the United States.